Section 1 of the Sailor's Word Book, H to M. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sailor's Word Book, H to M by Admiral W. H. Smyth. A digest of sea terms and phrases. H.A. to H.A.N.D. Half. Cod, ling or tusk deep-sea fisheries of the Shetland and Orkney Islanders. Half boat, one fitted for deep-water fishing. Half furs, a northern term for fishermen's lines. Haak, see hake. Har, a chill easterly wind on our northern coasts. See har. Haburden, cod or stock fish dried and cured on board. That cured at Aberdeen was the best. Habergeon, a coat of mail for the head and shoulders. Habiliments of war, a statute term for arms and all provisions for maintaining war. Havel, an Anglo-Norman term for a seaport or haven. It is used in Statute 27, Henry VII, Capital 3. Hakatee, a freshwater tortoise in the West Indies. It has a long neck and flat feet, and weighs 10 to 15 pounds. Hackbush, a heavy handgun. See Hagbut. Hackle, heckle, or hetchel, a machine for teasing flax, also a West Country name for the stickleback. Hack saw, used for cutting off the heads of bolts, made of a scythe, fresh serrated. Hack watch, or job watch. Which see. Hackod, from the Anglo-Saxon hackod, a large sort of pike. Haddy, a north coast diminutive of haddock. Haddobriques, a northern term for the roe of the haddock. Haddock, the Gadus aegelfinus, a species of cod fabled to bear the thumb mark of St. Peter. Haver, see Ever. Hafna, an old word for haven from the Danish. Haft, see heft, the handle of a knife or tool. Hagboat, see heckboat. Hagbut, a small piece placed upon a tripod, the arquebuse. Hagbutar, the bearer of a firearm formerly used. It was somewhat larger than a musket. Hag, an arquebuse with a bent butt. Also a swampy moss. Hag's teeth, see hake's teeth, those parts of a matting or pointing interwoven with the rest in an irregular manner, so as to spoil the uniformity. See pointing. In soundings, see hake's teeth. Hike, see hike up. To hail from a country or claim it as a birthplace. A ship is said to hail from the port where she's registered and therefore property belongs to. When hailed at sea, it is, "From whence do you come, and where bound?" Pass within hail, a special signal to approach and receive orders or intelligence when boats cannot be lowered or time is precious. One vessel, the senior, lies to, the other passes the stern under the lee. Hail fellows, messmates, well matched. Hailing, to call to another vessel, the salutation or accosting of a ship at a distance. Hailing aloft, to call to men in the tops and at the masthead to look out, too often an inconsistent bluster from the deck. Hail shot, small shot for cannon. Hail shot piece, a sort of gun supplied of old to our ships, with dice of iron as the missile. Hair, the cold, nipping wind called har in the north, as in Beaumont and Fletcher. Quote, "Here all is cold as the hares in winter." End quote. Hair bracket, the moulding at the back of the figurehead. Hair trigger, a trigger to a gunlock, so delicately adjusted that the slightest touch will discharge the piece. Hake, an old term for a handgun. Also the fish Gadus merluccius, a well-known gregarious and voracious fish of the cod family, often termed sea pike. Hake's teeth, a phrase applied to some part of the deep soundings in the British Channel, but it is a distinct shellfish, being the dentalium, the presence of which is a valuable guide to the Channel pilot in foggy weather. Halbaz, see kalbaz. Halbert, a sort of spear formerly carried by sergeants of infantry, that they standing in the ranks behind the officers or the colours should afford additional defence at those important points. Halcyon piscator, or kingfisher. This beautiful bird's floating nest was fabled to calm the winds and seas while the bird sat. This occurring in winter gave rise to the expression halcyon days. Hail, an old word for hall, which see. Half an eye, seeing with, discerning instantly and clearly. Half beams, short timbers from the side to the hatchways to support the deck where there is no framing. See fork beams. Half breadth of the rising, a shipbuilder's term for a curve in the floor plan which limits the distances of the centres of the floor sweeps from the middle line of the body plan. Half breadth plan, in shipbuilding the same as floor plan. Half cock, to go off at half cock is an unexpected discharge of a firearm, hurried conduct without due preparation and consequently failure. Half davit, otherwise fish davit, which see. Half deck, a space between the foremost bulkhead of the steerage and the forepart of the quarter deck. In the Northumberland colliers the steerage itself is called the half deck, and is usually the habitation of the crew. Half drowned land, shores which are rather more elevated and bear more verdure than drowned land, which see. Half flood, see flood. Half galley, see galley. Half hitch, pass the end of a rope round its standing part and bring it up through the bight. See 3 half hitches. Half laughs and purser's grins, hypocritical and satirical sneers. Half man, a landsman or boy in a coaster, undeserving the pay of a full man. Half mast, the lowering a flag in respect for the death of an officer. Half minute glass, see glass. Half moon, an old form of outwork somewhat similar to the ravelin, originally placed before the salients of bastions. Half pike, an iron spike fixed on a short ashen staff, used to repel the assault of boarders and hence frequently termed a boarding pike. Half point, a subdivision of the compass card equal to 5 degrees 37 minutes of the circle. Half ports, a sort of 1-inch deal shutter for the upper part of those ports which have no hanging lids. The lower half port is solid and hinged, having a semicircle cut out for the gun when level, and falling down outwards when ready for action. The upper half port fits loosely into rabbets and is secured only by lanyards. Half sea, the old term for mid-channel. Half seas over, nearly intoxicated. This term was used by Swift. Half speed, an order in steam navigation to reduce the speed. See full speed. Half tide rocks, those showing their heads at half ebb. See tide. Half timbers, the short timbers or futtocks in the cant bodies, answering to the lower futtocks in the square body. They are placed so as to give good shiftings. Half top, the mode of making ships' tops in 2 pieces, which are afterwards secured as a whole by what are termed sleepers. Under, half topsails, said of a chase about 12 miles distant, the rest being below the horizon. Half turn ahead, an order in steam navigation. See turn ahead. Half watch tackle, a luff purchase. See watch tackle. Halibut, a large oceanic bank fish, Hippoglossus vulgaris, weighing from 300 to 500 pounds, particularly off Newfoundland. It resembles plaice and is excellent food, nor does it easily putrefy. Halley's chart, the name given to the protracted curves of the variation of the compass, known as the variation chart. Halyards, or halyards, the ropes or tackles usually employed to hoist or lower any sail upon its respective yards, gaffs, or stay, except the cross-jack and spritsail yard, which are always slung, but in small craft the spritsail yard also has halyards. See jeers. Halo, An extensive luminous ring including the sun or moon, whose light passing through the intervening vapour gives rise to the phenomenon. Halos are called lunar or solar, according as they appear round the moon or sun. Prismatically coloured halos indicate the presence of watery vapour, whereas white ones show that the vapour is frozen. Hulls, or hulser, archaic spelling for hawser. Hulster, a West Country term for a man who draws a barge along by a rope. Halt, the military word of command to stop marching or any other evolution. A halt includes the period of such discontinuance. Halve net, a standing net used in the north to prevent fishes from returning with the falling tide. Halyards, see halyards. Hammocks. Columbus found that the inhabitants of the Bahama Islands had for beds nets of cotton suspended at each end, which they called hammocks, a name since adopted universally amongst seamen. See hammock. Hamber or hambroline, small line used for seizings, lashings, etc. Hammoco, beam battens. See hammock battens. Hammer. The shipwright's hammer is a well-known tool for driving nails and clenching bolts, differing from hammers in general. Hammer of a gunlock. Formerly the steel covering of the pan from which the flint of the cock struck sparks on to the priming, but now the cock itself, by its hammer action on the cap or other percussion priming, discharges the piece. Whether the hammer will be superseded by the needle remains to be determined. Hammer-headed shark. The Zygaena malleus, a strange, ugly shark. The eyes are situated at the extremities of the hammer-shaped head. They seldom take bait or annoy human beings. They are for the most part inert, live near the surf edge, and are frequently found washed up on sandy beaches, chiefly found on the coasts of Barbary. Hammering, a heavy cannonade at close quarters. Hammock, a swinging seabed, the undisputed invention of Alcibiades, but the modern name is derived from the Caribs. See hammocks. At present the hammock consists of a piece of canvas 6 feet long and 4 feet wide, gathered together at the two ends by means of clews, formed by a grommet and nittles, whence the head clew and foot clew. The hammock is hung horizontally under the deck, and forms a receptacle for the bed on which the seamen sleep. There are usually allowed from 14 to 20 inches between hammock and hammock in a ship of war. In preparation for action, the hammocks, together with their contents, are all firmly corded, taken upon deck, and fixed in various nettings, so as to form a barricade against musket balls. See engagement. Hammock battens, or racks. Cleats or battens nailed to the sides of a vessel's beams, from which to suspend the seamen's hammocks. Hammock berthing. Forecastle men forward, and thence passing aft. Foretop men, maintop men, mizentop men, waisters, afterguard, and boys, quartermasters in the tiers. Hammock cloths, to protect them from wet while stowed in the nettings on deck. Hammock gantlines, lines extended from the jib boom end round the ship, triced up to the lower yard arms for drying scrubbed hammocks. Hammock nettings take their distinguishing names according to their location in the ship, as forecastle, waist, quarterdeck. Hammock racks, see hammock battens. Hamper, things which, though necessary, are in the way in times of gale or service. See top hamper. Hampered, perplexed and troubled. Hamron, an archaic term meaning the hold of a ship. Hances, spandrels, the falls or descents of fife rails, also the breakings of the rudder abaft. See haunch. Hand, a phrase often used for the word man, as a hand to the lead, clap more hands on, etc. To hand a sail is to furl it, to lend a hand, to assist, bear a hand, make haste, hand in the leech, a call in furling sails. To comprehend this, it must be understood that the leech or outer border of the sail, if left to belly or fill with wind, would set at naught all the powers of the men. It is therefore necessary, as Falconer has it, "the tempest to disarm." So by handing in this leech rope before the yard, The canvas is easily folded in and the gasket passed round. Hand grenade, a small shell for throwing by hand. See grenade. Hand gun, an old term for small arms in the times of Henry VII and VIII. Handlass, a West Country term for a small kind of windlass. Handle, the title prefix to a person's name. To handle a ship well is to work her in a seaman-like manner. Hand lead, a small lead used in the channels or chains when approaching land and for sounding in rivers or harbours under 20 fathoms. See lead. Handles of a gun, the dolphins. Hand line, a line bent to the hand lead, measured at certain intervals with what are called marks and deeps from 2 and 3 fathoms to 20. Hand mast piece, the smaller hand mast spars. Hand mast spar, a round mast, those from Riga are commonly over 70 feet long by 20 inches diameter. Handmade, an old denomination for a tender. Thus in Drake's expedition to Cadiz, 2 of Her Majesty's pinnaces were appointed to attend his squadron as handmaids. Hand over hand, hauling rapidly upon any rope by the men passing their hands alternately one before the other or one above the other if they're hoisting. A sailor is said to go hand over hand if he lifts his own weight and ascends a single rope without the help of his legs. Hand over hand also implies rapidly, as we are coming up with the chase hand over hand. Hand pump, the common movable pump for obtaining fresh water, etc., from tanks or casks. Hand saw, the smallest of the saws used by shipwrights and used by one hand. Hand screw, a handy kind of single jack screw. Handsomely signifies steadily or leisurely, as lower away handsomely when required to be done gradually and carefully. The term handsomely repeated implies have a care, not so fast, tenderly. Hand spike, a lever made of tough ash and used to heave round the windlass in order to draw up the anchor from the bottom or move any heavy articles, particularly in merchant ships. The handle is round, but the other end is square, conforming to the shape of the holes in the windlass. See gunner's handspike. Hands reef topsails, the order to reef by all hands instead of the watch, or watch and idlers. Hand tight, a rope hauled as taut as it can be by hand only. Hand under hand, descending a rope by the converse of hand over hand, ascent. Handy billy, a small jigger purchase used particularly in tops or the holds for assisting in hoisting when weak-handed. A watch tackle, see jigger. Handy ship, one that steers easily and can be worked with the watch, or as some seamen would express it, work herself. End of section 1. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 2 of the Sailor's Word Book, H to M, by Admiral William Henry Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. HANG to HAV. Hang, in timber, opposed to sny, which see. To hang, said of a mast that inclines, it hangs forward, if too much stayed, hangs aft, if it requires staying. To hang the mast, by some temporary means until the mast rope be fleeted. To hang on a rope or tackle fall is to hold it fast without belaying. Also to pull forcibly with the whole weight. To hang aback, to be slack on duty. Hanger, the old word for the Persian dagger, and latterly for a short curved sword. Hang fire, when the priming burns without igniting the cartridge, or the charge does not rapidly ignite after pulling the trigger. Figuratively, to hang fire is to hesitate or flinch. Hanging, a word expressive of anything declining in the middle part below a straight line, as the hanging of a deck or a sheer. Also when a ship is difficult to be removed from the stocks or in maneuver. Hanging blocks, These are sometimes fitted with a long and short leg, and lash over the eyes of the topmast rigging. When under, they are made fast to a strap. The topsail tie reeves through these blocks, the tie block on the yard, and the standing part is secured to the masthead. Hanging clamp. A semicircular iron with a foot at each end to receive nails, by which it is fixed to any part of the ship to hang stages to, etc. Hanging compass. A compass so constructed as to hang with its face downwards, the point which supports the card being fixed in the center of the glass, and the gimbals are attached to a beam over the observer's head. There is usually one hung in the cabin, that by looking up to it the ship's course may be observed at any moment, whence it is also termed a tell-tale. Hanging hook pots. Tin utensils fitted for hanging to the bars before the galley grate. Hanging knees. Those which are applied under the lodging knees, and are fayed vertically to the sides. Hanging stage. Any stage hung over the side, bows or stern, for painting, caulking, or temporary repairs. Hanging standard knee. A knee fayed vertically beneath a hold beam, with one arm bolted on the lower side of the beam. Hanging stoves, used for ventilating or drying between decks. Hanging the rudder, so as to allow the pintles to fall into their corresponding braces, constantly in boats, and frequently also in whaling vessels, but seldom in other ships. The rudder, after being shipped, is generally secured by woodlocks to prevent its unshipping at sea. Hang on her. In rowing is the order to stretch out to the utmost, to preserve or increase headway on the boat. Hank for hank. In beating against the wind, each board is thus sometimes denoted, also expressive of two ships which tack simultaneously and make progress to windward together in racing, etc. Hanks. Hoops or rings of rope, wood or iron, fixed upon the stays to seize the luff of fore and aft sails, and to confine the staysails thereto at different distances. Those of wood are used in lieu of grommets, being much more convenient and of a later invention. They are framed by the bending of a rough piece of wood into the form of a wreath, and fastened at the two ends by means of notches, thereby retaining their circular figure and elasticity, whereas the grommets, which are formed of rope, are apt to relax in warm weather, and adhere to the stays, so as to prevent the sails from being readily hoisted or lowered. Iron hanks are more generally used now that stays are made of wire. Hank is also a skein of line or twine. Getting into a hank, irritated by jokes. Hanse-towns, established in the 13th century for the mutual protection of mercantile property, now confined to Lübeck, Hamburg, and Bremen. Happy-go-lucky, a reckless indifference as to danger. Hack, a little handgun of former times. Hackabut, a form of spelling arquebuse, a bigger sort of handgun than the hack. To harass, to torment and fatigue men with needless work. Harbor, a general name given to any safe seaport. The qualities requisite in a good harbor are that it should afford security from the effects of the wind and sea, that the bottom be entirely free from rocks and shallows, but good holding ground, that the opening be of sufficient extent to admit the entrance or departure of large ships without difficulty, that it should have convenience to receive the shipping of different nations, especially those which are laden with merchandises, and that it possess establishments for refitting vessels. To render a harbor complete, there ought to be good defenses, a good lighthouse, and a number of mooring and warping buoys, and finally that it have plenty of fuel, water, provisions, and other materials for sea use. Such a harbor, if used as a place of commercial transactions, is called a port. Harbor dues. See port charges. Harbor duty men. Riggers, leading men, and others ordered to perform the dockyard or port duties, too often superannuated or otherwise unfit. Harbor gaskets. Broad but short and well-blacked gaskets, placed at equal distances on the yard for showing off a well-furled sail in port. There is generally one upon every other seam. Harbor guards. Men detached from the ordinary as a working party. Harbor log. that part of the logbook which consists solely of remarks and relates only to transactions while the ship is in port. Harbour master, an officer appointed to inspect the moorings and to see that the ships are properly berthed, and the regulations of the harbour strictly observed by the different ships frequenting it. Harbour reach, the reach or stretch of a winding river which leads direct to the harbour. Harbour watch, a division or subdivision of the watch kept on night duty, when the ship rides at single anchor to meet any emergency. Hard, a road path made through mud for landing at. See hard. Hard a lee, the situation of the tiller when it brings the rudder hard over to windward. Strictly speaking, it only relates to a tiller which extends forward from the rudder head. Now many extend aft, in which case the order remains the same, but the tiller and rudder are both brought over to windward. Also the order to put the tiller in this position. Hard and fast, said of a ship on shore. Hard a port, the order so to place the tiller as to bring the rudder over to the starboard side of the stern post, whichever way the tiller leads. See hard a lee. Hard a starboard, the order so to place the tiller as to bring the rudder over to the port side of the stern post, whichever way the tiller leads. See hard a lee. Hard a weather, the order so to place the tiller as to bring the rudder on the lee side of the stern post, whichever way the tiller leads, in order to bear away. It is the position of the helm as opposed to hard a lee, which see. Also a hardy seaman. Hard bargain, a useless fellow, a skulker. Hard fish, a term indiscriminately applied to cod, ling, haddock, torsk, etc., salted and dried. Hard gale, when the violence of the wind reduces the ship to be under her storm staysails, number 10 force. Hard head, the Clopea menhaden, or Alosa tyrannus, an oily fish taken in immense quantities on the American coasts, insomuch that they are used for manuring land. Also on our coasts the father lasher or sea scorpion, Cotus scorpius, and in some parts the grey gurnard are so called. Hard horse, a tyrannical officer. Harding, a light kind of duck canvas made in the north. Hard up, the tiller so placed as to carry the rudder close over to leeward of the stern post, also used figuratively for being in great distress or poverty-struck, obliged to bear up for Poverty Bay, cleared out. Hard up in a clinch, and no knife to cut the seizing. Overtaken by misfortune, and no means of evading it. Hards, see Akumba. Harl, mists or thick rolling fogs from the sea, so called in the north, also a name of the goosander, which see. Harmattan, a Fantine name for a singular periodical easterly wind which prevails on the west coast of Africa, generally in December, January, and February. It is dry, though always accompanied by haze, the result of fine red dust suspended in the atmosphere and obscuring the sun. This wind is opposed to the sea breeze, which would otherwise blow fresh from the west on to the land. Harness, an old statute term for the tackling or furniture of a ship. Harness cask, a large conical tub for containing the salt provisions intended for present consumption. Alluding to the junk, which is often called salt horse, it has been described as the tub where the horse, and not the harness, is kept. Harpcock, an old modification of the harpoon. Harpens, see harpings. Harper crab, see Tommy Harper. Harpings or harpens, the four parts of the whales which encompass the bow of a ship, and are fastened to the stem, being thicker than the after part of the whales, in order to strengthen the ship in that place where she sustains the greatest shock of resistance in plunging into the sea, or dividing it under a great pressure of sail. Also the pieces of oak, similar to ribbands, but trimmed and bolted to the shape of the body of the ship, which hold the fore and after cant bodies together until the ship is planked. But this term is mostly applicable to those at the bow, hence arises the phrase clean and full harpings. Harpings in the bow of a vessel are decried as rendering the ship uneasy. Cat harpings, the legs which cross from futtock staff to futtock staff below the tops to girt in the rigging and allow the lower yards to brace sharp up. Harpoon or harpago, a spear or javelin with a barbed point, used to strike whales and other fish. The harpoon is furnished with a long shank and has at one end a broad and flat triangular head, sharpened at both edges so as to penetrate the whale with facility, but blunt behind to prevent its cutting out. To the other end a foreganger is bent, to which is fastened a long cord called the whale line, which lies carefully coiled in the boat in such a manner as to run out without being interrupted or entangled. Several coils, each 130 fathoms of whale line, soft laid and of clean silky fibre, are in readiness. The instant the whale is struck, the men cant the oars so that the roll may not immerse them in the water. The line, which has a turn round the bollard, flies like lightning and is intensely watched. One man pours water on the smoking bollard, another is ready with a sharp axe to cut, and the others see that the lines run free. 7 or 8 coils have been run out before the whale sounds or strikes bottom, when he rises again to breathe and probably gets a similar dose. Gun harpoon, a weapon used for the same purpose as the preceding, but it is fired out of a gun instead of being thrown by hand. It is made entirely of steel and has a chain or long shackle attached to it, to which the whale line is fastened. Greener's harpoon gun is a kind of wall piece fixed in a crutch, which steps into the bow bollard of the whaleboat. The harpoon projects about 4 inches beyond the muzzle. It consists of its barbed point attached to a long link, with a solid button at its opposite end to fit the gun. On one rod of this link is a ring which runs to the muzzle and is there attached to the whale line by a thong of seal or walrus hide wet. The gun being fired, the harpoon is projected, the ring sliding up to the button when the line follows. Some of these harpoons or other engines have grenades, glass globules with prussic acid or other chemicals, which sicken the whale instantly and little trouble ensues. Harpooner, harpooneer or harpooneer, the expert bowman in a whaleboat, whose duty it is to throw or fire the harpoon. Harp seal, the Phoca groenlandica, a species of seal from the Arctic seas, so called from the form of a dark brown mark upon its back. Harquebus or arquebus, something larger than a musket, sometimes called caliver. See arquebus. Har or harl, a sea storm, from a northern term for snarling, in allusion to the noise, also a cold thick mist or fog in easterly winds, the har. Harry bentings, a north country name for sticklebacks. Harry net, a net with such small meshes and so formed as to take even the young and small fish. Harvest moon, the full moon nearest the autumnal equinox, when for several successive evenings she rises at the same hour, and this name is given in consequence of the supposed advantage of the additional length of moonlight to agriculture. Hasega, a corruption of assegai, which see. Husk, an archaism for a fish basket. Haslar hags, the nurses of the naval hospital, Haslar. Haslar Hospital, a fine establishment near Gosport for the reception and cure of the sick and wounded of the Royal Navy. Hasp, a semicircular clamp turning in an eye bolt in the stem head of a sloop or boat, and fastened by a forelock in order to secure the bowsprit down to the bows. See span shackle. Hastan, the Manx or Erse term for a large eel or conger. Hasty pudding, a batter made of flour or oatmeal stirred in boiling water and eaten with treacle or sugar at sea. This dish is not altogether to be despised in need, although Lord Dorset, the sailor poet, speaks of it disparagingly. Quote, "Sure hasty pudding is thy chiefest dish, with bullock's liver or some stinking fish." End quote. Hatch, a half door, a contrivance for trapping salmon. See heck. Hatch bars, to secure the hatches are padlocked and sealed. Hatch boat, a sort of small vessel known as a pilot boat, having a deck composed almost entirely of hatches. Hatch deck. Gun brigs had hatches instead of lower decks. Hatcheling, the combing and preparing hemp for rope making. Hatches, floodgates set in a river to stop the current of water, also coverings of grating, or close hatches to seal the holds, to lie under hatches, stowed in the hold, terms used figuratively for being in distress and death. Hatchet fashion, cutting at the heads of antagonists instead of thrusting. Hatch rings, rings to lift the hatches by or replace them. Hatchway, a square or oblong opening in the middle of the deck of a ship, of which there are generally three, the fore, main, and after, affording passages up and down from one deck to another, and again descending into the hold. The coverings over these openings are called hatches. Goods of bulk are let down into the hold by the hatchways. To lay anything in the hatchway is to put it so that the hatches cannot be approached or opened. The hatches of a smaller kind are distinguished by the name of scuttles. Hatchway nettings. Nettings sometimes placed over the hatchways instead of gratings, for security and circulation of air. They arrest the fall of anyone from a deck above. Hatchway screens, pieces of fear-knot or thick woolen cloth, put round the hatchways of a man of war in time of action to screen the passages to the magazine. Hatchway stoppers. Those for hempen cable are fitted as a ring stopper, only a larger rope. They are rove through a hole on each side of the combings in the corner of the hatchway, and both tails, made selvagee fashion, are dogged along the cable. When a chain cable is used, the stopper works from a beam on the lower deck. Hat money, a word sometimes used for primage, or the trifling payment received by the master of a ship for care of goods. Hauberk, see Auberk. Haw, flat or marshy ground by the side of a river. To haul, an expression peculiar to seamen, implying to pull or bowse at a single rope, without the assistance of blocks or other mechanical powers upon it, as haul in, haul down, haul up, haul aft, haul together. See bows, hoist, and rouse. A vessel hauls her wind by trimming the yards and sails so as to lie nearer to or close to the wind, and by the power of the rudder shaping her course accordingly. Haul aboard the fore and main tacks. This is to haul them forward and down to the chest trees on the weather side. Haul aft a sheet. To pull it in more towards the stern, so as to trim the sail nearer to the wind. Haulage, a traction way. Haul bowlings, the old name for the able-bodied seaman. Haul her wind, said of a vessel when she comes close upon the wind. Haul your wind, or haul to the wind, signifies that the ship's head is to be brought nearer to the wind, a very usual phrase when she has been going free. To haul in, to sail close to the wind in order to approach nearer to an object. Hauling down vacancy, the colloquialism expressive of the promotion of a flag lieutenant and midshipman on an admiral's hauling down his flag. Hauling line, a line made fast to any object, to be hauled nearer or on board as a hawser, a spar, etc. Hauling sharp, going upon half allowance of food. Haul my wind, an expression when an individual is going upon a new line of action to avoid a quarrel or difficulty. Haul of all, an order to brace round all the yards at once, a maneuver sometimes used in tacking or on a sudden change of wind. It requires a strong crew. To haul off, to sail closer to the wind in order to get further from any object. Haul out to leeward, in reefing topsails, the cry when the weather earing is past. Haul round, said when the wind is gradually shifting towards any particular point of the compass, edging round a danger. Hauls aft, or veers aft, said of the wind when it draws astern. Hawser, the old orthography for hawser. Hauls forward, said of the wind when it draws before the beam. haul under the chains. This is a phrase signifying a ship's working and straining on the masts and shrouds so as to make the seams open and shut as she rolls. Halyards, see halyards. Haunches, the breakings of the rudder abaft. Haunch, a sudden fall or break, as from the drifts forward and aft to the waist, the same as hance. Haven, Anglo-Saxon, hafen, a safe refuge from the violence of wind and sea, much the same as harbour, though of less importance, a good anchorage rather than place of perfect shelter. Milford Haven is an exception. Havenet, this word has appeared in vocabularies as a small haven. Haven screamer, the seagull, called hafen by the Anglo-Saxons. Haversack, a coarse linen bag with a strap fitting over the shoulder, worn by soldiers or small-armed men in marching order for carrying their provision instead of the knapsack. Haveler, see Huffler. Havoc, formerly a war cry and the signal for indiscriminate slaughter. Thus Shakespeare, quote, "Cry havoc, and let slip the dogs of war." End quote. End of section 2. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 3 of the Sailor's Word Book, H to M, by Admiral William Henry Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. HAW to HED. Hawk's bill. Chalone imbricata. A well-known turtle frequenting the Atlantic and Indian Oceans, so named from having a small mouth like the beak of a hawk. It produces the tortoise shell of commerce. The flesh is indifferent, but the eggs very good. Hawse. This is a term of great meaning. Strictly, it is that part of a vessel's bow where holes are cut for her cables to pass through. It is also generally understood to imply the situation of the cables before the ship's stem, when she is moored with 2 anchors out from forward, one on the starboard and the other on the port bow. It also denotes any small distance between her head and the anchors employed to ride her, as "he has anchored in our hawse," "the brig fell athwart our hawse," etc. Also said of a vessel a little in advance of the stem, as "she sails athwart hawse," or "has anchored in the hawse." If a vessel drives at her anchors into the hawse of another, she is said to foul the hawse of the vessel riding there. Hence the threat of a man-of-war's man, "If you foul my hawse, I'll cut your cable." No merchant vessel being allowed to approach a ship of war within certain limits, and never to make fast to the government buoys. A bold hawse is when the holes are high above the water. Freshen hawse, or to veer out more cable, is said when part of the cable that lies in the hawse is fretted or chafed, and more should be veered out, so that another part of it may rest in the hawse. Freshen hawse also means clap a service on or around the cable in the hawses to prevent it from fretting. Hemp cables only are rounded or cackled. Also a dram after fatiguing duty. Clearing hawse is untwisting or disentangling 2 cables that come through different holes and make a foul hawse. Hawse bags. Canvas bags filled with oakum, used in heavy seas to stop the hawse holes and prevent the water coming in. Hawse blocks. Bucklers or pieces of wood made to fit over the hawse holes when at sea, to back the hawse plugs. Hawse bolsters. Planks above and below the hawse holes. Also pieces of canvas stuffed with oakum and roped round for plugging when the cables are bent. Hawse box or naval hood. Pieces of plank bolted outside round each of the hawse holes to support the projecting part of the hawse pipe. Hawse bucklers. Plugs of wood to fit the hawse holes and hatches to bolt over to keep the sea from spurting in. Hawse fallen. To ride hawse fallen is when the water breaks into the hawse in a rough sea, driving all before it. Hawse full. Riding hawse full, pitching bows under. Hawse holes. cylindrical holes cut through the bows of a ship on each side of the stem through which the cables pass in order to be drawn into or let out of the vessel as occasion requires. Hawse hook, a compass breast timber which crosses the hawse timber above the ends of the upper deck planking and over the hawse holes. See breast hooks. Hawse pieces, the timbers which compose the bow of a vessel and their sides look fore and aft. It is a name given to the foremost timbers of a ship, whose lower ends rest upon the knuckle timbers. They are generally parallel to the stem, having their upper ends sometimes terminated by the lower part of the beakhead, and otherwise by the top of the bow. Also, timbers through which the hawse holes are cut. Hawse pipe, a cast iron pipe in the hawse holes to prevent the cable from cutting the wood. Hawse plugs, blocks of wood made to fit into the hawse pipes and put in from the outside to stop the hawses and thereby prevent the water from washing into the manger. The plug, coated with old canvas, is first inserted, then a mat or swab, and over it the buckler or shield, which bolts upward and downward into the breast hooks. Hawser, a large rope or cablet, which holds the middle degree between the cable and tow line, being a size smaller than the former, and as much larger than the latter. Curiously, it is not hawser, but cable laid. Hawser-laid rope is rope made in the usual way, being 3 or 4 strands of yarns laid up right-handed or with the sun. It is used for small running rigging as well as for standing rigging, shrouds, etc. In the latter case it is generally tarred to keep out rain. It is supposed that this style of rope is stronger in proportion to the number of yarns than cable or water-laid rope, which is more tightly twisted, each strand being a small rope. This latter is more impervious to water and therefore good for cables, hawsers, etc. It is laid left-handed or against the sun. Hawse timbers, the upright timbers in the bow, bolted on each side of the stem in which the hawse holes are cut. Hawse wood, a general name for the hawse timbers. Hay, a straight rank of men drawn up exactly in a line. Hay, a peculiar ground shark on the coast of Guinea. Hailer, an archaism for halyard. Haze, a greyish vapour, less dense than a fog, and therefore does not generally exclude objects from sight. To haze, to punish a man by making him do unnecessary work. Head, the upper part or end of anything, as a masthead, a timber-head. Also an ornamental figure on a ship's stem, expressive of her name or emblematical of her object, etc. See billet head, bust head, family head, fiddle head, figure head, scroll head, etc. Also, in a more enlarged sense, the whole forepart of a ship, including the bows on each side. The head, therefore, opens the column of water through which the ship passes when advancing. Hence we say headway, head sails, head sea, etc. It is evident that the forepart of a ship is called its head, from its analogy to that of a fish or any animal while swimming. Also, in a confined sense, to that part on each side of the stem outside the bows proper, which is appropriated to the use of the sailors for wringing swabs or any wet jobs, for no wet is permitted inboard after the decks are dried. Also, hydrographically, the upper part of a gulf, bay, or creek. By the head, the state of a ship which by her lading draws more water forward than aft. This may be remedied without reference to cargo in ships of war, by shifting shot, guns, etc. Vessels by the head are frequently uneasy, gripe and pitch more than when by the stern. Head and gun money, an encouragement in the prize acts by which £5 a head is given to the captors for every person on board a captured vessel of war or pirate. Headboards, the berthing or close boarding between the head rails. Head clew of a hammock, where the head rests. See hammock. Head cringles, earring cringles at the upper clews or corners of a sail. Head earrings, the lanyards to haul out the earrings. See earrings. Header, the person in the Newfoundland fishing vessels who's engaged to cut open the fish, tear out the entrails, break off the head, and pass it over to the splitter who sits opposite to him. Head fast, a rope or chain employed to fasten the head of a ship or boat to a wharf or buoy, or to some other vessel alongside. Headfast of a boat, the tow rope or painter. Head holes. The eyelet holes where the rope bands of a sail are fitted. They are worked buttonhole fashion over grommets of twine of several thicknesses, sometimes of cod line. Heading. As to ships in company, one advancing by sail or steam faster than another heads her. Heading up the land water. When the flood tide is backed by a wind so that the ebb is retarded, causing an overflow. Head knees. Pieces of moulded compass timber fade edgewise to the cutwater and stem to steady the former. These are also called cheek knees. Headland. Wherever the coast presents a high, cliffy, salient angle to the sea without projecting far into it is called a headland, but if the point be low, it is a spit, tongue, or point. See bluff. Headmost. The situation of any ship or ships which are the most advanced in a fleet or line of battle, the opposite of sternmost. Head netting. An ornamental netting used in merchant ships instead of the fade planking to the headrails. Head of a comet. The brighter part of a comet, from which the tail proceeds. Head of a mast or masthead. The upper part of any mast, or that whereon the caps or trucks are fitted. Head of a work. In fortification, the part most advanced towards the enemy. In progressive works, such as siege approaches and saps, it is the furthest point then attained. Head of water. Water kept to a height by winds, or by artificial dams and sluice gates, the vertical column which dock gates have to bear. Headpiece, a term for the helmet. Head pump. A small pump fixed at the vessel's bow, its lower end communicating with the sea. It is mostly used for washing decks. Headquarters. The place where the general or commanding officer takes up his quarters. Also the man of war or transport which carries the staff of an expedition. Headrails. The short rails of the head, extending from the back of the figure to the cathead, equally useful and ornamental. There are two on each side, one straight and the other curved. See false rail. Also used familiarly for teeth. Head rope. That part of the bolt rope which terminates any sail on the upper edge, and to which it is accordingly sewed. See bolt rope. Also the small rope to which a flag is fastened, to hoist it to the masthead or head of the ensign's staff. Head sails. A general name for all those sails which may be set on the foremast and bowsprit, jib and flying jib boom, and employed to influence the forepart of the ship. Head sea. A name given to the waves when they oppose a ship's course, as the ship must rise over or cut through each. Their effect depends upon their height, form, and speed. Sometimes they are steep, quick, and irregular, so that a ship is caught by a second before she has recovered from the first. These render her wet and uneasy. Head sheets, especially jibs and staysail sheets before the foremast. Head stick. A short round stick with a hole at each end, through which the head rope of some triangular sails is thrust before it is sewed on. Its use is to prevent the head of the sail from twisting. Head to wind. The situation of a ship or boat when her head is pointed directly to windward. The term is particularly applied in the act of tacking or while lying at anchor. Headway. A ship is said to gather headway when she passes any object thrown overboard at the bow and it passes astern into her wake. A ship may also, by the action of swell, forge ahead. Head wind. A breeze blowing from the direction of the ship's intended course. Thus, if a ship is bound northeast, a northeast wind is a headwind, dead on end, as seamen express it. The wind heads us, that is, veers towards the direction of the ship's course. Heeled. The heel over of a grounded ship. Health guard. Officers appointed to superintend the due observance of the quarantine regulations. Heart. A block of wood, forming a peculiar sort of triangular dead-eye, somewhat resembling the shape of a heart. It is furnished with only one large hole in the middle, grooved for the rope instead of the 3 holes. It is principally used to the stays as the dead-eyes are to the shrouds. See dead-eye. Hearth. Applied to the ship's fireplace, coppers, and galley generally. Hearty. Open and free. My hearties, a cheerful salute to shipmates and seamen in general. What cheer, my hearties? How fare ye? What's your news? Heart yarns. The centre yarns of a strand, also the heart yarn or centre on which 4-stranded rope is formed. Heath. Various broom stuffs used in breaming. To heave. To throw anything overboard. To cast, as heaving the log or the lead. Also to drag, prize or purchase, as heaving up the anchor. To heave about. To go upon the other tack suddenly. Heave and awash. An encouraging call when the ring of the anchor rises to the surface and the stock stirs the water. Heave and away signifies that the next effort will start the anchor from its bed and make it a trip. Heave and away, sir, from the forecastle, denotes that the anchor is away. It inspirits the men to run it to the bows rapidly. Heave and in sight. A notice given by the boatswain to the crew when the anchor is drawn up so near the surface of the water as to be seen by its muddy water surrounding it. Heave and pawl is the order to turn the capstan or windlass till the pawl may be put in, by which it is prevented from coming up, and is something similar to belay applied to a running rope. Heave and rally, an encouraging order to the men at the capstan to heave with spirit, with a rush, and thereby force the anchor out of the ground. When there is a rising sea, heave and rally implies heave and stand to your bars, the pawls taking the strain, and the next wave probably lifting the anchor. Heave and set, the ship's motion in rising and falling to the waves when at anchor. Heave handsomely, gently. Heave hearty, heave strong and with a will. Heave of the sea, the power that the swell of the sea exerts upon a ship in driving her out of, or faster on in, her course, and for which allowance must be made in the day's work. It is a similar or the same action in force as in a head sea. Heave out there, the order to hasten men from their hammocks. Heaver, a wooden bar or staff, sometimes tapered at the ends. It is employed as a lever or purchase on many occasions, such as setting up the topmast shrouds, stropping large blocks, seizing the standing rigging, etc. Also a name on the Kentish shores for the Haveler crab. To heave short, to heave in on the cable until the vessel is nearly over her anchor, or sufficiently near it for sail being made before the anchor is tripped. Short is when the forestay and cable are in line. To heave the lead, to take soundings with the hand lead line, get a cast of the lead with the deep sea lead and line. Heave the log, determine the ship's velocity by the log line and glass. To heave to put a vessel in the position of lying to by adjusting her sails so as to counteract each other, and thereby check her way or keep her perfectly still. In a gale it implies to set merely enough sail to steady the ship, the aim being to keep the sea on the weather bow, whilst the rudder has but little influence. The sail is chiefly set on the main and mizzen mast, as hove to under a close-reefed main topsail or main trysail, or driver. It is customary in a foul wind gale, and a last resort in a fair one. Heaving ahead is the act of advancing or drawing a ship forwards by heaving on a cable or rope made fast to some fixed point before her. Heaving and setting, riding hard, pitching, and sending. Heaving astern, causing a ship to recede or go backwards by heaving on a cable or other rope fastened to some fixed point behind her. This more immediately applies to drawing a vessel off a shoal. Heaving astrain, working at the windlass or capstan with more than usual exertion. Heaving down, see careening. The bringing one of the ship's sides down into the water by means of purchases on the masts, in order to repair any injury which is below her waterline on the other. Heaving in, shortening in the cable. Also the binding a block and hook by a seizing. Heaving in stays, the act of tacking, when the wind being ahead, great pressure is thrown upon the stays. Heaving keel out, the utmost effect to be produced by careening, viz. to raise the keel out of the water in order to repair or clean it, see heaving down. Heaving out, the act of loosing or unfurling a sail, particularly applied to the staysails or, in the tops, footing the sail out of the top. Heaving taut, the act of turning the capstan, etc., till the rope applied thereto becomes straight and ready for action. Heaving through all, the surging or slipping of the cable when the nippers do not hold. Heavy drift ice, dense ice which has a great depth in the water in proportion to its size and is not in a state of decay, therefore dangerous to shipping. Heavy gale, a strong wind, in which a ship is reduced to storm staysails and close-reefed main topsail, force 10. Heavy metal or heavy ordnance, ordnance of large caliber. Heavy sea, high and strong waves. Hepperman, an old name for a fisherman on the Thames below London Bridge, who took whitings, smelts, etc., commonly at ebbing water. Hebbing weir, contrivances for taking fish at ebbing water. Heck boat, the old term for pinks, latterly a clincher-built boat with covered foresheets and one mast with a trysail. Heckle, said to be from the Teutonic heklen, to dress flax for rope-making, also an artificial fly for fishing. Heckleback, a name of the 15-spined stickleback, Gasterosteus spinacea. Heda, an early term for a small haven, wharf, or landing place. Hedagium, a toll or duty paid at the wharf for landing goods, etc. Hedgehogs, a name formerly applied to vessels which rowed with many oars, also small stunted trees, unfit for timber. End of section 3. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia 2023. Section 4 of The Sailor's Word Book, H to M, by William Henry Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. HEE to HOI. Heel, the after end of a ship's keel, and the lower end of the stern post to which it is connected. Also the lower end of any mast, boom, bowsprit, or timber. Also that part of the end of the butt of a musket which is uppermost when at the firing position. To heel, to lie over or incline to either side out of the perpendicular, usually applied to a ship when canted by the wind or by being unequally ballasted. See crank, stiff, and trim. Heel brace, a piece of ironwork applicable to the lower part of a rudder in case of casualty to the lower pintles. Heeling gunwale to, pressing down sideways to her upper works, particularly applied to boats running before a heavy sea, when they may roll their weather gunwales to. Heel knee, the compass piece which connects the keel with the stern post. Heel lashing, the rope which secures the inner part of a studding sail boom to the yard, also that which secures the jib boom. Heel of a mast, the lower end which either fits into the step attached to the keel, or in topmasts is sustained by the fid upon the trestle trees. Heeling is the square part of the spar through which the fid hole is cut. Heel rope, that which hauls out the bowsprit in cutters, and the jib and studding sail booms, or anything else where it passes through the heel of the spar, except in the case of topmasts and topgallant masts, where it becomes a mast rope. Heels, having the heels of a ship, sailing faster. Heel tackles, the luff purchases for the heels of each sheer previous to taking in masts or otherwise using them. Heavel, an old northern term for the conger. Heft, the Anglo-Saxon heft, the handle of a dirk, knife, or any edged tool, also the handle of an oar. Height, synonymous with hill, and meaning generally any ground above the common level of the place. Our early navigators used the word as a synonym of latitude. Height of the hold, used for the depth of the hold. Height of breadth. In shipbuilding is a delineation generally in two lines, upper and lower, determining the height of the broadest place of each timber. Heliacal. A star rises heliacally when it first becomes visible in the morning, after having been hidden in the sun's rays, and it sets heliacally when it is first lost in the evening twilight, owing to the sun's proximity. Helier, a cavern into which the tide flows. Heliocentric, as seen from or having reference to the center of the sun. Heliometer, an instrument designed for the accurate measurement of the diameters of the sun or planets. Heliostat, or heliotrope. This instrument reflects the sun's rays by a silvered disc used in the great trigonometrical surveys. It has been visible at 100 miles distance from Cumberland to Ireland. Helafloat, a vessel with a bad name for tyranny. Helm, properly is the tiller, but sometimes used to express the rudder, and the means used for turning it, which in small vessels and boats is merely a tiller, but in larger vessels a wheel is added which supplies the leverage for pulling the tiller either way. They are connected by ropes or chains. Alee the helm, or down with the helm. So place the tiller that the rudder is brought on the weather side of the stern post. These and the following orders were established when tillers extended forward from the rudder head, but now they often extend aft, which requires the motion of the tiller to be reversed. With the latter style of tiller, the order down with the helm is carried out by bringing the tiller up to the weather side of the ship, which being done, the order helms alee follows. Bear up the helm, that is, let the ship go more large before the wind. Ease the helm, to let the helm come more amidships, when it has been put hard up or down. It is common to ease the helm before a heavy sea takes the ship when close hauled. Helm amidships, or right the helm, that is, keep it even with the middle of the ship in a line with the keel. Helm over, the position of the tiller to enable a vessel steaming ahead to describe a curve. Port the helm. Place the tiller so as to carry the rudder to starboard. See alee the helm. Shift the helm. Put it from port to starboard and vice versa, or it may be amidships. Starboard the helm. Place the tiller so as to carry the rudder to port. Up with the helm. Place the tiller so as to carry the rudder to leeward. See alee the helm. Helmed, an old word for steered. It is metaphorically used by Shakespeare in Measure for Measure. Helmet, a piece of defensive armor, a covering for the head. Helm port, the round hole or cavity in a ship's counter through which the head of the rudder passes into the trunk. Helm port transom, the piece of timber placed across the lower counter, with inside the height of the helm port, and bolted through every timber for the security of that part of the ship. Helmsman, the timoneer, or person who guides the ship or boat by the management of the helm, the same as steersman. Helm wind, a singular meteorological phenomenon which occurs in the north of England. Besides special places in Cumberland and Westmoreland, it suddenly rushes from an immense cloud that gathers round the summit of Cross Fell, covering it like a helmet. Its effects reach the seaboard. Helmy, rainy, from an Anglo-Saxon phrase for rainy weather. Helter-skelter, hurry and confusion, defiance of good order, privateerism. Helve, the handle of the carpenter's mauls, axes and adzes, also of an oar, etc. Hellier, see Hellier. Hemisphere, half the surface of a globe. The celestial equator divides the heavens into two hemispheres, the northern and the southern. Hemp, Cannabis sativa, a manufactorial plant of equal antiquity with flax. The production of hemp in fiber varies from 300 to 600 weight per acre, and forms the best of all cordage and ropes. It is mixed with opium in the preparation of those rich drugs called hashish in Cairo and Constantinople. Those who were in the constant use of them were called hashishin, herb eaters, and being often, by their stimulative properties, excited almost to frenzy and to murder. The word assassin is said to have been derived by the Crusaders from this source. While the French army was in Egypt, Napoleon I was obliged to prohibit, under the severest penalties, the sale and use of these pernicious substances. Hendecagon, a right-lined figure with 11 sides. If it be regular, the sides and angles are all equal. Hen frigate, a ship wherein the captain's wife interfered in the duty or regulations. Hen's ware, a name of the edible seaweed Fucus esculentus. Heppa or Hippa, a New Zealand fort or space surrounded with stout palisades. These rude defences have given our soldiers and sailors much trouble to reduce. See Pa. Heptagon, a right-lined figure with 7 sides. If it be regular, the sides and angles are all equal. Hercules, the large mass of iron by the blows of which anchors are welded. Hereaway, a term when a lookout man announces a rum or bearing of any object in this quarter. Here fair, Anglo-Saxon, an expedition, going to warfare. Hérisson, a balanced barrier to a passage in a fort of the nature of a turnstile. Herling, a congener of the salmon species found in Scotland. It is small and shaped like a sea trout. Hermaphrodite, or brig schooner, is square-rigged but without a top forward and schooner-rigged abaft, carrying only fore and aft sails on the mainmast. In other phrase, she is a vessel with a brig's foremast and a schooner's mainmast. Hermit crab, a name applied to a group of crabs, family Paguridae, of which the hinder part of the body is soft, and which habitually lodge themselves in the empty shell of some mollusk, also called soldier crabs. Hermo, a Mediterranean term for the meteor called Corpo Santo. Hern, a bight or corner, as Herne Bay, so called from lying in an angle. Hernshaw and hern, old words for the heron. Heron, a large bird of the genus Ardea which feeds on fish. Herring, a common fish, the Clupea harengus, Anglo-Saxon herring and herring. Herring boning, a method of sewing up rents in a sail by small cross stitches by which the seam is kept flat. Herringbus, a peculiar boat of 10 or 15 tons for the herring fishery. See bus. Herring cob, a young herring. Herring gutted. See Shotten herring. Herring hog, a name for the porpoise. Herring pond, the Atlantic Ocean. Heterodromous levers, the windlass, capstan, crank, crane, etc. Heteroplon, a kind of naval insurance where the insurers only run the risk of the outward voyage. When both the going out and return of a vessel is insured, it is called ampheteroplon. Hettle, a rocky fishing ground in the Firth of Forth, which gives name to the fish called hettle codling. Hu, a craggy dry dell, a ravine without water. Hexagon, a right-lined figure with 6 sides. If it be regular, the sides and angles are all equal. Haze and how, an ancient sea cheer. Hi, often used for hoy, as "Hi, you there," also the old term for they, as in Sir Ferumbra's quote, "Costroy there was, the Admiral, with vitail great plenty, and the standard of the Sowden Royal towards Mantrable ridden high." Hidden harbour, that of which the outer points so overlap as to cause the coast to appear to be continuous. To hide, to beat, to rope's end or drub, also to secrete. To high, to flow quickly in a tideway. High aloft, away aloft. High, in gunnery, signifies tightly fitting the bore, said of shot, wads, etc. Also, a gun is said to be laid high when too much elevated. High and dry, the situation of a ship or other vessel which is aground, so as to be seen dry upon the strand when the tide ebbs from her. High enough, said in hoisting in goods, water, or masts. High flood, sea flood. High latitudes, those regions far removed from the equator towards the poles of the earth above the 50th degree. High tide or high water, figuratively a full purse. Constance in Shakespeare's King John uses the term high tides as denoting the gold letter days or holidays of the calendar. High water, the greatest height of the flood tide. sea tide. High water mark, the line made by the water upon the shore when at its greatest height. It is also designated the flood mark and spring tide mark. This constitutes the boundary line of Admiralty jurisdiction as to the soil. High wind, see heavy gale. Higer, see bore and eager. Hike, a brief equivalent to be off, go away. It is generally used in a contemptuous sense, as he was hiked off, that is, dismissed at once or in a hurry. To swing. To hike up, to kidnap, to carry off by force. Hill, in use with the Anglo-Saxons, an insulated rise of the ground usually applied to heights below 1,000 feet, yet higher than a hillock or hummock, which see. Hillock, a small coast hill, differing from a hummock in having a peaked or pointed summit. Hilt, the handle and guard of a sword. Hindcastle, a word formerly used for the poop as being opposed to forecastle. Hippogenes, or hippogoge, ancient transports for carrying cavalry. Hipper, or hipping stones, large stones placed for crossing a brook. Hippocampus, a small fish, so termed from the head resembling that of a horse. They live among reeds and long fuci, to which they cling with prehensile tails. Hippodems, an old word for sea-horses. Hipsy, a drink compounded of wine, water, and brandy. To hire, to take vessel or men on service at a stipulated remuneration. Hurricano, an old word for hurricane. Hurst, the roughest part of a river ford, a bank. Hitch, a species of knot by which one rope is connected with another or to some object. They are various, as clove hitch, racking hitch, timber hitch, stopped, rolling hitch, running hitch, half hitch, black wall hitch, Magnus hitch, marlin spike hitch, harness hitch, etc. See bend and knot. It also signifies motion by a jerk. Figuratively, it is applied to an impediment. A seaman often hitches up his trousers, which have no lifts or braces. To hitch is to make fast a rope, etc., to catch with a hook. Thus of old, when a boat was to be hoisted in, they said, "Hitch the tackles into the rings of the boat." Hitcher, an old term for a boat hook. Ho, or hey, an exclamation derived from our Danish ancestors and literally meaning stop. Hokey, a common petty oath. By the hokey, by your hearth or fire. Home, the dried fat of the codfish. Hostmen, an ancient guild at Newcastle, dealing in coals. Hoy, or hoy, a word frequently added to an exclamation bespeaking attention, as maintop hoy, and is chiefly used to persons aloft or without the ship. Hobanob, to drink cosily, the act of touching glasses in pledging a health, an early and extensive custom falling into disuse. Hobble, a perplexity or difficulty. Hobbles, irons or fetters. Hobbler, a coastman of Kent, a bit of a smuggler and an unlicensed pilot, ever ready for a job in either of these occupations. Also a man on land employed in towing a vessel by a rope. Also a sentinel who kept watch at a beacon. Hobbits, small mortars of 6 or 8 inches bore, mounted on gun carriages, in use before the howitzer. Hobrin, a northern designation of the blue shark, Squalus glaucus. Hock, the pickled dogfish, Squalus acanthius. Hock saw, a fermented drink along the coasts of China, partaking more of the nature of beer than of spirit, and therefore less injurious than sam tsin. Hod, a hole under a bank or rock, forming a retreat for fish. Hoddy-doddy, a west country name for revolving light. Hodmadods, the name among early navigators for Hottentots. Hodmandods, see Dodman. Hodometrical, a method of finding the longitude at sea by dead reckoning. Ho, see how. Ho mother or Homer, the basking shark, Squalus maximus. Ho tusk, Squalus mustela, smooth houndfish of the Shetlanders. Hog, a kind of rough, flat scrubbing broom, serving to scrape a ship's bottom under water, particularly in the act of boot-topping, which see, formed by enclosing a multitude of short twigs of birch or the like between two pieces of plank, which are firmly attached to each other. The ends of the twigs are then cut off even so as to form a brush of considerable extent. To this is fitted a long staff, together with two ropes, the former of which is used to thrust the hog under the ship's bottom, and the latter to guide and pull it up again close to the planks, so as to rub off all the dirt. This work is usually performed in the ship's boat. Hog boat, see heck boat. Hogged, a significant word derived from the animal. It implies that the two ends of a ship's decks droop lower than the midship part, consequently that her keel and bottom are so strained as to curve upwards. The term is therefore in opposition to that of sagging. Hog in armour, sobriquet for an ironclad ship. Hogo, from the French au goût, a disagreeable smell, but rather applied to ill-ventilated berths than to bilge water. Hoise, the old word for hoist. Hoist, the perpendicular height of a sail or flag. In the latter it is opposed to the fly, which implies its breadth from the staff to the outer edge, or that part to which the halyards are bent. To hoist or hoise, to raise anything, but the term is especially applied to the operation of swaying up a body by the assistance of tackles. It is also invariably used for the hauling up the sails along the masts or stays, and the displaying of flags and pendants, though by the help of a single block only. See sway, tracing up, and whip. Hoisting tackle, a whip, a burton, or greater purchase, as yardarm tackles, etc. Hoisting the flag. An admiral, assuming his command, hoists his flag, and is saluted with the definite number of guns by all vessels present. Hoisting the pendant. Commissioning a ship. End of section 4. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 5 of the Sailor's Word Book, H to M, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. HOL to HOY. Hold. The whole interior cavity of a ship, or all that part comprehended between the floor and the lower deck throughout her length. The after hold lies abaft the mainmast, and is usually set apart for the provisions in ships of war. The forehold is situated about the fore hatchway, in continuation with the main hold, and serves the same purposes. The main hold is just before the mainmast, and generally contains the fresh water and beer for the use of the ship's company. To rummage the hold is to examine its contents. To stow the hold is to arrange its contents in the most secure and commodious manner possible. To trim the hold, see trim of the hold. Also, an Anglo-Saxon term for a fort, castle, or stronghold. Hold is also generally understood of a ship with regard to the land or another ship. Hence we say, keep a good hold of the land, or keep the land well aboard, which are synonymous phrases implying to keep near the land. When applied to a ship, we say, she holds her own, that is, goes as fast as the other ship, holds her wind or way. To hold, to assemble for public business, as to hold a court-martial, a survey, etc. Hold, an authoritative way of separating combatants, according to the old military laws at tournaments, etc. Stand fast. To hold a good wind, to have weatherly qualities. Hold all, a portable case for holding small articles required by soldiers, marines, and small-arm men on service. Hold beams, the lowest range of beams in a merchantman. In a man-of-war they support the orlop deck. See orlop beams. Holders, the people employed in the hold duties of a ship. Hold fast, a rope Also the order to the people aloft when shaking out reefs, etc., to suspend the operation. In shipbuilding it means a bolt going down through the rough tree rail and the fore or after part of each stanchion. Holding on, the act of pulling back the hind part of any rope. Holding on the slack, doing nothing. See eyelids. Holding water, the act of checking the progress of a boat by holding the oar blades in the water and bearing the flat part strongly against the current alongside so as to meet its resistance. See back astern, oar, and row. Hold off, the keeping the hove-in part of a cable or hawser clear of the capstan. Hold on, keep all you've got in pulling a rope. Hold on a minute, wait or stop. Hold on with your nails and eyelids, a derisive injunction to a timid climber. Hold on, good sticks, an apostrophe often made when the masts complain in a fresh squall or are overpressed, and it is unadvisable to shorten sail. Hold stanchions, those which support the hold beams amidships and rest on the kelson. To hold up, in meteorological parlance, for the weather to clear up after a gale, to stop raining. Hole, a clear open space amongst ice in the Arctic seas. Holaber, a kind of light horseman who rode out from place to place in the night to gain intelligence of the landing of boats, men, etc. on the Kentish coast. Holes, eyelet or œillet, the holes in sails for points and rope bands which are fenced round by stitching the edge to a small log-line grommet. In the drumhead of a capstan, the holes receive the capstan bars. Holiday, any part left neglected or uncovered in paying or painting, blacking or tarring. Hollands, the spirit principally distilled in Holland. Hollards, the dead branches and loppings of trees. Halibut, a spelling of halibut. Halloa or holla, an answer to any person calling from a distance to show they hear. Thus, if the master intends to give any order to the people in the main top, he previously calls, "Main top, hoy." It is also the first answer received when hailing a ship. See hailing and hoy. Hollow, the bore of a rocket. In naval architecture, a name for the fifth or top timber sweep, which see. Also hollow or curved leeches of sails, in contradistinction to straight. Hollow bastion. In fortification, a bastion of which the terraplane or interior terrace is not continued beyond a certain distance to the rear of the parapet, and thus leaves a central area at a lower level. Hollow mould, the same as floor hollow, which see. Hollows and rounds, plane tools used for making mouldings. Hollow sea, the undulation of the waves after a gale, long hollow-jawed sea, ground swell. Hollow shot, introduced principally for naval use before the horizontal firing of shells from guns became general. Their weight was about 2/3 that of the solid shot. Thus they required less charge of powder and weight of gun than the latter, whilst their smashing effect and first ranges were supposed to be greater. It is clear, however, that if filled with powder, their destructive effect must be immensely increased. Hollow square, the square generally used by British infantry, a formation to resist cavalry. Each side is composed of 4 ranks of men, the 2 foremost kneeling with bayonets forming a fence breast high. The enclosed central space affords shelter to officers, colours, etc. With breech-loading muskets, this defence will become less necessary. See also rallying square. Holm, see Clet, a name both on the shores of Britain and Norway for a small uninhabited island used for pasture, yet in old writers it sometimes is applied to the sea or a deep water. Also an ill-defined name applied to a low islet in a river, as well as the flat land by the riverside. Holometrum geometricum, a nautical instrument of brass, one of which, price £4, was supplied to Martin Frobisher in 1576. Wholesome, a term applied to a ship that rides without rolling or labouring. Holster, a case or cover for a pistol worn at the saddle bow. Holt, from the Anglo-Saxon, a peaked hill covered with a wood. Holus bolus, all together, all at once. Holy stone, a sandstone for scrubbing decks, so called from being originally used for Sunday cleaning, or obtained by plundering churchyards of their tombstones, or because the seamen have to go on their knees to use it. Home, the proper situation of any object when it retains its full force of action, or when it is properly lodged for convenience. In the former sense it is applied to the sails, in the latter it usually refers to the stowage of the hold. The anchor is said to come home when it loosens or drags through the ground by the effort of the wind or current. See anchor. Home is the word given by the captain of the gun when by the sense of his thumb on the touch-hole he determines that the charge is home, and no air escapes by the touch-hole. It is the word given to denote the topsail or other sheets being home or butting. Sheet home, the order to extend the clews of sails to the yard arms. The wind blows home when it sets continuously over the sea and land with equal velocity. When opposed by vertical or high land, the breeze loses its force as the land is neared. Then it does not blow home, as about Gibraltar and Toulon. Home service, the Channel service, any force, whether naval or military, stationed in and about the United Kingdom. Home traders, the contradistinction of foreign-going ships. Homeward bound, said of a ship when returning from a voyage to the place whence she was fitted out, or the country to which she belongs. Homeward bounder, a ship on her course home. Homelin, the raya rubus or rough ray. Honest pounds, used in contradistinction to purser's pounds, which see. Honeycomb, a spongy kind of flaw in the metal of ordnance, generally due to faulty casting. Hong, mercantile houses in China, with convenient warehouses adjoining, also a society of the principal merchants of the place. Honours of war, favourable terms granted to a capitulating enemy on evacuating a fortress. They vary in degree, according to circumstances, generally understood to mean to march out armed, colours flying, etc., but to pile arms at a given point, and leave them, and to be sent home or give parole not to serve until duly exchanged. Who, see how. Hood, a covering for a companion hatch, skylight, etc., also the piece of tarred or painted canvas which used to cover the eyes of rigging to prevent water from damaging them, now seldom used, also the name given to the upper part of the galley chimney, made to turn round with the wind, that the smoke may always go to leeward. Naval hoods or hood, large, thick pieces of timber which encircle the hawse-holes. Hood ends, the ends of the planks which fit into the rabbets of the stem and stern posts. Hood of a pump, a frame covering the upper wheel of a chain pump. Hoods or hoodings, the foremost and aftermost planks of the bottom, within and without, also coverings to shelter the mortar in bomb vessels. Hook, there are several kinds used at sea, as boat hooks, can hooks, cat hooks, fish hooks, and the like. A name given to reaches or angular points in rivers, such as Sandy Hook at New York. Laying hook, a winch used in rope making. Loof tackle hooks, termed luffs. A tackle with two hooks, one to hitch into a cringle of the main or foresail in the bolt rope, and the other to hitch into a strap spliced to the chest tree. They pull down the sail, and in a stiff gale help to hold it so that all the stress may not bear upon the tack. Hook and butt, the scarfing or laying two ends of planks over each other. See butt and butt, and hook scarf. Hook block, any block of iron or wood strapped with a hook. Hook bolts, those used to secure lower deck ports. Hooker or hawker, a coast or fishing vessel, a small hoy-built craft with one mast, intended for fishing. They are common on our coasts and greatly used by pilots, especially off the Irish ports. Also Jack's name for his vessel, the favourite old hooker. Also a term for a short pipe, probably derived from hookah. Hooky, see hokey. Hooking, In ship carpentry, this is the act of working the edge of one plank into that of another in such a manner that they cannot be drawn asunder. Hook of the decks, see breast hooks. Hook pots, tin cans fitted to hang on the bars of the galley range. Hook ropes, a rope 6 or 8 fathoms long with a hook and thimble spliced at one end and whipped at the other. It is used in coiling hempen cables in the tiers, dragging chain, etc. Hook scarf. In ship carpentry, the joining of 2 pieces of wood by a strong method of hook butting, which mode of connecting is termed hook and butt. Hoop. The principal hoops of different kinds used for nautical purposes are noticed under their several names as mast hoops, clasp hoops, etc. In wind-bound ships in former times, the left hands of several boys were tied to a hoop, and their right armed with a nettle, they being naked down to the waist. On the boatswain giving one a cut with his cat, the boys struck the one before him, and each one did the same, beginning gently, but becoming irritated, they at last laid on in earnest. Also a nautical punishment for quarrelsome fighters was that 2 offenders, similarly fastened, thrashed each other until one gave in. The craven was usually additionally punished by the commander. Hoops. The strong iron bindings of the anchor stock to the shank, though square, are called hoops. Hope, a small bay. It was an early term for valley, and is still used in Kent for a brook, and gives name to the adjacent anchorages. Johnson defines it to be any sloping plain between 2 ridges of hills. Hopper punt, a flat-floored lighter for carrying soil or mud, with a hopper or receptacle in its center to contain the lading. Hoppo, the chief of the customs in China. Hoppo men, Chinese custom house officers. Horary angle, the apparent time by the sun, or the sidereal time of the moon, or planets or stars from the meridian. Horary motion, the march or movement of any heavenly body in the space of an hour. Horary tables, tables for facilitating the determination of horary angles. Hoary goose, a northern name for the Anser bernicla or Brent goose. Aureole, small fishing boats of the ancients. Horizon, the apparent or visible circle which bounds our vision at sea. It is that line which is described by the sky and water appearing to meet. This is designated as the sensible horizon, the rational or true one being a great circle of the heavens, parallel to the sensible horizon, but passing through the center of the earth. Horizon glasses, 2 small speculums on one of the radii of a quadrant or sextant. The one half of the 4 horizon glass is silvered, while the other half is transparent, in order that an object may be seen directly through it. The back horizon glass is silvered above and below, but in the middle there is a transparent stripe through which the horizon can be seen. Horizontal, a direction parallel to the horizon, or what is commonly termed lying flat. One of the greatest inconveniences navigators have to struggle with is the frequent want of a distinct sight of the horizon. To obviate this, a horizontal spinning speculum was adopted by Mr. Lurson, who was lost in the Victory man-of-war, in which ship he was sent out to make trial of his instrument. This was afterwards improved by Smeaton, and consists of a well-polished metal speculum about 3½ inches in diameter, enclosed within a circular rim of brass, so fitted that the center of gravity of the whole shall fall near the point on which it spins. This is the end of a steel axis running through the center of the speculum, above which it finishes in a square, for the convenience of fitting a roller on it, bearing a piece of tape wound round it. The cup in which it spins is made of agate flint, or other hard substance. Sextants, with spirit levels attached, have latterly been used as well as Becher's horizon, but great dexterity is demanded for anything like an approximation to the truth. Wherefore this continues to be a great desideratum in navigation. Horizontal fire, from artillery, is that in which the piece is laid either direct on the object or with but small elevation above it, the limit on land being 10 degrees, and afloat still less. It is the most telling under ordinary circumstances, and includes all other varieties with the exception of vertical fire, which has elevations of from 30 degrees and upwards, and according to some few, curved fire, an intermediate kind of limited application. Horizontal parallax, see parallax. Horizontal plan, in shipbuilding, the draft of a proposed ship, showing the whole as if seen from above. Horizontal riband lines, a term given by shipwrights to those lines or occult ribands by which the cant timbers are laid off and truly bevelled. Horn, the arm of a cleat or kevel. Horn card, transparent graduated horn plates to use on charts, either as protractors or for meteorological purposes, to represent the direction of the wind in a cyclone. Horned angle, that which is made by a right line, whether tangent or secant, with the circumference of a circle. Hornel, a northern term for the largest species of sand launce or sand eel. Hornfisk, Anglo-Saxon for the swordfish. Horn-fisted, having hands inured to hauling ropes. Horning, in naval architecture, is the placing or proving anything to stand square from the middle line of the ship by setting an equal distance thereon. Hornkeck, an old term for the greenback fish. Hornotinae, ancient vessels which were built in a year. Horns, the points of the jaws of the booms, also the outer ends of the cross trees, also two extreme points of land enclosing a bay. Horns of the moon, the extremities of the lunar crescent in which form she is said to be horned. Horns of the rudder, see rudder horn. Horns of the tiller, the pins at the extremity. Hornwork, in fortification a form of outwork having for its head a bastioned front, and for its sides two long straight faces which are flanked by the guns of the body of the place. Sometimes it is a detached outwork. Horologium universale, an old brass nautical instrument, one of which was supplied to Martin Frobisher at an expense of £2 6s. 8d. when fitting out on his first voyage for the discovery of a northwest passage. Hors de combat, a term adopted from the French signifying so far disabled as to be incapable of taking farther share in the action. Horse, a foot rope reaching from the opposite quarter of a yard to its arms or shoulders, and depending about 2 or 3 feet under the yard, for the sailors to tread on while they are loosing, reefing, or furling the sails, rigging out the studding sail booms, etc. In order to keep the horse more parallel to the yard, it is usually attached thereto at proper distances by certain ropes called stirrups, which have an eye spliced into their lower ends, through which the horse passes. See stirrups and foot ropes. Also, a rope formerly fast to the foremast fore-shrouds with a dead-eye to receive the spritsail sheet pendant, and keep the spritsail sheets clear of the flukes of the anchor. Also the breast rope, which is made fast to the shrouds to protect the leadsman. Also, applied to any pendant and thimble through which running rigging was led, now commonly called a lizard. Also a thick rope extending in a perpendicular direction near the fore or after side of a mast, for the purpose of hoisting some yard, or extending a sail thereon, when before the mast it is used for the square sail, whose yard is attached to the horse by means of a traveller or bull's-eye, which slides up and down. When it is abaft the mast, it is intended for the trysail of a snow, but is seldom used in this position except in those sloops of war which occasionally assume the appearance of snows to deceive the enemy. Also the name of a sawyer's frame or trestle. Also the round iron bar formerly fixed to the main rail at the head with stanchions. A fir rail is now used, and the head berthed up. Also in cutters or schooners, one horse is a stout iron bar with a large thimble which spans the vessel from side to side, close to the deck before the foremast. To this the fore staysail sheet is hauled, and traverses. The other horse is a similar bar abaft, on which the main boom sheet traverses. Also cross pieces on the tops of standards, on which the booms or spare spars or boats are lashed between the fore and main masts. Horses are also termed jack stays, on which sails are hauled out as gaff sails. Horse is a term of derision where an officer assumes the grandioso, demanding honor where honor is not his due. Also a strict disciplinarian in nautical parlance. Also tough salt beef, salt horse. Flemish horse is the horse which has an iron thimble in one end which goes over the iron point of the yard arm before the studding sail boom iron is put on. in the other a lashing eye which is secured near the head earing of the topsail. It is intended for the men at the earing in reefing, or when setting the topgallant studding sails. Horse artillery, a branch of field artillery specially equipped to maneuver with cavalry, having lighter guns and all its gunners mounted on horseback. Its service demands a rare combination of soldierly qualities. Horse buckets, covered buckets for carrying spirits or water in. Horse buckle, the great whelk. Horse cockle, see gawky. Horse foot, a name of the Limulus polyphemus of the shores of America, where, from its shape, it is called the horseshoe or lantern crab. Horse latitudes, a space between the westerly winds of higher latitudes and the trade winds, notorious for tedious calms. The name arose from our old navigators often throwing the horses overboard which they were transporting to America and the West Indies. Horse mackerel, a large and coarse member of the scomber family, remarkably greedy and therefore easily taken but unwholesome. Horse marine, an awkward, lubberly person, one out of place. Horse mussel, see duck mussel. Horse potatoes, the old word for yams. Horse power, a comparative estimate of the capacity of steam engines by assuming a certain average effective pressure of steam and a certain average linear velocity of the piston. The pressure multiplied by the velocity gives the effective force of the engine exerted through a given number of feet per minute, and since the force called a horsepower means 33,000 pounds, acting thus 1 foot per minute, it follows that the nominal power of the engine will be found by dividing the effective force exerted by the piston multiplied by the number of feet per minute through which it acts by 33,000. Horses, blocks in whalers for cutting blubber on, see white horse. Horseshoe, in old fortification, a low work of this plan sometimes thrown up in ditches. Horseshoe clamp, the iron or copper straps so shaped used as the fastenings which connect the gripe with the forefoot at the scarf of the keel and stem. Horseshoe hinges, those by which side scuttles or ventilators to the cabins are hung. Horseshoe rack, a sweep curving from the bit heads abaft the mainmast, carrying a set of 9-pin swivel blocks as the fair leaders of the light running gear, staysail, halyards, etc. Horse tongue, a name applied to a kind of sole. Horse up, see horsing iron. Horsing iron, an iron fixed with a withy handle, sometimes only lashed to a stick or tree nail and used with a beetle by caulkers, to horse up or harden in the oakum of a vessel's seams. Hose, for watering, etc., an elastic pipe. Hose fish, a name for a kind of cuttlefish. Hospital, a place appointed for the reception of sick and wounded men with a regular medical establishment. See naval hospitals. Hospital ship, a vessel fitted to receive the sick, either remaining in port or accompanying a fleet as circumstance demands. She carries the chief surgeons, etc. The Dreadnought off Greenwich is a free hospital ship for seamen of all nations. Hostage, a person given up to an enemy as a pledge of security for the performance of the articles of a treaty. Hostile character is legally constituted by having landed in an enemy's territory, and by residing there, temporary absence being immaterial, by permanent trade with an enemy, and by sailing under an enemy's flag. Hostmen, an ancient guild or fraternity at Newcastle, to whom we are indebted for the valuable sea-coal trade. See hostmen. Hot coppers, dry fosses, morning thirst, but generally applied to those who are drinking hard overnight. Hot press, when the press gangs were instructed on imminent emergency to impress seamen regardless of the protections. Hot shot, balls made red hot in a furnace. Amongst the savages in Bergou, the women are in the rear of the combatants, and they heat the heads of the spears, exchanging them for such as are cooled in the fight. Hot well, in a steamer, a reservoir from whence to feed the boiler with the warm water received out of the condenser. It also forms part of the discharge passage from the air pump into the sea. Houndfish, the old Anglo-Saxon term for dogfish, Hundfisk. Hounds, those projections at the masthead serving as supports for the trestle trees of large, and rigging of smaller masts to rest upon. With lower masts they are termed cheeks. Houndsid, a rope bound round with service. Hour angle, the angular distance of a heavenly body east or west of the meridian. Hour glass, the sand glass, a measure of the hour. To house, to enter within board. To house a topgallant mast is to lower it so as to prevent the rigging resting or chafing on the cap, and securing its heel to the mast below it. This admits of double-reefed topsails being set beneath. Houseboat, one with a cabin, a coche d'eau. Housed, the situation of the great guns upon the lower gun decks when they are run in clear of the port and secured. The breech being let down, the muzzle rests against the side above the port. They are then secured by their tackles, muzzle lashings, and breechings. Over the muzzle of every gun are 2 strong eye-bolts for the muzzle lashings, which are 3½ rope. When this operation is well performed, no accident is feared, as every act is one of mechanical skill. A gun is sometimes housed fore and aft to make room, as in the cabin, etc. Ships in ordinary, not in commission, are housed over by a substantial roofing. Household troops, a designation of the horse and foot guards, who enjoy many immunities and privileges for attending the sovereign. Housewife, see husif. Housing or house line, a small line formed of 3 fine strands smaller than rope yarn, principally used for seizings of the block strops, fastening the clews of sails to their bolt ropes, and other purposes. See marlin, twine. Housing in, after a ship in building is past the breadth of her bearing, and that she is brought in too narrow to her upper works, she is said to be housed in or pinched. See tumbling home. Housing of a lower mast, that part of a mast which is below deck to the step in the kelson, of a bowsprit the portion within the knightheads. Housing rings, ring bolts over the lower deck ports, through the beam clamps, to which the muzzle lashings of the guns are passed when housed. Houvari, a strong land wind of the West Indies, accompanied with rain, thunder, and lightning. Hosing, a northern term for lading water. Hove down, properly hove out or careened, the situation of a ship when heeled or placed thus for repairs. Hove off, when removed from the ground. Hove up, when brought into the slips or docks by cradles on the gridiron, etc. Hove in sight, the anchor in view, also a sail just discovered. Hove in stays, the position of a ship in the act of going about. Hove keel out, hove so completely over the beam ends that the keel is above the water. Hovellers, a Cinque-Port term for pilots and their boatmen, but colloquially it is also applied to sturdy vagrants who infest the sea-coast in bad weather in expectation of wreck and plunder. Hovering and hovering acts, said of smugglers of old. Hove short, the ship with her cable hove taut towards her anchor when the sails are usually loosed and braced for canting, sheeted home. Hove well short, the position of the ship when she's drawn by the capstan nearly over her anchor. Hove to, from the act of heaving to, the motion of the ship stopped. It is curious to observe that seamen have retained an old word which has otherwise been long disused. It occurs in Grafton's Chronicle, where the mayor and aldermen of London in 1256, understanding that Henry III was coming to Westminster from Windsor, went to Knightsbridge and hoved there to salute the king. Howe, an ancient term for the carina or hold of a ship. Howe, ho, or who, a knoll, mound, or elevated hillock. How fare ye? Are ye hearty? Are ye working together? A good old sea phrase, not yet lost. Howitzer, a piece of ordnance specially designed for the horizontal firing of shells, being shorter and much lighter than any gun of the same caliber. The rifled gun, however, throwing a shell of the same capacity from a smaller bore, and with much greater power, is superseding it for general purposes. Howker, see hooker. Howl, an old English word for the hold of a ship. When the foothooks or futtocks of a ship are scarfed into the ground timbers and bolted, and the plank laid up to the orlop deck, then they say, the ship begins to howl. Hoy, a call to a man. Also a small vessel, usually rigged as a sloop and employed in carrying passengers and goods, particularly in short distances on the seacoast. It acquired its name from stopping when called to from the shore, to take up goods or passengers. In Holland the hoy has 2 masts, in England but 1, where the mainsail is sometimes extended by a boom and sometimes without it. In the naval service there are gun hoy, powder hoy, provision hoy, anchor hoy, all rigged sloop fashion. Hoys, the old word for hoist. End of section 5. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 6 of the Sailor's Word Book by W. H. Smyth. H to M. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. H-U and H-Y. Hubble bubble. An Eastern pipe for smoking tobacco through water, which makes a bubbling noise. Huddock. The cabin of a keel or coal barge. Quote, "'Twas between Ebron and Yarrow, there came on a very strong gale. The skipper looked out o' the huddock, crying, 'Smash, man, lower the sail!'" End quote. Hudum. The old northern term for a kind of whale. Hooer. A man posted on an elevation near the sea, who by concerted signals directs the fishermen when a shoal of fish is in sight. Synonymous with condor, which see. Also the hot fountains in the sea near Iceland, where many of them issue from the land. Huffed. Chagrined, offended, often needlessly. Huffler. One who carries off fresh provisions to a ship, a Kentish term. To hug the land, to sail as near it as possible, the land, however, being to windward. To hug the wind, to keep the ship as close hauled to the wind as possible. Hugger-mugger, in its Shakespearean bearing, may have meant secretly or in a clandestine manner, but its nautical application is to express anything out of order or done in a slovenly way. Huissiers, the flat-bottomed transports in which horses were embarked in the Crusades. Hulcock, a northern name for the Squalus galleus or smooth houndfish. Hulk is generally applied to a vessel condemned as unfit for the risks of the sea, and used as a store vessel and housing for crews while refitting the vessels they belong to. There are also hulks for convicts and for masting, as sheer hulk. See shears. Hull. The Gothic hulga meant a husk or external covering, and hence the body of a ship, independent of masts, yards, sails, rigging, and other furniture, is so called. To hull signifies to hit with shot, to drive to and fro without rudder, sail, or oar, as Milton, quote, "He looked and saw the ark hull on the flood." End quote. To strike hull in a storm is to take in her sails and lash the helm on the lee side of the ship, which is termed to lie a hull. Hull down is said of a ship when at such a distance that from the convexity of the globe only her masts and sails are to be seen. Hulling. Lying in wait at sea without any sails set, also to hit with shot. Hullock of a sail. A small part lowered in a gale. Hull to, the situation of a ship when she's lying a hull, or with all her sails furled. Hully, a long wicker trap used for catching eels. Humber keel, a particular clincher-built craft used on the Humber. Humla band, a northern term for the grommet to an oar-pin or thole. Hummock, a hill with a rounded summit or conical eminence on the sea-coast. When in pairs they're termed paps by navigators, which see. Hummocks of ice, protuberant lumps of ice thrown up by some pressure upon a field or floe or any other frozen plain, the pieces which rise when large fragments come in contact and bits of pack are frozen together and covered with snow. Hummums, from the Arabic word hammam, a bagnio or bath. Humpbacked whale, a species of whalebone whale, the Megaptera longimana, which attains to 45 or 50 feet in length and is distinguished by its low, rounded dorsal fin. Herd, the strand of a rope. Herdices, ramparts, scaffolds, fortifications, etc. Herdigers, particular artificers employed in constructing the castles in our early ships. Hurleblast, an archaic term for hurricane. Hurricane, see typhoon. Hurricane deck, a light deck over the saloon of some steamers. Hurricane house, any building run up for temporary purposes. The name is occasionally given to the roundhouse on a vessel's deck. Hurricano, Shakespeare evidently makes King Lear use this word as a waterspout. Hurry, a staith or wharf where coals are shipped in the north. Hurst, Anglo-Saxon to express a wood. Hurt, a wound or injury for which a compensation can be claimed. To hurtle, to send bodily on by a swell or wind. Husband or ship's husband, an agent appointed by deed, executed by all the owners, with power to advance and lend, to make all payments, to receive the prices of freights, and to retain all claims. But this office gives him no authority to insure or to borrow money, and he is to render a full account to his employers. Hash, a name of the lumpfish, denoting the female. Hussar or hussar, a Hungarian term signifying 20th, as the first hussars were formed by selecting from various regiments the ablest man in every 20, now generally a light cavalry soldier, equipped somewhat after the original Hungarian fashion. Hut, the same as barrack, which see. Hut, the breech pin of a gun. Huzzah, this was originally the hutsa or cry of the Hungarian light horse, but is now also the national shout of the English in joy and triumph. Hussif, a general corruption of housewife, a very useful contrivance for holding needles and thread and the like. Hydraulic dock, see caisson. Hydraulic press, the simple yet powerful water press invented by Brahma, without which it would have been a puzzle to float the enormous Great Eastern. Hydraulic purchase, a machine for drawing up vessels on a slip, in which the pumping of water is used to multiply the force applied. Hydraulics, see hydrology. Hydrographer, one who surveys coasts, etc., and constructs true maps and charts founded on astronomical observations. The hydrographer to the Admiralty presides over the hydrographical office. Hydrographical charts or maps, usually called sea charts, are projections of some part of the sea and its neighboring coast for the use of navigation, and therefore the depth of water and nature of the bottom are minutely noted. Hydrographical office, a department of the Admiralty where the labors of the marine surveyors of the Royal Navy are collected and published. Hydrography, the science of marine surveying, requiring the principal points to be astronomically fixed. Hydrology, that part of physics which explains the properties of water, and is usually divided into hydrostatics and hydraulics. The former treats of weighing water and fluids in general, and of ascertaining their specific gravities. The latter shows the manner of conveying water from one place to another. Hydrometer, an instrument constructed to measure the specific gravities of fluids. That used at sea for testing the amount of salt in the water is a glass tube containing a scale, the bottom of the tube swelling out into two bulbs, of which the lower is laden with shot, which causes the instrument to float perpendicularly, and as it displaces its own weight of water, of course it sinks deeper as the water is lighter, which is recorded by the scale. Hyger, see bore and eager, an effect of countercurrents. Hygrometer, an instrument for ascertaining the quantity of moisture in the atmosphere. Hyperbola, one of the conic sections formed by cutting a cone by a plane which is so inclined to the axis that when produced it cuts also the opposite cone, or the cone which is the continuation of the former, on the opposite side of the vertex. Hypotheca, a mortgage, in the civil law, was where the thing pledged remained with the debtor. Hypothecation, an authority to the master, amounting almost to a power of the absolute disposal of the ship in a foreign country. He may hypothecate not only the hull, but his freight and cargo for necessary and urgent repairs. Hythe, a pier or wharf to lade or unlade wares at. From the Anglo-Saxon head, coast or haven. End of section 6. Read by Czandra. Section 7 of the Sailor's Word Book by W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. I. The third class of rating on Lloyd's books for the comparative excellence of merchant ships. See A. Ice anchor. A bar of round iron, tapered to a point and bent as a pot-hook. A hole is cut in the ice, the point entered, and the hawser bent to the shorter hook. By this, vessels ride safely till any motion of the ice capsizes it, and then it is hauled in. The ice is usually entered by a lance, which cuts its hole easily. Ice beams. Strengtheners for whalers. See fortifying. Iceberg. An insulated mountain of ice, whether on Arctic lands or floating in the sea. Some have been known to be aground in 120 fathoms of water, and rise to the height of 150 feet above it. Cook's obtaining fresh water from floating icebergs was not a new discovery. The Hudson's Bay ships had long made use of it, and in July, 1585, Captain Davis met with ice which melted into very good fresh water. Icebirds. Small seafowl in the polar regions. Ice blink, a streak or stratum of lucid whiteness which appears over the ice in that part of the atmosphere adjoining the horizon, and proceeds from an extensive aggregation of ice reflecting the rays of light into the circumambient air. Ice boat, a peculiar track shape for the Dutch canals in winter. Icebound, a vessel so surrounded by ice as to be prevented from proceeding on her voyage. Ice chisel, a large socket chisel into which a pole is inserted, used to cut holes in the ice. Ice claws, a flat claw with two prongs, spread like a can hook, the same as a single span or claw dog. Ice fenders, fenders of any kind, used to protect a vessel from injury by ice, usually broken spars hanging vertically where the strain is expected. Ice lane or vein, a narrow temporary channel of water in the packs or other large collections of ice. Ice master, a pilot or man of experience for the Arctic Sea. Ice plank, see spike plank. Ice quake, the rending crash which accompanies the breaking of floes of ice. Ice saw, a huge saw for cutting through ice. It is made of 2/8 to 3/8 inch plates of iron, and varies in length from 10 to 24 feet. Ice sludge, small comminuted ice or bay ice broken up by the wind. Ice tongue, see tongue. Iconography, a ground plot or plan of a fortification showing the details of the construction as if cut horizontally through. Ick, an Erse or Manx term for a creek or gullet. Idler, a general designation for all those on board a ship of war, who from being liable to constant day duty are not subjected to keep the night watch, but must go on deck if all hands are called during the night. Surgeons, marine officers, paymasters, and the civil department are also thus denominated. Idoliers, the name by which the Dutch authorities are known in their oriental colonies, the designation being a corruption of edelheren. Ignorance. If a loss happen through the ignorance of the master of a ship, it is not considered as a peril of the sea. Consequently, the assurers are not liable, nor is his ignorance of admiralty law admissible as an excuse. Iguana, a large lizard used for food in tropical climates. Island, the Saxon eland, see island. Ilde and isle, archaic terms for island. Eyelet, lacing holes, see eyelet holes. Illegal voyage, see voyage. Immer, a waterfowl, see ember goose, the Columbus immer of Lynn, the great plunger of Buffon. Immersion, the prismatic solid carried under water on the lee side of a ship by its inclination. Center of immersion, the mean center of the part immersed. See center of cavity. Astronomically, immersion means the disappearance of a heavenly body when undergoing eclipse. Imp, one length of twisted hair in a fishing line. Impedimenta, the ancient term for the baggage of an army. Import, importation, and importer, being exactly the reverse of export, exportation, and exporter, refer to those terms and take the opposite meaning. To import is therefore to bring commodities into a country for the purpose of traffic. Impossible, a hateful word, generally supplanted among good seamen by "we'll try." A thing which is impossible in law is pronounced to be all one with a thing impossible in nature. Impost, the tax received for such foreign merchandises as are brought into any haven within a prince's dominions. Impregnable, said of a fortress or position supposed to be proof against any attack. To impress, to compel to serve. Impression, the effect produced upon any ship, place, or body of troops by a hostile attack. Impressment, the system and act of pressing seamen and compelling them under plea of state necessity to serve in our men of war. Impressed, charge on the pay of an officer. Impressed money, that paid on the enlistment of soldiers. In, the state of any sails in a ship when they are furled or stowed, in opposition to out, which implies that they are set or extended to assist the ship's course. Hence in is also used as an order to shorten sail, as in topgallant sails. It was moreover an old word for embanking and inclosing. Thus Sir Nicholas Lestrange, Harleian manuscript 6395, speaks of him who had the patent for inning the salt marshes. In and out, a term sometimes used for the scantling of timbers, the moulding way, and particularly for those bolts that are driven into the hanging and lodging knees, drawn through the ship's sides and termed in and out bolts. Inboard, within the ship, the opposite of outboard. In boats, the order to hoist the boats inboard. In bow, the order to the bowman to throw in his oar and prepare his boat hook previous to getting alongside. Inch, the smallest lineal measure to which a name is given, but it has many subdivisions, also a general name for a small coast islet on the northern shores from the old Gaelic word. Incidence, angle of, that which the direction of a ray of light, etc., makes at the point where it strikes with a line drawn perpendicularly to the surface of that body. Inclination, in geometry, is the mutual tendency of two lines or planes towards each other so as to form an angle. Inclination of an orbit, the angle which the path of a comet or planet makes with the plane of the ecliptic. Inclinatory needle, an old term for the dipping needle, which see. Inclinometer, an invention by Wales in Cook's second voyage, where particulars are given. Incompetency or insufficiency of a merchantman's crew, a bar to any claim on warrantry, as it is an implied condition in the seaworthiness of a ship that at sailing she must have a master of competent skill and a crew sufficient to navigate her on the voyage. Indemnification, a stipulated compensation for damage done. Indemnity, amnesty, security against punishment. Indented line, in fortification, a connected line of works composed of faces which offer a continued series of alternate salient and re-entering angles. It is conveniently applied on the banks of a river entering a town, and was to be seen on the James River in Virginia near Richmond in 1864. Indented parapet, one of which the interior slope is indented with a series of vertical cavities, enabling the men stationed within them to fire across the proper front. Indenting for stores, an indispensable duty to show that every article has been actually received. Indentures, pair of, a term for charter party. Index, the flat bar which carries the nonius scale and index glass of a quadrant, octant, quintant, or sextant. Index error, the reading of the verniers of the above-named instruments. It is the correction to be applied to the plus or minus reading of a vernier when the horizon and index glasses are parallel. Index glass, a plain speculum or mirror of quicksilvered glass which moves with the index and is designed to reflect the image of the sun or other object upon the horizon glass, whence it is again reflected to the eye of the observer. Index rod, a graduated indicator. Indiaman, a term occasionally applied to any ship in the East India trade, but in strict parlance the large ships formerly officered by the East India Company for that trade, and generally armed. Indian ink. Properly Chinese, compounded of a peculiar lamp-black and gum. Indian Ocean, the great Oriental Ocean. Indraft, a particular flowing of the ocean towards any contracting part of a coast or coasts, as that which sets from the Atlantic into the Straits of Gibraltar, and on other coasts of Europe and Africa. It usually applies to a strong current, apt to engender a sort of vortex. Induced magnetism, the magnetic action of the earth whereby every particle of soft iron in certain positions is converted into a magnet. Indulto, the duty formerly exacted by the Crown of Spain upon colonial commodities. Inequality, secular, a small irregularity in the motions of planets which becomes important only after a long lapse of years. The great inequality of Jupiter and Saturn is a variation of their orbital positions, caused by the disturbing action of one planet on the other. Inertia, the passive principle by which bodies persist in a state of motion or rest, and resist as much as they are resisted. See vis inertiae. Infantry, foot soldiers of the regular army, so called throughout Europe after the original Spanish infanteria, or troops of the Infanta, or Queen of Spain, who first developed on a large scale the importance of the arm. Inferior conjunction. Mercury or Venus is said to be in inferior conjunction when it is situated in the same longitude as the sun, and between that luminary and the earth. Inferior planets. This name, the opposite of superior, is applied to Mercury and Venus because they revolve in orbits interior to the earth's path. Information, in Admiralty courts, implies a clause introduced into a citation, intimating that in the event of a party cited not appearing, the court will proceed in his absence. Ings, an old word said to be left here by the Danes. It signifies low grounds or springy meadows near a river or creek, liable to occasional overflowings. In-hauler, the rope used for hauling in the clew of a boom sail or jib traveller. It is the reverse of out-hauler. Initial velocity, the velocity of a projectile at the moment of discharge from a gun. Injection pipe. This is fixed in the interior of a marine steam engine, is fitted with a cock, and communicates with the water outside. It is for the purpose of playing into the condenser while the engine is working and creating a vacuum. Inland sea, Mediterranean, implies a very large gulf surrounded by land except at the communication with the ocean, as the Baltic, Red, and Mediterranean seas. Inland trade, that which is wholly managed at home, and the term is in contradistinction to commerce. In China it is applied to canal trade. Inlet, a term in some cases synonymous with cove and creek, which see, in contradistinction to outlet, when speaking of the supply and discharge of lakes and broad waters, or an opening in the land, forming a passage to any enclosed water. Inner and outer turns, terms applied to the passing of the reef earrings, besides its over and under turns. Inner jib stay. A temporary stay lashed halfway in on the jib boom. It sets up with lashing eyes at the fore topmast head. Inner post or inner stern post. The post on which the transoms are seated. An oak timber brought on and fayed at the fore edge of the main post and generally continued as high as the wing transom, to seat the other transoms upon and strengthen the whole. See stern post. It applies to the main stern post in steamers, the screw acting between it and the outer on which the rudder is hung. Innings. Coastlands recovered from the sea by draining. Innis. An old Gaelic term for an island, still in use. Court of Inquiry is assembled by order of a commanding officer to inquire into matters of an intricate nature for his information, but has no power of adjudication whatever, but too like the Star Chamber. Inshore, the opposite of offing. Inshore tack, standing in from seaward when working to windward on a coast. Inshored, come to shore. Inside muster paper, a description of paper supplied from the dockyards, ruled and headed for making ships' books. Inspection, the mode of working up the dead reckoning by computed nautical tables, also a general examination or survey of all parts of a sea or land force by an officer of the competent authority. Installment, a partial payment. Instant's Court, a department of the Admiralty Court governed by the civil law, the laws of Oleron, and the customs of the Admiralty, modified by statute law. Institution, an establishment founded partly with a view to instruction, as the Royal United Service Institution in London. Instructions. See printed instructions. Instrument, a term of extensive application among tools and weapons, but it is here introduced as an official conveyance of some right or the record of some fact. Insufficiency of a merchantman's crew. This bars the owner's claim on the seaworthy warrant. See incompetency. Insurance. See marine insurance. Insured. The party who obtains the policy and pays the premium. Insurer. The party taking the risk of a policy. See underwriters. Intact. Unhurt, undamaged. Intensity of light. The degree of brightness of a planet or comet, expressed as a number varying with the distance of the body from the sun and earth. Intercalary. Any period of time interpolated in the calendar for the purpose of accommodating the mode of reckoning with the course of the sun. Interest policy. See policy. Interloper. A smuggling or forced trade vessel. As a nautical phrase, it was generally applied to the letters of marque on the coasts of South America, or a cruiser off her admiral's limits. Poaching. Intermediate shaft. In a steamer is the iron crank, common to both engines. Internal contact. This, in a transit of Mercury or Venus across the solar disk, occurs when the planet is just within the sun's margin. Internal planking. This is termed sealing of the ship. Internal safety valve. A valve opening from the outside of a steamer's boiler in order to allow air to enter the boiler when the pressure becomes too weak within. Interrogatories. The practice in the prize court is, on the breaking out of a war, to prepare standing commissions for the examination of witnesses, to which certain interrogatories are annexed. To these the examination is confined. Private interrogatories are inadmissible as evidence. Intersection. The point in which one line crosses another. Intertropical. The space included between the tropics on each side of the equator, making a zone of nearly 47 degrees. Interval. In military affairs, the lateral space between works or bodies of troops, as distinguished from distance, which is the depth or measurement in a direction from front to rear. In the wind. The state of a vessel when thrown with her head into the wind, but not quite all in the wind. See all. It is figuratively used for being nearly intoxicated. Entrenchment. Any work made to fortify a post against an enemy, but usually implying a ditch or trench with a parapet. Inundations. In ancient Egypt, officers estimated the case of sufferers from the inundations of the Nile. The changes of property in Bengal by alluvion are equally attended to. Inundation is also a method of impeding the approach of an enemy, by damming up the course of a brook or river, so as to intercept the water and set the neighborhood afloat. In Egypt the plan was diametrically opposite, for by flooding Lake Mareotis, our gunboats were enabled greatly to annoy the French garrison at Alexandria. Invalid. A maimed or sick soldier or sailor. To invalid is to cause to retire from active service from inability. Inver. A Gaelic name still retained in Scotland for the mouth of a river. Investment. The first process of a siege, in taking measures to seize all the avenues, blocking up the garrison, and preventing relief getting into the place before the arrival of the main army with the siege train. Invincible. A name boastfully applied both to naval and military forces which have nevertheless been utterly vanquished. Invoice. An account from a merchant to his factor, containing the particulars and prices of each parcel of goods in the cargo, with the amount of the freight, duties, and other charges thereon. Inward. The opposite of outward, which see. Inward charges. Pilotage and other expenses incurred in entering any port. Iodine. A substance chiefly obtained from kelp or seaweed, extensively employed in medicine and the arts. Its vapor has a beautiful violet color. Iris ears. A name applied to the shells of the haliotis, a univalve mollusk found clinging like limpets to rocks, very abundant in Guernsey. Irish horse. Old salt beef, hence the sailor's address to his salt beef. Quote, salt horse, what brought you here? You've carried turf for many a year. From Dublin Quay to Balliach, you've carried turf upon your back, etc. Irish pennants. Rope yarns hanging about on the rigging, loose reef points or gaskets flying about, or fag ends of ropes. Iron bound. A coast where the shores are composed of rocks which mostly rise perpendicularly from the sea, and have no anchorage near to them, therefore dangerous for vessels to borrow upon. Iron-bound blocks. Those which are fitted with iron strops. Ironclad, cased, coated, or plated vessel. One covered entirely or in special parts with iron plates intended to resist ordinary missiles. Where parts only are so protected, of course it may be done more effectually. Iron garters. A cant word for bilboes or fetters. Iron horse. The iron rail of the head, the horse of the foresheet or boom sheet traveller. Iron-plated ships. See armour-clad. Irons. A ship is said to be in irons when by mismanagement she is permitted to come up in the wind and lose her way, so that having no steerage she must either be boxed off on the former tack or fall off on the other, for she will not cast one way or the other without bracing in the yards. Also bilboes, which see. Also the tools used by the caulkers for driving oakum into the seams. See also boom irons. Iron sick. The condition of vessels when the ironwork becomes loose in the timbers from corrosion by gallic acid, and the speaks or sheathing nails are eaten away by rust. Ironsides. Formerly a sobriquet for favourite veteran men of war, but latterly applied to iron and ironclad ships. Iron wedges. Tapered iron wedges on the well-known mechanical principle, for splitting out blocks and for other similar purposes. Ironwork. A general name for all pieces of iron, of whatever figure or size, which are used in the construction and equipment of ships. Irregular bastion. One whose opposite faces or flanks do not correspond. This, as well as the constant irregularity of most real fortification, is generally the result of the local features of the neighbourhood. Island. May be simply described as a tract of land entirely surrounded with water, but the whole continuous land of the Old World forms one island, and the New World another, while canals across the isthmuses of Suez and Panama would make each into two. The term properly only applies to smaller portions of land, and Australia, Madagascar, Borneo, and Britain are among the larger examples. Their materials and form are equally various, and so is their origin, some having evidently been upheaved by volcanic eruption, others are the result of accretion, and still more revealing by their strata that they were formerly attached to a neighbouring land. The sudden emergence of Sabrina in the Atlantic has occasioned wonder in our own day. So has that of the Graham's Island, near the south coast of Sicily, and the archipelago is daily at work. Island, harbour. That which is protected from the violence of the sea by one or more islands or islets screening its mouth. Island of ice. A name given to a great quantity of ice collected into one solid mass and floating upon the sea. They are often met with on the coasts of Spitzbergen, to the great danger of the shipping employed in the Greenland fishery. Isle. A colloquial abbreviation of island. Isle of White Parson. A cormorant. Islet or ilot. Smaller than an island, yet larger than a key, an insular spot about a couple of miles in circuit. Isosceles. A triangle with only two of its sides equal. Issue. The act of dispensing slops, tobacco, beds, etc., to the ship's company, a distribution. Issue book. That which contains the record of issues to the crew and the charges made against them. Isthmus. A narrow neck of land which joins a peninsula to its continent, or two islands together, or two peninsulas without reference to size. The Isthmus of Suez alone prevents Africa from being an island, as that of Darien connects the two Americas. Uram. A Gaelic word signifying a boat's song, intended to regulate the strokes of the oars, also a song sung during any kind of work. Ivigar. A name in our northern isles for the sea urchin, Echinus marinus. Ivory gull or snowbird. The Larus eburneus of Arctic seas. It has a yellowish beak, jet black legs, and plumage of a dazzling white. End of section 7. Read by Czandra. Section 8 of the Sailor's Word Book, H to M, by Admiral William Henry Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases, J.A. to J.E. To jab, to pierce fish by prodding. Jabart, a northern term for a fish out of season. Jab, a particular net used for catching the fry of the coalfish. Jack. In the British Navy, the Jack is a small Union flag formed by the intersection of St. George's and St. Andrew's crosses, which see, usually displayed from a staff erected on the outer end of a ship's bowsprit. In merchant ships, the union is bordered with white or red, see Union Jack. Also a common term for the jack or cross trees. Also a young male pike, Esox lucius, under a foot in length. Also a drinking vessel of half-pint contents. See blackjack. Jack or jack tar, a familiar term for a sailor. A foremast man and an able seaman. It was an early term for short coats, jackets, and a sort of coat of mail or defensive lorica or upper garment. Jack Adams, a stubborn fool. Jack afloat, a sailor. Euripides used almost the same term in floater for a seaman. Jackasses, heavy rough boats used in Newfoundland. Jackass penguin, a bird apt while on shore to throw its head backwards and make a strange noise somewhat resembling the braying of an ass. Jack barrel, a minnow. Jack block, a block occasionally attached to the topgallant tie, and through which the topgallant top rope is rove to sway up or strike the yard. Jack boots, large coverings for the feet and legs, outside all, worn by fishermen. Jack crosstrees, single iron crosstrees at the head of long topgallant masts to support royal and skysail masts. Jack-a-jaw, a Greenland canoe. Jacket, a doublet, any kind of outer coat. Cork jacket is lined with cork in pieces in order to give it buoyancy and yet a degree of flexibility, that the activity of the wearer may not be impeded in swimming. Jackets, the casings of the passages by which steam is delivered into the cylinders of steam engines. They are non-conductors of heat to check its escape. Jacketing, a starting or infliction of the rope's end. Jack Hearn, a name on our southern coasts for the heron. Jacking, taking the skin off a seal. Jack in office, an insolent fellow in authority. Jack in the basket, a sort of wooden cap or basket on the top of a pole to mark a sandbank or hidden danger. Jack in the box, a very handy engine consisting of a large wooden male screw turning in a female one, which forms the upper part of a strong wooden box shaped like the frustum of a pyramid. It is used by means of levers passing through holes in it as a press in packing and for other purposes. Jack in the bread room, or Jack in the dust, the purser's steward's assistant in the bread and steward's room. Jackknife, a horn-handled clasp knife with a lanyard worn by seamen. Jackman, a musketeer of former times, wearing a short mail jack or jacket. Jack Nastyface, a cook's assistant. Jack of Dover, an old sea dish, the composition of which is now lost. Chaucer's host, in rallying the cook, exclaims, quote, "And many a Jack of Dover hast thou sold, that hath been twice hot and twice cold." Jack-o'-lantern, the Corpus Santo or St. Elmo's light, is sometimes so called. Jack pins, a name applied to the fife rail pins, also called tack pins. Jack Robinson, before you could say Jack Robinson, is a very old expression for a short time. Quote, "A work it is as easy to be done as 'tis to say Jack Robinson." Jack's alive, a once popular seaport dance. Jack screw, a small machine used to cant or lift weighty substances, and in stowing cotton or other elastic goods. It consists of a wooden frame containing cogged iron wheels of increasing powers. The outer one, which moves the rest, is put in motion by a winch on the outside, and is called either single or double, according to its increasing force. The pinions act upon an iron bar called the spear. Jack Shark, a common sobriquet of the Squalus tribe. Jack Sharp, a small freshwater fish, otherwise known as prickly-back. Jack's quarter-deck, the deck elevation forward in some vessels, often called a top-gallant forecastle. Jack's staff, a short staff raised at the bowsprit cap, upon which the Union Jack is hoisted. Jack stays, ropes, battens, or iron bars placed on a yard or spar and set taut, either for bending the head of a sail to, or acting as a traveller, frequently resorted to for the staysails, square sail yard, etc. Jacob's ladder, the assemblage of shakes and short fractures rising one above another in a defective single-tree spar, also short ladders made with wooden steps and rope sides for ascending the rigging. Jacob's staff or cross-staff, a mathematical instrument to take altitudes, consisting of a brass circle divided into 4 equal parts by 2 lines cutting each other in the centre. At each extremity of either line is fixed a sight perpendicularly over the lines, with holes below each slit for the better discovery of distant objects. The cross is mounted on a staff or stand for use. Sometimes instead of 4 sights there are 8. Jaculator, a fish whose chief sustenance is flies, which it secures by shooting a drop of water at them from its mouth. To jag, to notch an edge irregularly. Jagged, a term applied to denticulated edges, as in jagged bolts to prevent their coming out. Jagara, or jaggery, the coarse brown sugar of India. Jags, splinters to a shot hole. Jailbird, one who has been confined in prison, from the old term of cage for a prison. A felon, absurdly and injuriously to the country, sentenced to serve in the navy. Jollias, small craft on the Arakan and Pegu coasts. To jam, anything being confined so that it cannot be freed without trouble and force. The term is also applied to the act of confining it. To squeeze, to wedge, to press against. See jamming. Jamaica discipline. The buccaneer regulations respecting prize shares, insisting that all prizes be divided among the captors. Jambo, armor, to protect the legs. Jamming or jamming. The act of enclosing any object between two bodies so as to render it immovable while they continue in that position, usually applied to a running rope when from pressure it cannot travel in the blocks, the opposite of rendering, which see. Jams. Doorposts in general, but in particular thick broad pieces of oak, fixed up endways, between which the lights of the powder magazine are fitted. Jammed in a clinch. The same as hard up in a clinch, which see. Jammed in a clinch like Jackson, involved in difficulty of a secondary degree, as when Jackson, after feeding for a week in the bread room, could not escape through the scuttle. Jangada. A sort of fishing float, or rather raft, composed of 3 or 4 long pieces of wood lashed together, used on the coasts of Peru and Brazil. The owner is called a jangadera, but the term is evidently an application of jagado, which see. Jangar, a kind of pontoon constructed of 2 boats with a platform laid across them, used by the natives in the East Indies to convey horses, cattle, etc. across rivers. Janissary, a term derived from Janishary, meaning new soldiers in the Turkish service. Jantuk or Chuntuk, a Chinese officer with viceregal powers. He of Canton was called John Tuck by our seamen. Janti or jaunty, a vessel in showy condition, dressed in flags. Japanese whaleboat, a long, open and sharp rowing boat of Japan. Jargani, a Manx term for small worms on the seashore, used as bait. Jarring, the vibrations and tremblings occasioned in some steam vessels by the machinery. Javapot, a kind of sponge of the species Alcyonium. Javels, an old term for dirty, idle fellows wandering about quays and docks. Jaw, the inner hollowed semicircular end of a gaff or boom, which presses against the mast. The points of the jaw are called horns. Also coarse and often petulant loquacity. Long-jawed applies to a rope or cable, when by great strain it untwists, and exhibits 1 revolution where 4 were before, similar to long and short threads of the screw. Jawbreakers, hard and infrequent words. Jawing tacks. When a person speaks with vociferous fluency, he is said to have hauled his jawing tacks on board. Jaw me down, an arrogant, overbearing, and unsound loud arguer. Jaw of a block, the space in the shell where the sheave revolves. Jaw rope, a line attached to the horns of the jaws to prevent the gaff from coming off the mast. It is usually furnished with bull's eyes, perforated balls, to make it shift easily up or down the mast. Jails, the cracks and fissures of timber in seasoning. Jeer bits, those to which the jeers are fastened and belayed. Jeer blocks are 2-fold or 3-fold blocks through which the jeer falls or rove, and applied to hoist, suspend, or lower the main and foreyards. Jeer capstan, one placed between the fore and main masts, serving to stretch a rope, heave upon the jeers, and take the viol too. Very seldom used. It is indeed deemed the spare capstan, and is frequently housed in by sheep pens and fowl racks. Jeers answer the same purpose to the mainsail, foresail, and mizzen as halyards do to all inferior sails. The tie, a sort of runner or thick rope, is the upper part of the jeers, also an assemblage of strong tackles by which the lower yards are hoisted up along the mast, or lowered down as occasion requires, the former of which operations is called swaying, and the latter striking, both of which see. Jefferies glue, see marine glue. Jelba, a large coasting boat of the Red Sea. Jellyfish, a common name for the medusae, soft gelatinous marine animals belonging to the class Acalaphea. Jemmy, a finical fellow in the usual sense, but adopted as a nautical term by the mutineers of '97 to express the knobs or heads of officers, also a handy crowbar or lever. Jemmy-ducks, the ship's poulterer, a sobriquet which is universally obtained in a man of war. Jerb, see Jelba. Jergadoo or Jingadoo, an early term for a light skiff, circa 1550. Jerk, a sudden snatch or drawing pull, particularly applied to that given to the trigger of a lock. See saccade. Jerked beef, turkey, meat cured by drying in the open air, with or without salt, also the name of an American coin. Jerkin, an old name for a coatee or skirted jacket. Jerking, a quick break in a heavy roll of the sea. Jerm, a trading vessel of Egypt. Jerkwer, a customs officer whose duty is to examine the land waiters' books and check them. Jerking a vessel, a search performed by the jerkwer of the customs after a vessel is unloaded to see that no unentered goods have been concealed. Jersey, fine wool formerly called Guernsey, Gansey, or Guernsey. Jersey frocks, woolen frocks supplied to seamen. Jetsam, or Jetson, in legal parlance is the place where goods thrown overboard sink and remain under water, also the goods cast into the sea. Jettison, or Jetson, the act of throwing goods overboard to lighten a ship in stress of weather. The loss forms a subject for general average. Jetty, jettee, or jutty, a name given in the royal dockyards to that part of a wharf which projects beyond the rest, but more particularly the front of a wharf, the side of which forms one of the cheeks of a dry or wet dock. Such a projection, whether of wood or stone, from the outer end of a wharf is called a jetty head. Jew balance, a Mediterranean name of the Zigeuner malleus, or hammer-headed shark. Jewel, the starting of a wooden bridge, also the pivot of a watch wheel. Jewel blocks are attached to eye bolts on those yards where studding sails are hoisted, and carry these sails to the extreme ends of the yards. When these jewel blocks are removed, it is understood that there is no intention to proceed to sea, and vice versa. The halyards by which the studding sails are hoisted are passed through the jewel block, whence, communicating with the block on the several mastheads, they lead downwards to the top or decks, where they may be conveniently hoisted. See sail. Jewels, see jocalia. Jew's harp, the shackle for joining a chain cable to the anchor ring. End of section 8. Read by Czandra. Section 9 of A Sailor's Word Book, H to M, by W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases, J.I. to J.U. Jib, a large triangular sail set on a stay forward. It extends from the outer end of the jib boom towards the fore-topmast head. In cutters and sloops it is on the bowsprit, and extends toward the lower masthead. See sail. The jib is a sail of great command with any side wind in turning her head to leeward. There are other jibs, as inner jib, standing jib, flying jib, spindle jib, jib of jibs, jib topsails, etc. Jib is also used for the expression of the face, as the cut of his jib, also the arm of a crane. To jib is when before the wind the sail takes over to the opposite quarter, dangerous in strong breezes. See jibbing. Clear away the jib, the order to loose it, preparatory to its being set. Flying jib, a sail set upon the flying jib boom. Middle or inner jib, a sail sometimes set on a stay secured to the middle of the jib boom. Jib and staysail jack, a designation of inexperienced officers who are troublesome to the watch by constantly calling it unnecessarily to trim, make, or shorten sail. Jibber the kibber, a cant term for a diabolical trick for decoying vessels on shore for plunder by tying a lantern to a horse's neck. one of whose legs is checked, so that at night the motion has somewhat the appearance of a ship's light. Jib or jibber means a horse that starts or shrinks, and Shakespeare uses it in the sense of a worn-out horse. Jib boom, a continuation of the bowsprit forward, being a spar run out from the extremity in a similar manner to a topmast on a lower mast, and serving to extend the foot of the jib and the stay of the foretop gallant mast, the tack of the jib being lashed to it. It is usually attached to the bowsprit by means of the cap and the saddle, where a strong lashing confines it. Flying jib boom, a boom extended beyond the preceding, to which it is secured by a boom iron and heel lashing. To the outer end of this boom the tack of the flying jib is hauled out, and the fore-royal stay passes through it. Jib foresail. In cutters, schooners, etc., it is the stay foresail. Jib guys, stout ropes which act as backstays do to a mast, by supporting the jib boom against the pressure of its sail and the ship's motion. Jibbing or jibbing, a corruption of jibbing, the act of shifting over the boom of a fore and aft sail from one side of the vessel to the other. By a boom sail is meant any sail the bottom of which is extended by a boom, which has its fore end jawed or hooked to its respective mast, so as to swing occasionally on either side of the vessel, describing an arc, of which the mast will be the centre. As the wind or the course changes, the boom and its sail are jibbed to the other side of the vessel, as a door turns on its hinges. Jib of jibs, a sixth jib on the bowsprit, only known to flying kitemen, the sequence being storm, inner, outer, flying, spindle, jib of jibs. Jib stay, the stay on which the jib is set. Jib topsail, a light sail set on the topmost stay of a fore and aft rigged vessel. Jib traveller, an iron ring fitted to run out and in on the jib boom, for the purpose of bringing outwards or inwards the tack or the outer corner of the sail. To this traveller the jib guys are lashed. Jib tie, a rope rove through a sheave or block on the foretop masthead for hoisting the jib. Jiffy, a short space of time, a moment. In a jiffy, in an instant, equivalent with crack, trice, etc. Jig, the weight furnished with hooks used in jigging, which see. Jig-a-maree, a mongrel makeshift maneuver, any absurd attempt to substitute a bad contrivance for what the custom of the sea may be. Jigger, a light tackle used to hold on the cable when it is heaved into the ship. See holding on. Also a small sail rigged out on a mast and boom from the stern of a cutter, boat, etc. Fleet jigger, a term used by the man who holds on the jigger, when by its distance from the windlass it becomes necessary to fleet or replace it in a proper state for action. When the man gives the above notice, another at the windlass immediately fixes his handspike between the deck and the cable, so as to jam the latter to the windlass and prevent it from running out till the jigger is replaced on the cable near the windlass. Jigger, a very teasing sand flea, which penetrates and breeds under the skin of the feet, but particularly at the toes. It must be removed or it occasions dreadful sores. The operation is effected by a needle, but the sac which contains the brood must not be broken, or the whole foot would be infected if any remained in it. Jiggered up, done up, tired out. Jiggermast. In large vessels it is an additional aftermost mast, thus any sail set on the ensign staff would be a jigger. Jigger tackle, a small tackle consisting of a double and a single block, and used by seamen on sundry occasions about the decks or aloft. Jigging, a mode of catching fish by dropping a weighted line with several hooks set back to back amongst them, and jerking it suddenly upwards. The weight is frequently cast in the form of a small fish. Also short pulls at a tackle fall. Jillalo, a large passage boat of Manila, fitted with outriggers. Jill, a fourth part of a pint measure, a seaman's daily allowance of rum, which formerly was half a pint. Jimmel or jimble, see gimbals. Jingle, a kind of long, heavy musket, supported about the centre of its length on a pivot, carrying a ball of from a quarter to half a pound, and generally fired by a matchlock, much used in China and the Indies. It is charged by a separate chamber, dropped into the breech and keyed. Ginny spinner, one of the names for the cockroach. To jerk, to cut or score the flesh of a wild hog on the inner surface, as practised by the Maroons. It is then smoked and otherwise prepared in a manner that gives the meat a fine flavour. Job, a stipulated work. Jobation, a private but severe lecture and reprimand. Job captain, one who gets a temporary appointment to a ship, whose regular commander is a member of Parliament, etc. Job watch, or hack watch, for taking astronomical sights, which saves taking the chronometer on deck or on shore to note the time. Dracalia, an Anglo-Norman law term signifying jewels, which, with gold and silver, were exempted in our smuggling enactments. Jocks, Scotch seamen. Jog, the shoulder or step of the rudder. Jogging, a protuberance on the surface of sawn wood. Joggle, the cubic joints of stones on piers, quays, and docks, also notches at the ends of paddle beam iron knees outside, to act as a stop to the diagonal iron stay which is extended between the arms of each knee. See juggle. Jog the loo, a command in small vessels to work the pump brake or to pump briskly. John, a name given to dried fish. See Poor John. John Bull. The origin of this nickname is traced to a satire written in the reign of Queen Anne by Dr. Arbuthnot to throw ridicule on the politics of the Spanish succession. John Company, the former board of directors for East India affairs. John Dory, a corruption of jaune doré, which is the colour of this fish. It is one of the Scombridae, Zeus Faber. John Dory was also the name of a celebrated French pirate. Johnny Raw, or Johnny Newcomb, an inexperienced youngster commencing his career, also applied to landsmen in general. See Raw. Johnny Shark, a common sobriquet of the Squalus tribe. John o' Groat's Bucky, a northern name for the Cypria pediculus, a small shell found on our sea coasts. John Tuck, the galley corruption of Jan Tuck or Jan Tuk, a Chinese viceroy, especially meaning the viceroy of Canton. To join, to repair to a ship, and personally to enter on an official position on board her, so also the junction of one or more ships with each other. Joiner, one who is a cabinet maker and performs neat work as a captain's joiner. Joint, the place where any two pieces of timber or plank are united. It is also used to express the lines which are laid down in the mould loft for shaping the timbers. Jolly, this term is usually applied to a comely and corpulent person, but afloat it is a familiar name for a soldier. Tame Jolly, a militiaman. Royal Jolly, a marine. Jolly boat, a smaller boat than the cutter, but likewise clincher built. It is generally a hack boat for small work, being about 4 feet beam to 12 feet length, with a bluff bow and very wide transom, a kind of washing tub. See Jellywot and cutter. Jolly Jumpers, sails above the moonrakers. Jolly Roger, a pirate's flag, a white skull in a black field. Jonathan, a name often applied to Americans in general, but really appropriate to the Quakers in America, being a corruption of John Nathan. Junk, see junk. Jorum of grog, etc., a full bowl or jug. Journal, synonymous at sea with logbook. It is a daily register of the ship's course and distance, the winds and weather, and a general account of whatever is of importance. In sea journals, the day or 24 hours used to terminate at noon, because the ship's position is then generally determined by observation. But the shore account of time is now adopted afloat. In machinery, journal is the bearing part of a shaft upon which it rests on its Y's or bearings. Journey work, work performed by the day. Jovial, relating to the system of the planet Jupiter. Jovicentric, as seen from or having relation to the center of Jupiter. Jowder, a term on our western coasts to denote a retail dealer in fish. Jowl, the head of a fish. See also block, cheek by jowl, close together. Joan Moor, the Manx and Erse term for the black-backed gull. Gibraltare, the early English word for Gibraltar. Judge advocate of the fleet or to the forces, a legal officer whose duty it is to investigate offences previous to determining on sending them before a court-martial, and then to report on the sentence awarded. He has civil deputies in Great Britain, but officers, generally secretaries to admirals or pursers, are appointed by the courts abroad. Judge advocate, deputy, an officer appointed to assist the court upon some general courts-martial for the trial of officers, seamen, and marines accused of a breach of the Articles of War. Judgment. In prize matters, the sentences of foreign courts, even though such decisions be manifestly unjust, are conclusive in ours by comity. The tribunals of France are not so complacent. Jaffer, see Ofro. Jugglemere, a west country word for a coast quagmire. Juggle or joggle. In shipbuilding, a notch in the edge of a plank to admit the narrow butt of another, as of the narrow end of a stealing strake. Julian period, a period of 7,980 years, dating from BC 4713, being the product of the numbers 15, 19, and 28, multiplied into each other, they being respectively the lengths in Julian years of the indiction, metonic cycle, and solar cycle. The Julian year was a period of 365 1/4 days, which was adopted as the length of the year after the reformation of the calendar by Julius Caesar. Giulio, an Italian coin worth about 6 pence. Jumpers, the short external duck frock worn by sailmakers, artificers, riggers, etc., to preserve the clothing beneath. Jump jointed, when the plates of an iron vessel are flush, as in those that are carvel built. Junco, see pur. Jungada, a balsa or simple kind of raft of several logs of wood, fitted with a tilt and used on the coasts of Peru. It has a mast and sails, and by means of a rudder, not unlike a sliding keel in principle, is capable of working to windward. See Juara. Jungle, a wilderness of wood. In Bengal the word is also applied to a tract covered with long grass, which grows to an extraordinary height. Jungles are dreaded for the fevers they engender. Junk. The Chinese junk is the largest vessel built by that nation, and at one period exceeding in tonnage any more vessels than possessed by England. The extreme beam is 1/3 from the stern. It shows no stem, it being chamfered off. The bow on deck is square, over which the anchors slide fore and aft. Having no keel and being very full at the stern, a huge rudder is suspended, which at sea is lowered below the depth of the bottom. The masts are immense in one piece. The cane sails are lug and heavy. The hull is divided into watertight compartments like tanks. Junk is also any remnants or pieces of old cable or condemned rope, cut into small portions for the purpose of making points, mats, swabs, gaskets, sinnet, oakum, and the like, which see. Also a dense cellular tissue in the head of the sperm whale, infiltrated with spermaceti. Also salt beef, as tough to the teeth as bits of rope, whence the epithet. Junket, a long basket for catching fish. Junketing, good cheer and hearty jollification. Jupiter, the longest known of the superior planets, and the largest in the solar system. It is accompanied by 4 satellites. Juratory caution, a process in the Instant Court of the Admiralty, to which a party is discretionally admitted on making oath that he is unable to find sureties. Jurabasso, a rating in former times given to a handyman who was partly interpreter and partly purchaser of stock. Jurisdiction, right, power, or authority which magistrates or courts have to administer justice. Within jurisdiction of civil powers, as regards naval matters, is within a line drawn from headland to headland in sight of each other, and forming part of the same county. The Admiralty jurisdiction is confined to 3 miles from the coast in civil matters, but exists wherever the flag flies at sea in criminal. Jury mast, A temporary or occasional mast, erected in a ship in the place of one which has been carried away in a gale, battle, etc. Jury masts are sometimes erected in a new ship to navigate her down a river, or to a neighbouring port, where her proper masts are prepared for her. Such jury masts are simply less in dimension for a light-trimmed vessel, as a frigate would have a brig's spars. Jury rudder, a contrivance of which there are several kinds, for supplying a vessel with the means of steering when an accident has befallen the rudder. Jus piscandi, the right of fishing. Juwar, the spring flood of the Ganges and adjacent rivers. End of section 9. Read by Czandra. Section 10 of the Sailor's Word Book, H to M. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sailor's Word Book, H to M, by William Henry Smyth. K.A. to K.E. Tag, a Manx or Gaelic term for a forelock, stopper or lynch pin. Cabello, codfish which has been salted and hung for a few days, but not thoroughly dried. Also a dish of cod, mashed. Cabazir, a chief or governor on the African coast. Caberns, the old name for nippers. Kafala, a well-known Eastern word meaning a party with camels, travelling or sojourning, but it was also applied by our early voyagers to convoys of merchant ships. Kaya, an old term for a quay or wharf. Kaik, see kaik. Kalbaz or halbaz, pronounced kalva, one of the best Turkish delicacies composed of honey, must, and almonds beat up together. Calendar, time accommodated to the uses of life. See almanac. Kali, Solsola kali, a marine plant generally burned to supply soda for the glass manufacturers, subcarbonate of potass. Kamsin, a southwesterly wind which blows over Egypt in March and April, generally not more than 3 successive days at a time. Its name signifies the wind of 50 days, not as blowing for such a period, but because it only occurs during 50 days of March and April. Kanjia, a passage boat of the Nile. Kana, a name for ginseng, which see. Karavala, see caravel. Karbats, a common boat of Lapland. Cat, a timber vessel used on the northern coasts of England. Katabathra, subterraneous passages in certain mountains in Greece, through which the superfluous waters are discharged. Katan, a Japanese sword, otherwise katan. Katan, a corruption of yatagan, which see. Kati, see Kati. Call, a license for trade given by the authorities in India to our early voyagers. Kava, a beverage in the South Sea Islands made by steeping the piper inebrians in water. Kaver, a word used in the Hebrides for a gentle breeze. Kay or key, probably from the Dutch kayen, to haul, a place to which ships are hauled, knoll or head of a shoal. Kaya, Malay. Kayak, a fishing boat in all the North Polar countries, most likely a corrupted form of the Eastern kaik by our early voyagers. Canard, a term of reproach amongst our early voyagers, probably from Canis. Kayuputi, or Kajupati oil, from the Malay words kayu, wood, and puti, oil, the useful oil obtained from the Melaleuca leucadendron. Kazi, a Shetland fishing boat. K.C.B., sigla of Knight Commander of the Most Honourable Military Order of the Bath. Kiwi, a coast name for a species of crab that devours cuttlefish greedily. Kiwi Cleek, in the north a crooked piece of iron for catching crabs. Keckling, or cackling, is covering a cable spirally in opposition to rounding, which is close. with 3-inch old rope to protect it from chafe in the hawse hole. Kittles. See kittles. Kedge or kedger. A small anchor used to keep a ship steady and clear from her bower anchor while she rides in harbour, particularly at the turn of the tide. The kedge anchors are also used to warp a ship from one part of a harbour to another. They are generally furnished with an iron stock, which is easily displaced for the convenience of stowing. The Old English word kedge signified brisk, and they're generally run in to a quick step. See anchor, warp. To kedge, to warp a ship ahead through the tide, though the tide be contrary, by means of the kedge anchor and hawser. Ketcher, a mean fellow, more properly cadger, one in everybody's mess, but in no one's watch, an old term for a fisherman. Kedge rope, the rope which belongs to the kedge anchor and restrains the vessel from driving over her bower anchor. Kedging, the operation of tide working in a narrow channel or river by kedge hauling. Keel, the lowest and principal timber of a ship, running fore and aft its whole length, and supporting the frame like the backbone in quadrupeds. It is usually first laid on the blocks in building, being the base of the superstructure. Accordingly, the stem and stern posts are, in some measure, a continuation of the keel, and serve to connect the extremities of the sides by transoms, as the keel forms and unites the bottom by timbers. The keel is generally composed of several thick pieces placed lengthwise, which, after being scarfed together, are bolted and clinched upon the upper side. In iron vessels the keel is formed of one or more plates of iron, having a concave curve or limber channel along its upper surface. To give the keel is to careen. Keel formerly meant a vessel, so many keels struck the sands. Also a low, flat-bottomed vessel used on the Tyne to carry coals, 21 tons, 4 hundredweight, down from Newcastle for loading the colliers. Hence the latter are said to carry so many keels of coals. Anglo-Saxon keel, a small bark. False keel, a fir keel-piece bolted to the bottom of the keel to assist stability and make a ship hold a better wind. It is temporary, being pinned by stake bolts with spear points, so when a vessel grounds, this frequently, being of fir or Canada elm, floats and comes up alongside. Rabbets of the keel. The furrow which is continued up stem and stern post, into which the garboard and other streaks fay. The butts take into the gripe ahead, or after deadwood, and stern post abaft. Rank keel. A very deep keel, one calculated to keep the ship from rolling heavily. Upon an even keel, the position of a ship when her keel is parallel to the plane of the horizon, so that she is equally deep in the water at both ends. Keelage, a local duty charged on all vessels coming into a harbour. Keel blocks, short log ends of timbers on which the keel of a vessel rests while building or repairing, affording access to work beneath. Keel deeters, the wives and daughters of keelmen who sweep and clean the keels, having the sweepings of small coal for their trouble. Keel hauling, a severe punishment formerly inflicted for various offences, especially in the Dutch navy. The culprit was suspended by a rope from one fore-yard arm attached to his back, with a weight upon his legs, and having another rope fastened to him, leading under the ship's bottom, and through a block at its opposite yard arm he was then let fall into the sea. When passing under the ship's bottom he was hoisted up on the opposite side of the vessel to the other yard arm, aptly described as undergoing a great hardship. Keeling, rolling on her keel, also a sort of codfish. Some restrict the term to the Gadus morhua, or large cod. Keel leg or hook means any anchor, as she's come to a keylock. Keelmen, a rough and hardy body of men who work the keels of Newcastle, sometimes termed keel bullies. They are recognized as mariners in various statutes. Keel pieces, the parts of the keel which are of large timber. Keel rake, synonymous with keel haul. See keel hauling. Keel rope, a coarse rope formerly used for cleaning the limber holes. Keels, an old British name for long vessels, formerly written kjol and keulis. Verstegen informs us that the Saxons came over in 3 large ships, styled by themselves keels. Keelson or kelson, an internal keel laid upon the middle of the floor timbers, immediately over the keel, and serving to bind all together by means of long bolts driven from without and clinched on the upper side of the keelson. The main keelson, in order to fit with more security upon the floor timbers, is notched opposite to each of them, and there secured by spike nails. The pieces of which it is formed are usually less in breadth and thickness than those of the keel. Keelson rider, see false kelson. Keel staples, generally made of copper, from 6 to 12 inches long, with a jagged hook to each end. They're driven into the sides of the main and false keels to fasten them. Keep, a strong donjon or tower in the middle of a castle, usually the last resort of its garrison in a siege. Also a reservoir for fish by the side of a river. To keep, a term used on several occasions in navigation as keep her away, alter the ship's course to leeward by sailing further off the wind. The reverse is keep your wind, keep your luff, close to the wind. Keep a good hold of the land is to hug it as near as it can safely be done. Keep her own, not to fall off, not driven back by tide. Keeping a good offing, to keep well off shore while under sail, so as to be clear of danger should the wind suddenly shift and blow towards the shore. Keeping a watch, to have charge of the deck, also the act of being on watch duty. Keeping full for stays, a necessary precaution to give the sails full force in aid of the rudder when going about. Keeping her way, the force of steady motion through the water continued after the power which gave it has varied or diminished. Keeping the sea, the term formerly used when orders were issued for the array of the inhabitants of the sea coasts. Keep off, to fall to a distance from the shore or a ship, etc. See offing. Keep the land aboard is to sail along it or within sight as much as possible or as close as danger will permit. Keep your luff, an order to the helmsman to keep the ship close to the wind, that is, sailing with a course as near as possible to the direction from which the wind is coming. See close hauled. Keg, a small cask of no fixed contents, used familiarly for taking offence, as to keg is to irritate, to carry the keg, to continue, originally a smuggler's phrase. Kegged, feeling affronted or jeered at. Kelds, the still parts of a river which have an oily smoothness while the rest of the water is ruffled. Kelf, the incision made in a tree by the axe when felling it. Kelling, a large kind of cod, thus in Havelock, kelling he took, and tumbrel, herring and the mackerel. Kelks, the milt or roe of fish. Kalaw, the Erse term for a wooden anchor with a stone in it, but in later times is applied to any grapnel or small anchor. Kelp, Salsola kali, the ashes produced by the combustion of various marine algae and used in obtaining iodine, soda, etc. Kelpie, a mischievous sea sprite, supposed to haunt the fords and ferries of the northern coasts of Great Britain, especially in storms. Kelt, a salmon that has been spawning, a foul fish. Kelter, ships and men are said to be in prime kelter when in fine order and well rigged. Kemp, an old term for a soldier, camper or camp man, also a kind of eel. Kemstock, an old term for capstan. To ken, Anglo-Saxon, descrying, as Shakespeare in Henry VI, quote, "and far as I could ken thy chalky cliffs." End quote. Ken, a speck, a striking object or mark. Kennets, large cleats, see kevels, also a coarse Welsh cloth of commerce, see Statute 33, Henry VIII, Chapter 3. Kenning by kenning, a mode of increasing wages formerly, according to whaling law, by seeing how a man performed his duty. Kenning glass, a hand spyglass or telescope. Ken speckled, conspicuous, having distinct marks. Kentlage, pigs of iron cast for permanent ballast laid over the kelson plates, or if in the limbers, then called limber kentlage. Kentlage goods, in lieu of ballast. Kent purchase, a misspelling of can't purchase, or one used to turn a whale round during the operation of flensing. Kepler's laws, 3 famous laws of nature, detected by Kepler early in the 17th century. 1. The primary planets revolve about the sun in ellipses, having that luminary in one of the foci. 2. The planets describe about the sun equal areas in equal times. 3. The squares of the periodic times of the planets are to each other as the cubes of their mean distances from the sun. Kepling, see Kaplan. Kerf, the furrow or slit made by the saw in dividing timber. Curlanguishes, the swift sailing boats of the Bosphorus. The name signifies swallows. Kermes, a little red gall, occasioned by the puncture of the Coccus ilicis on the leaves of the Quercus coccifera, or Kermes oak, an article of commerce from Spain, used in dyeing. Kernel, corrupted from crenelle, the holes in a battlement made for the purpose of shooting arrows and small shot. Kerns, light-armed Irish foot soldiers of low degree, who cleared the way for the heavy gallo-glasses. Kers, an Anglo-Saxon word for watercresses. Kert, an old spelling for chart. Kervel, see Carvel. Ketch, a vessel of the galliot order, equipped with 2 masts, vigilit the main and mizzen masts, usually from 100 to 250 tons burden. Ketches were principally used as yachts for conveying great personages from one place to another. The peculiarity of this rig, affording so much space before the mainmast and at the greatest beam, caused them to be used for mortar vessels, hence bomb ketches, which are built remarkably strong, with a greater number of riders than any other vessel of war, as requisite to sustain the violent shock produced by the discharge of their mortars. See bomb vessel, mortar, and shell. Ketterins, marauders who formerly infested the Irish coast and channel. Ketos or Ketus, an ancient ship of large dimensions. Kettle, the brass or metal box of a compass. Kettle bottom, a name applied to a ship with a flat floor. Kettle net, a net used in taking mackerel. Kettle of fish, to have made a pretty kettle of fish of it implies a perplexity in judgment. Kevel heads, the ends of the top timbers which, rising above the gunwale, serve to belay the ropes or to be used as kevels. Keveling, a coast name for the skate. Kevels or cavils, large cleats, or also pieces of oak passing through a mortise in the rail, and answer the purpose of timber heads for belaying ropes to. Key, in shipbuilding, means a dry piece of oak or elm cut tapering to drive into scarfs that have hook butts, to wedge deck planks, or to join any pieces of wood tightly to each other, iron forelocks. Key or cay, derived from the Spanish cayos, rocks. What in later years have been so termed will be found in the old Spanish charts as cayos. The term was introduced to us by the buccaneers as small insular spots with a scant vegetation. Without the latter they are merely termed sandbanks. Key is especially used in the West Indies and often applied to the smaller coral shoals produced by zoophytes. Quay or quay, a long wharf, usually built of stone, by the side of a harbour, and having posts and rings, cranes, and storehouses for the convenience of merchant ships. Quayage or quayage, money paid for landing goods at a quay or quay, the same as wharfage. Cale, see keel, the vessel of that name. Quay model, In shipbuilding, a model formed by pieces of board laid on each other horizontally. These boards, being all shaped from the lines on the paper, when put together and fairly adjusted, present the true form of the proposed ship. Key of the rudder. See wood locks. In machinery applies to wedges, forelocks, etc. End of section 10. Read by Czandra, Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 11 of the Sailor's Wordbook, H2M, by W.H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. KH to KY. Kalashis, native Indian sailors. Caviar, see caviar. Gizr, the patron deity of the sea in the East Indies, to whom small boats called bira are annually sacrificed on the shores and rivers. Kaib, a flaw produced in the bore of a gun by a shot striking against it. Kiblings, parts of a small fish used for bait on the banks of Newfoundland. Kick, the springing back of a musket when fired. Also, the violent recoil by which a carronade is often thrown off the slide of its carriage, a comparison of excellence or novelty, the very kick. Kickshaw, applied to French cookery or unsubstantial trifles. To kick the bucket, to expire, an inconsiderate phrase for dying. To kick up a dust, to create a row or disturbance. Kid, a presuming man, kiddy fellow, neat in his dress, also a compartment in some fishing vessels wherein the fish are thrown as they're caught, also a small wooden tub for grog, with 2 ears, or generally for a mess utensil of that kind. See kit. Kiddles, stakes whereby the free passage of boats and vessels is hindered, also temporary open weirs for catching fish. Kiddlywink, a low beer shop in our western ports. To kidnap, to crimp or carry off by artifice. Kidney, men of the same kidney, that is, of a similar disposition. Kiftis, the large passage boats of India, fitted with cabins on each side from stem to stern. Kihaya, an officer of Turkish ports in superintendence of customs, etc., often deputy governor. Kilderkin, a vessel containing the 1/8 part of a hogshead. Kyle, see Kyle. Kill, a channel or stream, as Catskill, Schuylkill, etc. Kill devil, new rum from its pernicious effects. Killer, a name for the grampus, Orca gladiator, given on account of the ferocity with which it attacks and destroys whales, seals, and other marine animals. See grampus. Killies, the groove in a crossbow. Killing off, striking the names of dead officers from the Navy list by a coup de plume. Killock, a small anchor, flue of an anchor. See Killar. Kililipi, a name on our northern shores for the Tringa hypoleucus, or a common sandpiper. Kiln, the dockyard building wherein planks are steamed for the purpose of bending them to round the extremities of a ship. Kin, see kin. King Arthur, a game played on board ship in warm climates in which a person, grotesquely personating King Arthur, is drenched with buckets of water until he can, by making one of his persecutors smile or laugh, change places with him. King Crab, the Limulus polyphemus of the West Indies. Kingfish, the Zeus Luna. Carteret took one at Masufuero, 5½ feet long and weighing 87 pounds. Also the Scomber maximus of the West Indies. Kingfisher, the Alcedo ispida, a small bird of brilliant plumage, frequenting rivers and brooks and feeding upon fish, which it catches with great dexterity. See Halcyon. King John's men, the Adolamites of the Navy. King's bargain, good or bad, said of a seaman according to his activity and merit, or sloth and demerit. King's bencher, the busiest of the galley orators, also galley skulkers. King's hard bargain, a useless fellow who's not worth his hire. King's lettermen, an extinct class of officers of similar rank with midshipmen. The royal letter was a kind of promise that if they conducted themselves well they should be promoted to the rank of lieutenant. King's own, all the articles supplied from the royal magazines and marked with the broad arrow, salt, beef, or junk. King's parade, a name given to the quarter-deck of a man of war, which is customarily saluted by touching the hat when stepping on it. Kink, an accidental curling, twist, or doubling turn in a cable or rope, occasioned by its being very stiff or close laid, or by being drawn too hastily out of the coil or tier in which it was coiled. See coiling. To kink, to twist. Kinklings, a coast name for periwinkles. Kin, from the Gaelic word for head, meaning in local names a hill or promontory. Quintal, a dozen of anything, remotely corrupted from quintal. Kintlage, a term for iron ballast. See kentlage. Keok or blueback, an alosa fish used by the American and other fishermen as a bait for mackerel. Kiosk, a pavilion on the poop of some Turkish vessels. Kiplin, the more perishable parts of the codfish, cured separately from the body. Kippage, an old term for equipage or ship's company. Kipper, salmon in the act of spawning, also the male fish, and especially beaked fish. Kipper is also applied to salmon which has undergone the process of kippering, which see. Kippering, a method of curing fish in which salt is little used, but mainly sugar, pepper, and drying in the sun, and occasionally some smoke. Salmon thus treated is considered a dainty, though the cure is far less lasting than with salt. Kipper time, the time during which the statutes prohibit the taking of salmon. Kismisses, the raisins issued in India resembling the sultanas of the Levant. The word is derived from the Turkish. They seldom have seeds. Kist, a word still in use in the north for chest. Kit, a small wooden pail or bucket wherewith boats are bailed out, generally with an ear. See kid, also a contemptuous term for total, as the whole kit of them. Kit or kit, an officer's outfit, also a term among soldiers and marines to express the complement of regimental necessaries which they are obliged to keep in repair, also a seaman's wardrobe. Kittiwake, a species of gull of the northern seas, so called from its peculiar cry, Larus tridactylus. Kittiwitch, a small kind of crab on the east coast. Clegg, the fish Gadus barbatus. Kleptes, the pirates of the archipelago, literally the Greek for robbers. Click hooks, large hooks for catching salmon in the daytime. Clinker, a flat-bottomed lighter or pram of Sweden and Denmark. Clinkets, small grating gates made through palisades for sallies. Klippen, the German for cliffs, in use in the Baltic. Blinde klippen, reefs of rocks under water. Klosh, seamen of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. Gnagi, crotchety, sour-tempered. Gnags, points of rocks, also hard knots in wood. Knap, from the Anglo-Saxon knip, a protuberance, the top of a hill, also a blow or correction, as "you'll knap it" for some misdeed. Knapsack, a light waterproof case fitted to the back, in which the foot soldier carries his necessaries on a march. Nars, knots in spars. See nar. Neck, the twisting of rope or cable as it is veering out. Knee, naturally grown timber or bars of iron, bent to a right angle or to fit the surfaces and to secure bodies firmly together, as hanging knees secure the deck beams to the sides. They are divided into hanging knees, diagonal hanging knees, lodging knees or deck beam knees, transom knees, helm post transom knees, wing transom knees, which see. Knee of the head, A large flat piece of timber, fixed edgeways in fade upon the forepart of a ship's stem, supporting the ornamental figure. See head. Besides which, this piece is otherwise useful as serving to secure the boom or bumpkin, by which the foretack is extended to windward, and by its great breadth preventing the ship from falling to leeward when close hauled, so much as she would otherwise be liable to do. It also affords security to the bowsprit by increasing the angle of the bobstay, so as to make it act more perpendicularly on the bowsprit. The knee of the head is a phrase peculiar to shipwrights. By seamen it is called the cutwater, which see. Knees. Dagger knees are those which are fixed rather obliquely to avoid an adjacent gun port, or where, from the vicinity of the next beam, there is not space for the arms of two lodging knees. Lodging knees are fixed horizontally in the ship's frame, having one arm bolted to the beam, and the other across 2 or 3 of the timbers. Standard knees are those which, being upon a deck, have one arm bolted down to it, and the other pointing upwards, secured to the ship's side. Such also are the bitts and channels. Knee timber. That sort of crooked timber which forms at its back or elbow an angle of from 24 degrees to 45 degrees. But the more acute this angle is, the more valuable is the timber on that account. Used for knees, rising floors, and crutches, same as raking knees. Nettar, a string used to tie the mouth of a sack. Knife, an old name for a dagger. Thus Lady Macbeth, quote, "that my keen knife see not the wound it makes." Knightheads, 2 large oak timbers, one on each side of the stem, rising up sufficiently above it to support the bowsprit, which is fixed between them. The term is synonymous with bollard timbers. Knightheads also formerly denoted in many merchant ships 2 strong frames of timber fixed on the main deck, a little behind the foremast, which supported the ends of the windlass. They were frequently called the bitts, and then their upper parts only were denominated the knightheads, from having been embellished with a carved head. See windlass. Also a name formerly given to the lower gear blocks, which were then no other than bitts, containing several sheaves, and nearly resembling our present topsail sheet bitts. Knighthood, an institution by princes, either for the defence of religion, or as marks of honour on officers who have distinguished themselves by their valour and address. This dignity being personal, dies with the individual so honoured. The initials of our own orders are K.G., Knight of the Garter; K.T., Knight of the Thistle; K.S.P., Knight of St. Patrick; G.C.B., Grand Cross of the Bath; K.C.B., Knight Commander of the Bath; G.C.H., Knight Grand Cross of the Hanoverian Guelphic Order; K.H., Knight of the Hanoverian Guelphic Order; G.C.M.G., Grand Cross of St. Michael and George; E.S.I., Most Exalted Star of India. The principal foreign orders worn by our Navy are those of Hanover, St. Ferdinand, and Merit, the Tower and Sword, Legion of Honour, Maria Theresa, St. Bento Davis, Cross of Charles III, San Fernando, St. Louis, St. Vladimir, St. Anne of Russia, Red Eagle of Prussia, Redeemer of Greece, Medjid of Turkey, Leopold of Austria, Iron Crown of Austria, William of the Netherlands. Knights, 2 short thick pieces of wood, formerly carved like a man's head, having 4 sheaves in each, one of them abaft the foremast, called foreknight, and the other abaft the mainmast, called mainknight. Knittle, see nettles. Nob or nob, an officer, perhaps from the Scotch term nabby, the lower class of gentry. Knocker, a peculiar and fetid species of West Indian cockroach, so called on account of the knocking noise they make in the night. Knock off work and carry deals. A term used to deride the idea of any work, however light, being relaxation, just as giving up taking in heavy beams of timber and being set to carry deals is not really knocking off work. Knoll, the top of a rounded hill, the head of a bank, or the most elevated part of a submarine shoal, perhaps derived from knoll, a provincialism for head. Knop, see nap. Knot, a large knob formed on the extremity of a rope, generally by untwisting its ends and interweaving them regularly among each other. Of these there are several sorts, differing in form, size, and name, as diamond knot, cop knot, overhand knot, reef knot, shroud knot, stopper knot, single wall knot, double wall knot. The bowline knot is so firmly made and fastened to the cringles of the sails that they must break, or the sails split before it will slip. See running bowline. The sheepshank knot serves to shorten a rope without cutting it and may be presently loosened. The wall knot is so made with the lays of a rope that it cannot slip and serves for sheets, tacks, and stoppers. Knots are generally used to act as a button in preventing the end of a rope from slipping through the hole of a deadeye or through the turns of a lanyard, by which they are sometimes made fast to other ropes. Knot also implies a division on the log line, bearing a similar proportion to a mile, which half a minute does to an hour. That is, it is 1/120th of a mile. Hence we say the ship was doing 8 knots, signifying 8 miles per hour. Indeed, in nautical parlance, the words knot and mile are synonymous, alluding to the geographical mile of 60 minutes to a degree of latitude. Knoll, a term commonly given to the summits of elevated lands in the west of England, therefore probably the same as knoll. Knowledge, in admiralty law, opposed to ignorance, and the want of which is liable to heavy penalty. Knuckle, a sudden angle made on some timbers by a quick reverse of shape, such as the knuckles of the counter timbers. Knuckle rails, those mouldings which are placed at the knuckles of the stern timbers. Knuckle timbers, the top timbers in the forebody, the heads of which stand perpendicular and form an angle with the flare or hollow of the top side. Knuckle under, obey your superior's order, give way to circumstances. Knert, stunted, not freely grown. Koff, a large Dutch coasting trader, fitted with 2 masts and sails set with sprits. Cometa, a captain formerly elected in the Spanish Navy by 12 experienced navigators. Coolie, or coolie, an Indian day labor and porter. Kund, a large cistern at a watering place in India. Kopek, a Russian copper coin, 100 of which make a rouble, in value nearly a halfpenny, and named from kopia, a spear, because formerly stamped with St. George spearing the dragon. Korokora, a broad-beamed Molucca vessel with high stem and stern and an outrigger. It is common among the Malay Islands. Kota, an excellent turpentine procured in India. Kupang, a gold coin of Japan and the Moluccas of various value from 25 to 44 shillings. Kaudi, the New Zealand pine spars. Krabla, a Russian vessel, usually from Archangel, fitted for killing the whale, walrus, and other Arctic quarry. Kraken, the fictitious sea monster of Norway. Krang, the body of a whale when divested of its blubber and therefore abandoned by the whalers. Crare, a small vessel, but perhaps larger than the cog, being thus mentioned in the Morte Arturi. Quote, be then cog upon cog, crares, and other. End quote. To cree, a north country word to beat or bruise. Creel, a framework of timber for the catching of fish, especially salmon, also a crab pot made of osiers on the principle of a wire mousetrap, also a sportsman's fishing basket. Crennel, the smaller kringle for bowline, bridles, etc. To kringle, to dry and shrivel up, also a form of kringle, which see. Kris, the formidable dagger used by the Malays. Crewmen or crewmen, fishmen, a tribe of African Negroes inhabiting Cape Palmas, Crew Cetra and Cetra Crew, subjects of Great Britain, and cannot be made slaves. They are especially employed in wooding and watering where hazardous to European constitutions. Cub house or caboose, see caboose. Kiar, cordage made in India from the fibers which envelop the coconut, and having the advantage of elasticity and buoyancy, makes capital cables for country ships. See Quare. Kiddle, a dam in a river for taking fish. Quote, fishes love soot smell. Also it is true, they love not old kiddles as they do the new. End quote. Kyle, a bay or arm of the sea on our northern shores, as the Kyles of Bute, etc. Quintal, an old form of quintal, which see. End of section 11. Read by Czandra in Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 12 of the Sailor's Word Book, H to M, by William Henry Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. L.A. L. The 3 L's were formerly vaunted by seamen who despised the use of nautical astronomy, videlicet, lead, latitude, and lookout, all of them admirable in their way. Dr. or Captain Halley added the 4th L, the greatly desired longitude. Lass, an obsolete term for an illegal net or snare. Labarum, a standard in early days. To labber, to struggle in water as a fish when caught, to splash. Labor, in the relative mechanical efforts of the human body laboring in various posture. 682 1/3 have been given for the rowing effort, 476 for the effort at a winch, and 209 1/3 for the effort at a pump. Laboring, the act of a ship's working, pitching or rolling heavily in a turbulent sea, by which the masts and even the hull are greatly endangered. Laborsome, said of a ship which is subject to roll and pitch violently in a heavy sea, either from some defect in her construction or improper stowage of her hold. To lace, to apply a bonnet by lacing it to a sail, also to beat or punish with a rattan or a rope's end, also the trimmings of uniforms. Lashes, in law, loose practice, or where parties let matters sleep for above 7 years, when by applying to the Admiralty Court they might have compelled the production of an account. Lacing, rope or cord used to lace a sail to a gaff or a bonnet to a sail, also one of the principal pieces that compose the knee of the head, running up as high as the top of the hair bracket, also a piece of compass or knee timber, fade to the back of the figurehead and knee of the head and bolted to each. Lacustrine, belonging or referring to a lake. Ladder, the accommodation ladder is a sort of light staircase occasionally fixed on the gangway. It is furnished with rails and man ropes. The lower end of it is kept at a proper distance from the ship's side by iron bars or braces to render it more convenient. See gangway. Forecastle ladder and hold ladder, for getting into or out of those parts of a ship. Jacob's ladder, abaft top-gallant masts, where no ratlines are provided. Quarter or stern ladders, 2 ladders of rope, suspended from the right and left side of a ship's stern, whereby to get into the boats which are moored astern. Ladderways, the hatchways, scuttles, or other openings in the decks, wherein the ladders are placed. Lade, Anglo-Saxon, laden, to pour out, the mouth of a channel or drain. To lade a boat is to throw water out. Lade gorn or lade pail, a bucket with a long handle to lade water with. Laden, the state of a ship when charged with materials equal to her capacity. If the goods be heavy, her burden is determined by weight, but if light, she carries as much as she can conveniently stow. A ton in measure is estimated at 2,000 pounds in weight. A vessel of 200 tons ought therefore to carry a weight equal to 400,000 pounds, but if she cannot float high enough with as great a quantity of it as her hold will contain, then a diminution of it becomes necessary. Vessels carry heavy goods by the ton of 20 hundredweight, but lighter goods by a ton of cubic feet, which varies according to the custom of the port. In London it is 40, in India from 50 to 52, depending on the goods. Vessels can carry, not safely, twice their tonnage. Laden in bulk. A cargo, neither in casks, bales, nor cases, but lying loose in the hold, only defended from wet by mats and dunnage. Such are usually cargoes of salt, corn, etc. Ladya, an unwieldy boat in Russia for transporting the produce of the interior. Ladies' ladder, shrouds rattled too closely. Lading, a vessel's cargo. Ladle, for a gun, an instrument for charging with loose powder, formed of a cylindrical sheet of copper tube fitted to the end of a long staff. Paying ladle, an iron ladle with a long channeled spout opposite to the handle. It is used to pour melted pitch into the seams. Ladron, a term for thief, adopted from the Spanish. Ladron ship, literally a pirate, but it is the usual epithet applied by the Chinese to a man of war. Lady of the gun room, a gunner's mate who takes charge of the after scuttle where gunner's stores are kept. Lagan or lagam, Anglo-Saxon ligan, a term in derelict law for goods which are sunk with a buoy attached that they may be recovered. Also things found at the bottom of the sea, ponderous articles which sink with the ship in wreck. Laggers, on canals, men who lie on their backs on the top of the lading and pushing against the bridges and tunnels pass the boats through. Also a transported convict, a lazy fellow, to lag, to loiter. Laggin, the end of the stave outside a cask or tub. Lagoon, an inland broad expanse of salt water, usually shallow, and connected with the sea by one or more channels or washes over the reef. Lagoon islands, those produced by coral animals. They are of various shapes, belted with coral, frequently with channels by which ships may enter and lie safely inside. They are often studded with the coconut palm. See atolls. Lagoons, the shallows which extend round Venice. Their depth between the city and the mainland is 3 to 6 feet in general. They are occasioned by the quantities of sand carried down by the rivers which descend from the Alps and fall into the Adriatic along its northwestern shores. Lagwood, the larger sticks from the head of an oak tree when felled. Lade, a fisherman's name for the pollock, also a term in rope making, the twist being the lay. Single laid is 1 strand, hawser laid 3 strands twisted into a rope, cablet laid 3 ropes laid together. This is also termed water laid. Laid aback, see aback. Laid to, a term used sometimes for hove to, but when a vessel lays to, the sails are kept full, as in a gale of wind under staysails or close reefs, etc. Laid up, a vessel dismantled and moored in a harbour, either for want of employment or as unfit for further service. Lake, a large inland expanse of water with or without communication with the sea. A lake, strictly considered, has no visible affluent or effluent, but many of the lochs of Ireland and lochs of Scotland partake of the nature of havens or gulfs. Moreover, some lakes have affluents without outlets, and others have an outlet without any visible affluent, therein differing from lagoons and ponds. The water of lakes, entirely encompassed by land, is sometimes salt. That communicating with the sea by means of rivers is fresh. Lake lawyer, a voracious fish in the lakes of America, called also the mudfish. Lamentin, a name used by the early voyagers for the manatee. Lamb's wool sky, a collection of white orbicular masses of cloud. Lambusting, a starting with a rope's end. Lamprey eel, a common corruption of lamprey. Lamprey, an eel-like cyclostomus fish belonging to the genus Petromyzon. There are several species, some marine, others fluviatile. Lampron, the old name for the lamprey. Lamp shells, a name applied to the terra brachylae of zoologists. Lance knight, a foot soldier of old. Lanza pesado, from Italian lancia spezzata, or broken lance, originally a soldier who, having broken his lance on the enemy and lost his horse in fight, was entertained as a volunteer till he could remount himself. Hence lance corporal, one doing corporal's duty on the pay of a private. Lanchang, a Malay proa carrying 25 or 30 men. Land, in a general sense, denotes terra firma, as distinguished from sea, but also land laid, or to lay the land, is just to lose sight of it. Land locked is when land lies all round the ship. Land is shut in signifies that another point of land hides that from which the ship came. The ship lies land to implies so far from shore that it can only just be discerned. To set the land is to see by compass how it bears. To make the land, to sight it after an absence. To land on deck, a nautical anomaly, meaning to lower casks or weighty goods on deck from the tackles. Land blink, on Arctic voyages a peculiar atmospheric brightness on approaching land covered with snow, usually more yellow than ice blink. Land breeze, a current of air which in the temperate zones, and still more within the tropics, regularly sets from the land towards the sea during the night, and this even on opposite points of the coast. It results from land losing its heat quicker than water, hence the air above it becomes heavier and rushes towards the sea to establish equilibrium. Land, the heathy track between Bordeaux and the Basses Pyrenees, but also denoting uncultivated or unreclaimable spots. Landfall, making the land. A good landfall signifies making the land at or near the place to which the course was intended, while a bad landfall implies the contrary. Land feather, a sea cove. Land ho, the cry when land is first seen. Land ice, flat ice connected with the shore, within which there is no channel. Landing strake, in boats the upper strake of plank but one. Landing surveyor, the custom house officer who appoints and superintends the landing waiters. Landing waiters, persons appointed from the custom house to inspect goods discharged from foreign parts. Landlooper, Dutch, meaning he who flies from his country for crime or debt, but not to be confounded with landlubber, which see. Landlubber, a useless longshorer, a vagrant stroller, applied by sailors to the mass of landsmen, especially those without employment. Landmark, any steeple, tree, windmill, or other object serving to guide the seaman into port or through a channel. Land sharks, crimps, pettifogging attorneys, slopmongers, and the canaille infesting the slums of seaport towns. Land slip, the fall of a quantity of land from a cliff or declivity, the land sliding away so as often to carry trees with it still standing upright. Landsman, the rating, formerly of those on board a ship who had never been at sea and who were usually stationed among the wasters or afterguard. Some of those used to small craft are more ready about the decks than in going aloft. The rating is now second-class ordinary. Lantern, a wind that blows in the night at certain times in most hot countries. Land waiters, see landing waiters. Lane, make a lane there, an order for men to open a passage and allow a person to pass through. Lane or vein of ice, a narrow channel between two fields, any open cracks or separations of flow offering navigation. Langrel or langrage, a villainous kind of shot, consisting of various fragments of iron bound together, so as to fit the bore of the cannon from which it is to be discharged. It is seldom used but by privateers. Languet, a small slip of metal on the hilt of a sword, which overhangs the scabbard, the ear of a sword. Lanyard or laniers, a short piece of rope or line made fast to anything to secure it, or as a handle. Such are the lanyards of the gun locks, of the gun ports, of the buoy, of the cat hook, etc. The principal lanyards are those which secure the shrouds and stays, termed lanyards of lower, topmast, or other rigging. See Deadeye and Heart. Lancha, a large Malay craft of the Indian archipelago. Lantern, ships of war had formerly 3 poop lanterns, and 1 in the maintop to designate the admiral's ship, also deck lanterns, fighting lanterns, magazine lanterns, etc. The signal lanterns are peculiar. The great ship lantern, hanging to the poop, appears on the trunnion column. Lantern braces. Iron bars to secure the lanterns. Lantern fish. A West Country name for the smooth sole. Lantion. A Chinese rowing boat. Lanyards, see lanyard. Lap jointed. The plates of an iron vessel, overlapping each other as in clincher work. Lapland witches. People in Lapland who profess to sell fair winds, thus retaining a remnant of ancient classical superstition. Lap over or upon. The mast carlings are said to lap upon the beams by reason of their great depth, and head ledges at the ends lap over the coamings. Lapel or lapel. The facing of uniform coats. Until the introduction of epaulettes in 1812, the white lapel was used as synonymous with lieutenant's commission. Hence the brackish poet in the Craven Midshipman's Lament, quote, "If I had in my country stayed, I then had learned some useful trade, and scorned the white lapel." End quote. Lapping. The undulations occasioned in the waves by the paddle wheels of a steamboat. In the polar seas, lapping applies to the young or thin ice, one plate overlapping another, so dangerous to boats and their crews. Also the overlaying of plank edges in working. Laps. The remaining part of the ends of carlings, etc., which are to bear a great weight or pressure, such for instance as the captain's step. Laps course. One of the oldest and most savoury of the regular forecastle dishes. See lob's course. Larboard. The left side of a ship, when the spectator's face is towards the bow. The Italians derive starboard from questa borda, this side, and larboard from quella borda, that side, abbreviated into starborda and laborda. Their resemblance caused so many mistakes that by order of the Admiralty, larboard is now thrown overboard and port substituted. Port the helm is even mentioned in Arthur Pitt's voyage in 1580. Larboard watch. The old term for port watch, the division of a ship's company called for duty, while the other, the starboard, is relieved from it. See watch. Larbolins or larbolians. A cant term implying the larboard watch, the opposite of starboard. Quote, "Larbolins stout, you must turn out and sleep no more within, for if you do, we'll cut your clew and let starbolins in." End quote. Large. Sailing large, going with the wind free when studding sails will draw. Lark. A small boat. Also frolicsome merriment. See skylarking. To larrup. An old word meaning to beat with a rope's end, strap, or colt. Lascar. A native sailor in the East Indies, also in a military sense, natives of India employed in pitching tents or dragging artillery as gun lascars. Lash. A string or small cord forming the boatswain's cat. To lash or lace, to bind anything with a rope or line. Lash and carry. The order given by the boatswain and his mates on piping up the hammocks to accelerate the duty. Lash away. A phrase to hasten the lashing of hammocks. Lasher. See father lasher. Lasher bullhead. A name for the fish, Cotus scorpius. Lashing. A rope used to fasten any movable body in a ship or about her masts, sails, and rigging. Lashing eyes. Fittings for lower stays, block strops, etc., by loops made in the ends of ropes, for a lashing to be rove through to secure them. To lask. To go large. Lasking along. Sailing away with a quartering wind. Laskets. Small lines like hoops sewed to the bonnets and drabblers of a sail, to secure the bonnets to the courses, or the drabblers to the bonnets. Last. A dry measure containing 80 bushels of corn. A cargo, a weight of 4,000 pounds. A last of cod or white herrings is 12 barrels. Last or ship last, a Swedish weight of 2 tons. Lastage. This is a commercial term for the general lading of a ship. It is also applied to that custom which is paid for wares sold by the last, as herrings, pitch, etc. Laster. The coming in of the tide. last quarter. See quarter, last. Latch, an old term for a crossbow from the time of Henry VII. Lee latch, dropping to leeward of the course. Latches, the same as laskets, which see, also keys. Latching keys, loops on the head rope of a bonnet by which it is laced to the foot of the sail. Lateen sail and yard, a long triangular sail bent by its foremost leach to a lateen yard, which hoists obliquely to the mast. It is mostly used by xebecs, feluccas, etc. in the Mediterranean. A gaff topsail, if triangular and set on a yard, is lateen. The term lateen rigged, where sails have short tacks, is wrong. These latter are nothing more or less than clumsy lugs or quadrilaterals. The lateen tack is the yard arm bowsed amidships. Lathe, a term for a sort of crossbow once used in the fleet. To lather, to beat or drub soundly. Latitude, in wide terms, the extent of the earth from one pole to the other, but strictly it is the distance of any place from the equator in degrees and their parts, or an arc of the meridian intercepted between the zenith of the place and the equinoctial. Geographical latitude is either northern or southern, according as the place spoken of is on this or that side of the equator. Geocentric latitude is the angular distance of a place from the equator, as corrected for the oblateness of the earth's form. In other words, it is the geographical latitude diminished by the angle of the vertical. Latitude by account, that estimated by the logboard, and the last determined by observation. Latitude by observation, the latitude determined by observations of the sun, star, or moon by meridional, as also by double altitudes. Latitude of a celestial object, an arc of a circle of longitude between the center of that object and the ecliptic, and is north or south according to its position. Launce, a term when the pump sucks, from the Danish lons, exhausted. Also a West Country term for the sand eel, a capital bait for mackerel. Launce-gay, an offensive weapon used of old, but prohibited by statute so far back as 7 Richard II, chapter 13. Launch, the largest or long boat of a ship of war. Others of greater size for gunboats are used by the French, Spaniards, Italians, etc. in the Mediterranean. A launch being proportionably longer, lower, and more flat-bottomed than the merchant's longboat, is in consequence less fit for sailing, but better calculated for rowing and approaching a flat shore. Its principal superiority consists in being much fitter to underrun the cable, lay out anchors, etc., which is a very necessary employment in the harbours of the Levant, where the cables of different ships are fastened across each other, and frequently render such operations necessary. To launch, to send a ship, craft, or boat off the slip on shore into the water, her native element, as newspapers say. Also to move things, as launch forward or launch aft. Launch is also the movement by which the ship or boat descends into the water. Launch ho, the order to let go the top rope after the topmast has been swayed up and fitted. It is literally high enough. So in pumping, when the spear sucks, this term is cease. Launching ways, in shipbuilding, the bed of timber placed on the incline under the bottom of a ship, otherwise called bilge ways. On this the cradles, which are movable vertical shores, to keep the ship upright, slide. Sometimes also termed bilge ways. To laveer, an old sea term for beating a ship to windward, to tack. Laver, an edible seaweed, the ova lactuca, anciently lavan. From this a food is made called laverbread on the shores of South Wales. Lavy, a seabird nearly as large as a duck, held by the people of the Hebrides as a prognosticator of weather. Law of nations. It was originally merely the necessary law of nature applied to nations, as in the instance of receiving distressed ships with humanity. By various conventional compacts, the law of nations became positive. Thus flags of truce are respected, and prisoners are not put to death. One independent state is declared incompetent to prescribe to another so long as that state is innoxious to its neighbors. The law of nations consists of those principles and regulations, founded in reason and general convenience, by which the mutual intercourse between independent states is everywhere conducted. Lax. A term for salmon when ascending a river on the north coast of Scotland. Lax fisher. A taker of salmon in their passage from the sea. By the lay. When a man is paid in proportion to the success of the voyage instead of by the month. This is common in whalers. To lay. To come or go, as lay aloft, lay forward, lay aft, lay out. This is not the neuter verb lie mispronounced, but the active verb lay. See lie out. To lay a gun. So to direct it as that its shot may be expected to strike a given object, for which purpose its axis must be pointed above the latter at an angle of elevation increasing according to its distance. Lay days. The time allowed for shipping or discharging a cargo, and if not done within the term, fair weather permitting, the vessel comes on demurrage. Thus Captain Cuttle, quote, "A rough hardy seaman, unused to shore ways, knew little of ladies, but much of lay days." End quote. To lay her course. To be able to sail in the direction wished for, however barely the wind permits it. Lay in, the opposite of lay out. The order for men to come in from the yards after reefing or furling. It also applies to manning or laying in to the capstan bars. Laying or lying out on the yard. To go out towards the yard arms. Laying or lying along. Pressed down sideways by a stiff gale. Laying a rope. Arranging the yarns for the strands and then the strands for making a rope or cable. Laying down or laying off. The act of delineating the various lines of a ship to the full size on the mould loft floor from the draught given. Layings. A sort of pavement of culch on the mud of estuaries for forming a bed for oysters. Laying top. A conical piece of wood having 3 or 4 scores or notches on its surface, used in rope making to guide the lay. To lay in sea stock. To make provision for the voyage. Lay in the oars. Unship them from the rowlocks and place them fore and aft in the boat. Lay lords. The civil members of the Admiralty Board. Lay of a rope. The direction in which its strands are twisted. Hawser is right-handed, cabelet left-handed. Lay or lie on your oars. The order to desist rowing without laying the oars in. Lay out on your oars is the order to give way or pull with greater force. Lay out. See, lie out. To lay the land. To barely lose sight of it. To lay to. To bring the weather bow to the sea with one sail set and the helm lashed alee. See, lie to. To lay up a ship. To dismantle her. Lazaretto. A building or vessel appointed for the performance of quarantine, in which all persons are confined coming from places infected with the plague or other infectious diseases. Also a place parted off at the forepart of the 'tween decks in some merchantmen for stowing provisions and stores in. Lazarus. The game at cards, also called blind hooky and snow-go. Lazy guy. A small tackle or rope to prevent the spanker boom from swaying about in fine weather. Lazy painter. A small temporary rope to hold a boat in fine weather. End of section 12. Read by Czandra in Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 13 of the Sailor's Word Book, H to M, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LE to LG. Lead. Sounding. An instrument for discovering the depth of water. It is a tapered cylinder of lead of 7, 14, or 28 pounds weight, and attached by means of a strop to the lead line, which is marked at certain distances to ascertain the fathoms. See hand line. Deep sea lead. A lead of a larger size, being from 28 to 56 pounds in weight and attached to a much longer line, see deep sea line, to heave the lead, to throw it into the sea as far ahead as possible if the ship is under way. Lead, the direction in which running ropes lead fair and come down to the deck. Also, in Arctic seas, a channel through the ice, synonymous with lane, to lead into battle or into harbour. Leader, a chief. Also the conducting ship, boat, or man in an enterprise. Also the guide in firing rockets. Leading blocks, the several blocks used for guiding the direction of any purchase, as hook, snatch, or tail blocks. Leading marks, those objects which, kept in line or in transit, guide the pilot while working into port, as trees, spires, buoys, etc. Leading part, the rope of a tackle which runs between the fall and the standing part, generally confused with the fall. It is that part of the fall which is to be hauled on or overhauled to ease the purchase. Leading strings, the yoke lines for steering a boat. Leading wind, wind abeam or quartering, more particularly a free or fair wind, and is used in contradistinction to a scant wind. See wind. Lead line, a line attached to the upper end of the sounding lead. See hand line and deep sea line. Lead nails, small round-headed composition, nails for nailing lead. Leadsman, the man who heaves the hand lead in the channels. In Calcutta, the young gentlemen learning to be pilots are called leadsmen. Leaf, the side of a lock gate. League, a confederacy, an alliance, also a measure of length consisting of 3 nautical miles, much used in estimating sea distances, equals 3,041 fathoms. Leaguer, an old term for a camp. Also leaguers, the longest water casks, stowed next the kelson, of 159 English imperial gallons each. Before the invention of water tanks, leaguers composed the whole ground tier of casks in men of war. Leak, Anglo-Saxon, a kink, a chink in the deck, sides or bottom of a ship through which the water gets into her hull. When a leak begins, a vessel is said to have sprung a leak. Leakage, loss by the act of leaking out of a cask, also an allowance of 12% to merchants importing wine by the customs. Leakies, certain irregularities of tide in the Frith of Forth. Leaky, the state of a ship admitting water and a cask or other vessel letting out its contents. Lean, used in the same sense as clean or sharp, the reverse of full or bluff in the form of a ship. Lean bow, having a sharp entrance, a thin, narrow bow being opposed to bold bow. Fine forward, very fine, is lean as a lizard. Leap, the sudden fall of a river in one sheet, also a wheel made of twigs to catch fish in. Leaper, see lipper. Leat, a canal leading from a pool to a mill course. Lithag, a Celtic name for the plaice or flounder. Leather, see lather. Leather jacket, a tropical fish with very thick skin. Leave, permission to be absent from the ship for the day. See absence, liberty. French leave, going on shore without permission. Long leave, permission to be absent for a number of days. Leave breaking, a liberty man not being back to his time. Leave ticket, see liberty ticket. Lex, see lex. Ledge, a compact line of rocks running parallel to the coast, which is not unfrequent opposite sandy beaches. The north coast of Africa between the Nile and the Lesser Syrtis is replete with them. Ledges, the thwartship pieces from the waist trees to the roof trees in the framing of the decks, let into the carlines to bear gratings, etc. Any cross pieces of fur or scantling. Ledo, a barbarous Latin law term, lido onis, for the rising water or increase of the sea. Lee, from the Scandinavian word lei or la, the sea. It is the side opposite to that from which the wind is blowing, as if a vessel has the wind on her port side, that side will be the weather, and the starboard will be the lee side. Under the lee expresses the situation of a vessel anchored or sailing near the weather shore, where there is always smoother water than at a great distance from it. To lay a ship by the lee, or to come up by the lee, is to let her run off until the wind is brought on the lee quarter, so that all her sails lie flat against the masts and shrouds. Lee anchor. The leeward one, if under way, or that to leeward to which a ship when moored is riding. Lee beam. On the lee side of the ship, at right angles with the keel. Lee boards. Wooden wings or strong frames of plank affixed to the sides of flat-bottomed vessels such as Dutch schuits, etc., these traversing on a stout bolt by being let down into the water when the vessel is close hauled, decrease her drifting to leeward. Leeches. The borders or edges of a sail which are either sloping or perpendicular. Those of the square sails are denominated from the ship's side as the starboard leech of the mainsail, etc., but the sails which are fixed obliquely on the masts have their leeches named from their situation with regard to the ship's length, as the hoist or luff or fore-leech of the mizzen, the after-leech of the jib, etc. Leech lines. Ropes fastened to the leeches of the mainsail, foresail, and crossjack, communicating with blocks under the tops, and serving to truss those sails up to the yards. See brails. Harbour leech lines. Ropes made fast at the middle of the topsail yards, then passing round the leeches of the topsails and through blocks upon the topsail tie, serving to truss the sails very close up to the yard previous to their being furled in a body. Leech rope. A name given to that vertical part of the bolt rope to which the border or edge of a sail is sewed. In all sails whose opposite leeches are of the same length, it is terminated above by the earring and below by the clew. See bolt rope, clew, and earrings. Lee fang. A rope rove through the cringle of a sail for hauling in so as to lace on a bonnet. Lee fange. The iron bar upon which the sheets of fore and aft sails traverse in small vessels. See horse. Lee gauge. Implies being farther from the point whence the wind blows than another vessel in company. Lee gunwale under. A colloquial phrase for being sorely overpressed by canvas or other cause. Lee hatch. Take care of the lee hatch. A word of caution to the helmsman not to let the ship fall to leeward of her course. Lee hitch. The helmsman getting to leeward of the course. Lee lurches. The sudden and violent rolls which a ship often takes to leeward when a large wave strikes her on the weather side. Lee shore. A ship is said to be on a lee shore when she's near it, with the wind blowing right on to it. Lee side. All that part of a ship or boat which lies between the mast and the side farthest from the wind, the other half being the weather side. Lee side of the quarter-deck, colloquially called the midshipman's parade. Lee tide. The tide running in the same direction as the wind and forcing a ship to leeward of the line upon which she appears to sail. Leeward. The lee side. See lee. The opposite of lee is weather, and of leeward, windward. Leewardly. Said of a ship or vessel which presents so little resistance to the water when on a wind as to bag away to leeward. It is the contrary to weatherly. Leeway. What a vessel loses by drifting to leeward in her course. When she's sailing close hauled in a smooth sea with all sails set, she should make little or no leeway, but a proportionate allowance must be made under every reduction of sail or increase of sea, the amount depending on the seaman's skill and his knowledge of the vessel's qualities. Lee wheel. The assistant to the helmsman. Leg. The run made on a single tack. Long and short legs. See tack and half tack. Leg along. Ropes laid on end, ready for manning. Leg bail. Dishonest desertion from duty. The phrase is not confined to its nautical bearing. Leggers. See leaguer. Legs. See angle. A fast-sailing vessel is said to have legs. Legs are used in cutters, yachts, etc., to shore them up in dry harbours when the tide leaves them. The leech line cringles have also been called legs, also the parts of a point which hang on each side of the sail. Legs of the martinets. Small lines through the bolt ropes of the courses, above a foot in length, and spliced at either end into themselves, making a small eye into which the martinets are hitched. Legs and wings. See overmasted. Leicester. A three-pronged dart for striking fish used in the north of England. Light. a northern term for a snood or link of horsehair for a fishing line. Leith, a channel on the coast of Sweden, like that round the point of Landfort to Stockholm. Lembus, a light undecked vessel used by ancient pirates. Lemming star, an old name for a comet. Lemon rob, the inspissated juice of limes or lemons, a powerful antiscorbutic. Lend a fist or a hand, a request to another to help. Lend us your pound here, a phrase demanding assistance in man weight, alluding to the daily allowance of beef. Lengthening, the operation of cutting a ship down across the middle and adding a certain portion to her length. This is done by sawing her planks asunder in different parts of her length on each side of the midship frame, to prevent her from being weakened too much in one place. One end is then drawn apart to the required distance, an intermediate piece of timber is next added to the keel, and the vacancy filled up. The two parts of the keelson are afterwards united. Finally, the planks of the side are prolonged, so as to unite with each other, and those of the ceiling refitted. Lengthening piece, the same as short top timber, which see. Lens, the glass of a telescope or of a microscope, with curved surfaces like a lentil, whence the name. Lent, the spring fast, during which butchers were prohibited to kill flesh unless for victualling ships, except by special license. Lentrier, ancient small vessels used on rivers. Lenunculi, ancient fishing boats. Leo, the fifth sign of the zodiac, which the sun enters about the 22nd of July. It is one of the ancient constellations. Lepo, a sort of chunam used on the China station for paying vessels. Lyric, a name of the water bird, also called sandlark or sandpiper. Lesser circle, one whose plane does not pass through the center of the sphere and therefore divides it unequally. See great circle. Let draw, the order to let the wind take the after leaches of the jibs, etc., over to the lee side while tacking. To let drive, to slip or let fly, to discharge as a shot from a gun. Let fall, the order to drop a sail loosed from its gaskets in order to set it. To let fly, to let go a rope at once, suddenly. Let go and haul, or afore-haul, the order to haul the headyards round by the braces when the ship casts on the other tack. Let go, alluding to the fore bowline and lee head braces. Let go underfoot, see underfoot. To let in, to fix or fit a diminished part of one plank or piece of timber into a score formed in another to receive it, as the ends of the carlings into the beams. To let out or shake out, a reef. To increase the dimensions of a sail by untying the points confining a reef in it. Let pass, permission given by superior authority to a vessel to be shown to ships of war to allow it to proceed on its voyage. Let run, or let go by the run, cast off at once. Letterboard, another term for name board, which see. Letter book, a book wherein is preserved a copy of all letters and orders written by the captain of a ship on public service. Lettermen, see King's lettermen. Letters, see circulars and official letters. Letters of marque or mark. A commission formerly granted by the Lords of the Admiralty or by the Admiral of any distant station to a merchant ship or privateer to cruise against and make prizes of the enemy's ships. The ship so commissioned is also called a letter of marque. The Act of Parliament requires that on granting letters of marque and reprisal, the captain and two sureties shall appear and give security. In 1778 it was decided that all the ships taken from France by vessels having letters of marque only against the Americans became droits of admiralty. This commission was forfeitable for acts of cruelty or misconduct. Letters of reprisal, the same as letters of marque. Lettuce laver, the edible seaweed, Ulva lactuca. Levant, a wind coming from the east, which freshens as the sun rises and subsides as it declines. To levant, to desert. Levanter, a strong and raw easterly wind in the Mediterranean. Levants, Land springs on the coasts of Sussex and Hampshire. Levee, a French word for a mole or causeway, adopted of late for river embankments of magnitude as those of the Po, the Thames, and the Mississippi. Level error, the microscopic deviation of the axis of a transit instrument from the horizontal position. Leveling, the art of finding how much higher or lower horizontally any given point on the earth's surface is than another point on the same, practiced in various ways. Leveled out, any line continued out from a given point or intersection of an angle in a horizontal direction. Level lines, lines determining the shape of a ship's body horizontally or square from the middle line of the ship. Levels, horizontal lines or as a base square to a perpendicular bob. Lever, in the marine steam engine, the lever and counterbalance weight are fixed upon the wiper shaft to form an equipoise to the valves. There is one on each side of the cylinder. See spanner. Also an inflexible bar of iron or wood to raise weights, which takes rank as the first and most simple of the mechanical powers. To lever, an old word for unloading a ship. Leverage, the amount of a lever power. Leves, very light open boats of the ancients. Levet, the blast of a trumpet or horn. Levin, the old term for lightning. Levy, an enrollment or conscription. To levy, to raise recruits. Lure, a provincialism for handspike, a corrupt form of lever. Lewis holes, two holes in the surface of a mortar superseding ears. Luth, from the Anglo-Saxon luth, a place of shelter from the wind. Lex or licks, the Anglo-Saxon term for salmon. L.G. These uncials on a powder barrel mean large grain powder. End of section 13. Read by Czandra in Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 14 of A Sailor's Word Book, H to M, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. L.I. Libera Piscaria, a law term denoting a fishery free to anyone. Liberty, permission to go on shore or ship visiting. Liberty Day, a day announced for permitting a part of the crew to go ashore. Liberty Liquor, spirits formerly allowed to be purchased when seamen had visitors, now forbidden. Liberty Men, goes on leave of absence. Liberty Ticket, a document specifying the date and extent of the leave granted to a seaman or marine proceeding on his private affairs. Libra, the seventh sign of the zodiac, which the sun enters about the 21st of September, the commencement of this constellation, where the equator intersects the ecliptic, is called the autumnal equinox, from night and day being equal. Libration of the moon, see evection. Liburna, or Liburnica, light ancient galleots, both for sails and oars, of the latter from 1 rank to 5, so called from the Liburni, pirates of the Adriatic. License, an official permission from the Board of Trade to such persons as it thinks fit to supply seamen or apprentices for merchant ships in the United Kingdom. See runner, licensed. Lick, in common parlance, is a blow. To do anything partially is to give it a lick and a promise, as in painting or blacking. To lick, to surpass a rival or excel him in anything. Lick of the tar brush, a seaman. Licorne, an old name for the howitzer of the last century, then but a kind of mortar fitted on a field carriage to fire shells at low angles. Lido, a borrowed term signifying the shore or margin of the sea. Lie a hull, synonymous with hull to or hulling. To lie along, see along. A ship is said to lie along when she leans over with a side wind. To lie along the land is to keep a course parallel with it. To lie athwart. When the tide slackens and the wind is a cross tide, it makes a vessel ride athwart. To lie by, dodging under small sail under the land. Lie in, the order to come in from the yards when reefing, furling, or other duty is performed. Lien, a claim to property and a consequent right of retention, but ships cannot be the subjects of a specific lien to the creditors who supply them with necessaries, because a lien presumes possession by the creditor, and therein the power of holding it till his demands are satisfied. To prevent manifest impediment to commerce, the law of England rejects almost wholly the doctrine of lien as regards ships. Lie off, an order given to a boat to remain off on her oars till permission is given for her to come alongside. Lie out, the order to the men aloft to distribute themselves on the yards for loosing, reefing, or furling sails. Lie over, a ship heeling to it with the wind abeam. Leaster, see Lister. To lie the course, when the vessel's head is in the direction wished. To lie to cause a vessel to keep her head steady as regards a gale, so that a heavy sea may not tumble into her. She has perhaps a main topsail or trysails, and comes up to within 6 points and falls off to wind abeam, forging rather ahead, but should not altogether fall too much to leeward. To lie under arms, to remain in a state of preparation for immediate action. Lieutenant in the Royal Navy, the officer next in rank and power below the commander. There are several lieutenants in a large ship, and they take precedence according to the dates of their commissions. The senior lieutenant, during the absence of the commander, is charged with the command of the ship, as also with the execution of whatever orders he may have received from the commander relating to the Queen's service, holding another's place, as the name implies in French, lieutenant in the army. The subaltern officer next in rank below the captain. Lieutenant at arms, formerly the junior lieutenant, who, with the master at arms, was charged with the drilling of the small arm men. Lieutenant colonel, the next below the colonel, generally having the active command in the regiment, whether in cavalry, infantry, or artillery, the full colonels being mostly on staff employ or even in retirement. Lieutenant general, the officer taking the next place to a general, ranking with vice admiral. Lieutenant's storeroom, more commonly called the wardroom, storeroom, which see. Life belt, an india rubber or cork girdle round a person's waist to buoy him up in the water. Lifeboat, one of such peculiar construction that it cannot sink or be swamped. It is equipped for attending wherever a wreck may happen, and saving the lives of the crew, really one of the greatest blessings conferred by civilization and humanity on mariners. Lifeboats were invented by Admiral Samuel Graves, who died in 1787. The Royal National Lifeboat Institution has saved by its boats, or by special exertions for which it has granted rewards, 14,980 lives from the year of its establishment, 1824, to the end of 1865. Lifebuoys are of various descriptions. A very useful one, patented by Cook, is supplied to all Her Majesty's ships. It is composed of 2 copper cylinders, and has a balanced stem carrying a fuse burning 20 minutes. It is kept suspended on the quarter, can be let go and ignited instantaneously, and will support 2 men for a considerable time. Life guards, a greatly privileged body of cavalry, specially assigned to the guarding of the sovereign's person. Life kite, a contrivance for saving the lives of shipwrecked persons by forming a communication between the wreck and a lee shore. Lifelines, stretched from gun to gun and about the upper deck in bad weather, to prevent the men being washed away. The lifelines aloft are stretched from the lifts to the masts to enable seamen to stand securely when manning yards, as in a salute to admirals, etc. Life preserver, an airtight apparatus for saving people in cases of wreck. Lift, a term applied to the sails when the wind catches them on the leaches and causes them to ruffle slightly. Also implies help in work in hand, as give us a lift. To lift an anchor, either by the purchase, or a ship, if she has not sufficient cable on a steep bank, lifts or shoulders her anchor. lifted, promoted somewhat unexpectedly. Lifter, see wiper. Lifting, the rising of fog or haze from the surface of the water. Lifting jack, a portable machine for lifting heavy objects, acting by the power either of the lever, the tooth and pinion, or the screw. Lifts, ropes which reach from each masthead to their respective yard arms, to steady and suspend the ends. Their use is to keep the yard in equilibrium, or to raise one of its extremities higher than the other if necessary, but particularly to support the weight when a number of men are employed on it, furling or reefing the sail. The yards are said to be squared by the lifts when they hang at right angles with the masts. Topping lifts, see topping lifts. Leg, a fishhook with lead cast round its upper part in order to sink it. Lagan, see lagan. Ligger, a line with a float and bait used for catching pike, a night hook laid for a pike or eel. To light, to move or lift anything along, as light over to windward, the cry for helping the man at the weather earing when taking in a reef. Each man holding by a reef point helps it over, as the lee earing cannot be passed until the man to windward calls out, "Haul to leeward." Light airs, unsteady and faint flaws of wind. Light along, lend assistance in hauling cables, hawsers, or large ropes along and lifting some parts in a required direction. Light balls are thrown from mortars at night to discover the enemy's working parties, etc. They are composed of saltpeter, sulphur, rosin, and linseed oil, and burn with great brilliancy. The parachute light ball, which suspends itself in the air by the action of the heated gas from the light against the parachute, is most convenient. Light bobs, the old sobriquet for light infantry, which see. Light breezes, when light airs have become steady. To lighten, to throw ballast, stores, cargo, or other things overboard in stress of weather, to render the vessel more buoyant. Lighter, a large open flat-bottomed boat with heavy bearings, employed to carry goods to or from ships. Ballast lighter, a vessel fitted up to raise ballast from the bottom of a harbour. Covered or close lighter, one furnished with a deck throughout her whole length, in order to secure such merchandise as might be damaged by wet, and to prevent pillage. Lighterage, the charge made for the hire of a lighter. Lighterman, a man employed in a lighter. Light-handed, short of the complement of men. Light horse, a name formerly given to all mounted men who were not encumbered with armour. Light horseman, an old name for the light boat, since called a gig. See Walmia. Lighthouse, a sort of tower erected upon a headland, islet, or rock, whose lights may be seen at a great distance from the land to warn shipping of their approach to these dangers. A floating light or light vessel, strongly moored, is used to mark dangers under water. Lights are variously distinguished as by the number, colour, and continuity of their lights, whether flashing, revolving, etc. Light ice, that which has but little depth in the water. It is not considered dangerous to shipping, as not being heavy. Light infantry, troops specially trained to the extended and rapid movements necessary to cover the manoeuvres of the main body. Lightning conductor. The lightning conductor, introduced by Sir Snow Harris, is a plate connected from the royal masthead down to the deck, thence by the beams to the ship's copper into the sea. Another kind is a copper wire chain or rope hoisted to the truck, then passing down by the back stays over the channels into the sea. Light port, a scuttle made for showing a light through, also a port in timber ships kept open until brought deep by cargo. It is then secured and caulked in. See raft port. Light room, in a ship of war, a small space parted off from the magazine, having double glass windows for more safely transmitting the light, by which the gunner and his assistants fill their cartridges. Large ships generally have 2 light rooms, the after and the fore. Lights in men of war. All the seamen's lights are extinguished by 8 p.m., the officers at 10, unless the commanding officer gives his permission, through the master-at-arms, for a longer time as occasion may require. Light sails, all above the top gallant sails. also the studding sails and flying jib. Men of war carry topgallant sails over double reef. Light ship. In contradistinction to laden, a ship is said to be light when she has no cargo or merely in ballast. When very crank, she is said to be flying light. Also a vessel bearing a light as a guide to navigators. Light water draft. The depth of water which a vessel draws when she's empty, or nearly so. Light water line. The line showing the depression of the ship's body in the water when just launched or quite unladen. Sea water line. Lignamina. Timber fit for building. Lignum vitae. Guaiacum officinale. A West Indian tree, of the wood of which sheaves of blocks are made. It was allowed to be imported free of all duties. Limb. The graduated arc of an astronomical or surveying instrument. In astronomy, it is the edge or border of the disk of the sun, moon, or one of the planets, in which sense we say the upper limb, the lower limb, the sun or moon's nearest limb, etc. Limber. In artillery, the two-wheeled carriage to which the trail of a field gun carriage is attached for travel. Limber boxes are the chests fitted above the axle tree of the limber for ammunition. Limber up is the command so to raise and attach. Limber boards or plates, short movable pieces of plank, a part of the lining of a ship's floor, close to the keelson and immediately above the limbers. They are occasionally removed to clear them of any rubbish by which they may be clogged, so as to interrupt the passage of water to the pump well. Limber box, synonymous with limber trunk. Limber clearer, a small chain rove fore and aft through the limber passage to clear it when necessary, by hauling backwards and forwards. Limber passage, the line of limber holes through the whole length of the floor, on each side of the keelson, for the water to have free access to the pumps. Limber plates, see limber boards. Limber streak, the streak of foot whaling nearest the keelson, wrought over the lower ends of the first futtocks. Limbo, restraint, durance, confinement under arrest or in the bilboes. Dante uses this term for a division of the infernal regions. Limb tangent, the accurate touch of the edge of a celestial body to the horizon. Lime or lemon juice, a valuable antiscorbutic, included by Act of Parliament in the scale of provisions for seamen. It has latterly been so much adulterated that scurvy has increased threefold in a few years. Lime pots, formerly supplied among the munitions of war to ships. Limiting parallels, the parallels of latitude upon the Earth's surface within which occultations of stars or planets by the moon are possible. They are given in the nautical almanac for each occultation. Limmer, the side rope to a poop or other ladder. Limpet, a well-known shellfish, giving rise to the brackish proverb, sticking fast like a limpet to a rock. Linch or linspin, the iron pin which keeps the trucks of a gun carriage confined to the axle tree. To line, to cover one piece with another, also to mark out the work on a floor for determining the shape of a vessel's body. To line a ship is to strike off with a batten, or otherwise the directional lines for painting her. See tow a line. Line, the general appellation of a number of small ropes in a ship, as buntlines, clewlines, bowlines, etc. Also the term in common parlance for the equator. Also in the army, distinguishes the regular numbered regiments of cavalry and infantry from the artillery and guards, to whom exceptional functions are assigned. In fortification it means a trench, approaches, etc. In a geometrical sense it signifies length without breadth, and in military parlance it is drawing up a front of soldiers. Concluding line, a small rope which is hitched to the middle of every step of a stern ladder. Deep sea line, a long line marked at every 5 fathoms with small strands of line, knotted, and used with the deep sea lead. The first 20 fathoms are marked as follows: 2 and 3 fathoms with black leather, 5 with white bunting, 7 with red, 10 with leather and a hole in it. Then 13, 15, and 17 repeat the previous marks of 3, 5, and 7. 2 knots indicate 20, 3 knots 30, 4 knots 40 fathoms, and so on, with an additional knot for every 10. Meanwhile, a single knot indicates the intermediate fives. Besides this system, some pilots prefer their own marks, as in the Hooghly, where they always measure the line for themselves. The term deep-sea line must not now be confined to the use of the lead for the ordinary purposes of safe navigation. Deep-sea soundings for scientific purposes are recorded in thousands of fathoms, in which case the line is sometimes made of silk, the object being to obtain the largest amount of strength with a small weight. Fishing lines, particular kinds of lines generally used for fishing snood, mackerel, whiting, cod, albacore, etc. Hand line, a line about 20 fathoms long, marked like the first 20 fathoms of the deep-sea line. It is made fast to a hand lead of from 7 to 14 pounds, and used to determine the depth of water in going in or out of a harbour, river, channel, etc. Hauling line, any rope let down out of a top, etc., to haul up some light body by hand. Nave line, a rope fastened to the cross trees under the main or foretop, whence it comes down by the ties to the ram head, and there it is rove through a piece of wood about 2 feet long, and so is brought to the ship's side, and there hauled up taut to the rails. Lifeline, a rope occasionally extended in several situations for persons to lay hold of to prevent their falling. Marline, a particular kind of small line composed of 2 strands very little twisted. There's both tarred and white marline. That supplied for the gunner and for bending light sails is untarred. Naval line, a rope depending from the heads of the main and foremasts and passed round to the bight of the truss to keep it up whilst the yard is being swayed up, or when the truss, in bracing sharp up, is overhauled to the full. Spilling lines, ropes fixed occasionally to the square sails, particularly the main and fore courses in bad weather, for reefing or furling them more conveniently. They are rove through blocks upon the yard, whence leading round the sail they are fastened abaft the yard, so that the sail is very closely confined. White line, that which has not been tarred, in contradistinction to tarred line. Line breadth, see breadth line. Line of battle, a disposition of the fleet at the moment of engagement by signal or previous order, on which occasion the vessels are usually drawn up as much as possible in a specified bearing, as well to gain and keep the advantage of the wind as to run the same board, about 1 cable or 100 fathoms distant from each other. The line of battle in sea fights occurs both in Plutarch, Themistocles, and Froissart. Line of battle ships, formerly those of 74 guns and upwards, or in these iron days, any vessel capable of giving and taking the tremendous blows of the larger ordnance. Line of bearing, a previously determined bearing given out by a commander-in-chief, as well as line of battle. From line of battle form line of bearing, or reverse. The line of bearing must be that point of the compass on which the ships bear from each other, and from which the line of battle can readily be formed without losing speed or ground. Line of collimation, see collimation, line of. Line of defence. In fortification, the face of a work receiving flank defence, together with its prolongation to the flanking work. Line of demarcation, a line which is drawn by consent to ascertain the limits of territories belonging to different powers. Line of line, see Gunter's line. Line of metal elevation, that which the axis of a gun has above the object when its line of metal is pointed on the latter. It averages 1½ degrees in guns of the old construction. Line of nodes, the imaginary line joining the ascending and descending nodes of the orbit of a planet or comet. Line of operations, in strategy, the line an army follows to attain its objective point. Line out stuff, to mark timber for dressing to shape. Liners, line of battleships, also a designation of such packet or passenger ships as trade periodically and regularly to and from ports beyond sea, in contradistinction to chance vessels, also a term applied by seamen to men of war and to their crews. Lines, with shipwrights, are the various plans for determining the shape and form of the ship's body on the mould loft floor, also a species of field works, consisting of a series of fronts, constructed in order to cover the front and form the immediate defence of an army or the frontiers of a state. Lines of flotation. Those horizontal marks supposed to be described by the surface of the water on the bottom of a ship, and which are exhibited at certain depths upon the sheer draught. See light water line and load water line. Ling. A brushwood useful in breaming. Also a fish, the lota molva. It invariably inhabits the deep valleys of the sea, while the cod is always found on the banks. When sun-dried, it is called stockfish. Lingot. Small language. Slugs. Lingo. A very old word for tongue or dialect, rather than language or speech. Linings. The reef bands, leech and top linings, buntline cloths, and other applied pieces to prevent the chafing of the sails. In shipbuilding, the term means thin dressed board nailed over any rough surface to give it a finish. Linkister, an interpreter, linguist. Links, a northern phrase for the windings of a river, also for flat sands on the seashore and lowlands overflowed at spring tides. Link worming, guarding a cable from friction by worming it with chains. Lin, a Gaelic term for pool, pond, lake, or sea. Linsey-woolsey, a stuff in extensive use commercially. It is a mixture of flax and wool. Linstock. In olden times it was a staff about 3 feet long, having a sharp point at the foot to stick in the deck, and a forked head to hold a lighted match. It gave way to the less dangerous match tub, and since that to gun locks, friction tubes, etc. Shakespeare in Henry V says, quote, "And the nimble gunner with linstock now the devilish cannon touches, and down goes all before them." End quote. Linters, ancient canoes capable of carrying 3 lintrari. Lip, insolence and bounce. Lipper, a sea which washes over the weather chest tree, perhaps leaper, also the spray from small waves breaking against a ship's bows. Lipping, making notches on the edge of a cutlass or sword. Lips of scarfs, the substance left at the ends which would otherwise become sharp and be liable to split. Liquors, a term applicable to all fluids, but at sea it is expressly applied to alcoholic spirits. Lira, an Italian coin, a silver coin of about 10 pence sterling. Lisbonine, a national denomination for the moidore. Lissom, active, supple. To list, to incline to one side, as the ship has a list to port, that is, leans over to that side. List, a roll of names, as the Army and Navy lists, but usually at sea it means the doctor's list. Also the abbreviation for enlist. Why did you list? Said when a man is grumbling who has entered a service voluntarily. List and receipt. The official document sent with officers or men of any description discharged from one ship to another. It merely states the names and qualities with the date of discharge. Lister, a sort of 3-pronged harpoon used in the salmon fisheries, also a light spear for killing fish in general. Listing, a narrow strip cut off the edge of a plank in order to expose for examination and get at a vessel's timbers. Litter, a sort of hurdle bed on which to carry wounded men from the field to the boats. Littoral, relating to a coast, often used as synonymous with seaboard. Littorariae, ancient coasting vessels. To live, to be able to withstand the fury of the elements, said of a boat or ship, etc. Live lumber, passengers, ladies, landsmen, cattle, sheep, pigs, and poultry. Lively, to lift lightly to the sea, as a boat, etc. Liver-faced, mean and cowardly, independent of complexion. Livery arrow, a missile formerly supplied to our ships of war. Live shell, one filled with its charge of powder or other combustible. It is also called a loaded shell. Livid sky, that blackish red and blue which pervade the sky previous to an easterly gale at sea. Quote, "Deep midnight now involves the livid skies, where eastern breezes, yet enervate, rise." End quote. Falconer. Lizard, a piece of rope, sometimes with 2 legs, and 1 or more iron thimbles spliced into it. It's used for various purposes. One is often made fast to the topsail tie for the buntlines to reeve through to confine them to the centre of the yard. A lizard with a tail and thimble is used as a fair lead, to lead out where the lift runs in a line with the object. The lower boom topping lift is thus helped by carrying the lizard out to the forebrace block. In yards sent aloft, ready for crossing, the lizard confines the yard rope until the order is given, sway across. When letting the lizard run, all cross simultaneously. Lisière. In fortification, a word sometimes used for berm, which see. A narrow bank of earth supporting the parapet when deformed by fire. End of section 14, read by Czandra in Nova Scotia 2023. Section 15 of the Sailor's Word Book, H to M, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. LL to LONG. Llanos, Spanish, plains. Immense plains in South America, with alternate arid patches and verdure. Lloyd's, an establishment which from a subscription coffee house has grown to a society which has transacted the bulk of the British insurance business regularly since 1601, and even before that period assurers had met their time out of mind. A register is kept of every ship, whether foreign or English, with the place where it was built, the materials used in its construction, its age, state of repair, and general character. Lloyd's agents, persons appointed in all parts of the commercial world to forward accounts of the arrivals and departures of vessels, or any information interesting to the underwriters. Lloyd's List, a gazette published formerly twice a week, but latterly daily, under the superintendence of a committee chosen by the subscribers and transmitted over the whole world. Lloyd's Register, an annual list of British and foreign shipping, ranked by letter and number in different classes. Lloyd's Surveyors, practical persons specially appointed in London and most of the outports of the United Kingdom to investigate the state and condition of merchant ships for the underwriters. Loaded shell, a shell filled with lead to be thrown from a mortar. The term is also used for live shells. Loading chamber, the paterero, or inserting piece in breech loading. Loading of a ship, see cargo and lading. Loadsman, a pilot or person who conducts into or out of harbors. Lodestone, see magnet and dipping needle. Load waterline, the draught of water exhibited when the ship is properly loaded, in a word, her proper displacement not always sufficiently considered. Load water section, a horizontal section at the load waterline in the shipbuilder's draft. Loafer, one who hangs about a dock ready for every job except a hard one. Loath to depart, probably the first line of some favourite song. Formerly the air was sounded in men of war, when going foreign, for the women and children to quit the ship. Lob, a sluggish booby, whence lubber, also that part of a tree where it first divides into branches. Lobby, a name sometimes given to an apartment close before the great cabin bulkhead. Lob-cock, a lubber, an old term of utter contempt. Loblolly, a name formerly applied to pottage, burgoo, or gruel. Loblolly boy, a man who attended the surgeon and his assistants to summon the sick and attend on them. A man is now stationed in the bay under the designation of sick berth attendant. Lobscouse, an olla podrida of salt meat, biscuit, potatoes, onions, spices, etc., minced small and stewed together. See Lapp's course. Lobster, a well-known marine crustacean, Astacus marinus. Also redcoats of old, whence lobster box, a colloquialism for barracks. Lobster boat, a bluff, clincher-built vessel fitted with a well to preserve the lobsters alive. Lobster toad, see deep-sea crab. Lob-tailing, The act of the sperm whale in violently beating the water with its tail. Lob worm. A worm found in low water in sand, esteemed for bait. Local attraction. The effect of the iron in a ship on her compasses. It varies with the position of a compass in a ship, also with that of a ship on the earth's surface, and with the direction of the ship's head. In iron ships it is affected by the line of direction in which they are built. Its detection and remedies are amongst the most important studies of navigators of iron ships and steamers. Local marine board, sea marine boards. Loch, Gaelic for lake in Scotland and Ireland. In Scotland also an arm of the sea where the tides ebb and flow, on the east coast called a firth, though on the west mostly termed a loch. Lochaber axe, a formidable weapon once used by the Highlanders. Loch, the striking instrument by which fire is produced for the discharge of a gun, containing the cock, the hammer, the pan, etc. It was first introduced in naval ordnance by Sir Charles Douglas, and has now given way to the detonating hammer and friction tube, as the old match and the salamander did to the loch. Loch, a spelling of loch, which sea. Also the general name for any works made to confine or raise the water of a river, a canal enclosed between the sluice gate above and the flood gate below. To lock, to entangle the lower yards when tacking. Lockage, the cost of passing vessels through canal locks. Locker, divisions in cabins and storerooms. Boatswain's locker, a chest in small craft wherein material for working upon rigging is kept. Chain locker or chain well, where the chain cables are kept, best abreast the mainmast as central weight, but often before the foremast. Davy Jones's locker, the bottom of the sea, where nothing is lost because you know where it is. Shot lockers, near the pump well in the hold. Also the receptacle round the coamings of hatchways. Locket, the shape of a sword scabbard. Lock fast, a modified principle in the breech loading of firearms. Locking in, the alternate clews and bodies of the hammocks when hung up. Lock, stock, and barrel, an expression derived from firearms and meaning the whole. Lockmen or locomen, an old term for pilots. Locomotive power, the force of sails and wind, or steam. Load manage or loadmanship, the hire of a pilot. It also meant both pilotage and seamanship, whence Chaucer, quote, "His Herborough, his moon, and his load manage, there was none such from Hull to Carthage." End quote. Load marriage, in the laws of Oleron, seems identical with load manage. Loadship, a pilot boat which was also employed in fishing. It is mentioned in Statute 31, Edward III, Chapter 2. Loadsman, an Anglo-Saxon word for pilots. Lodestar, the North Star, but Spenser alludes to any star as a guide to mariners. Quote, "Like as a ship, whose lodestar, suddenly covered with clouds, her pilot hath dismayed." End quote. Shakespeare coincides with this in comparing Hermia's eyes to lodestars. Lodge arms, the word of command to an armed party preparatory to their breaking off. Lodgment, in fortification an established footing, such as besieger makes by throwing up hasty cover against the fire of the defenders on any freshly gained post. Lodging knees or deck beam knees, those riding on the hanging or dagger knees and fixed horizontally in the ship's frame. Lodia, a large trading boat of the White Sea. Low or law, an eminence, whether natural or artificial. Lofty ships, once a general name for square-rigged vessels. Quote, "A mackerel sky and mare's tails make lofty ships carry low sails." End quote. Logboard, two boards shutting together like a book and divided into several columns, in which to record through the hours of the day and night the direction of the wind and the course of the ship, with all the material occurrences, together with the latitude by observation. From this table the officers work the ship's way and compile their journals. The whole being written by the mate of the watch with chalk, is rubbed out every day at noon. Now a slate is more generally used. Logbook, mostly called the log, is a journal into which the log board is daily transcribed, together with any other circumstance deserving notice. The intermediate divisions or watches are usually signed by the commanding officer. It is also divided into harbour log and sea log. Log canoe, one hollowed out of a single log. See canoe. Logged, entered in the log, a very serious punishment not long disused, as a mark of disgrace by recording the omissions of an officer. It may be demanded if arrest ensues. Logged, when a ship is on her beam ends, or in that state in which she is unmanageable at sea. See waterlogged. Loggerhead, or loggerheat, a round ball of iron attached to a long handle with a hook at the end of it. It heats tar by being made hot in the fire and then plunged into the tar bucket. It was also used to pound cocoa before chocolate was supplied. Also an upright rounded piece of wood near the stern of a whaleboat for catching a turn of the line to. Also a name given to a well-known turtle, Chelonia cahuana, from its having a great head. It is sometimes called the whooper or whapper. See turtle. Log glass, the sand glass used at heaving the log to obtain the rate of sailing. It is a 28 seconds glass for slow sailing and 14 seconds for fast sailing. Log line and log ship, a small line about 100 fathoms long, fastened to the log ship by means of two legs, one of which passes through a hole at the corner and is knotted on the opposite side, while the other leg is attached by a pin fixed into another hole so as to draw out when stop is added, that is, when the glass has run out. This line, from the distance of 10, 12, or 15 fathoms of the log ship, has certain knots or divisions which ought to be 47 feet 4 inches from each other, though it was the common practice at sea not to have them above 42 feet. The estimate of the ship's way or distance run is done by observing the length of the line unwound whilst the glass is running. For so many knots as run out in that time, so many miles the ship sails in an hour. To heave the log is to throw it into the water on the lee side, well out of the wake, letting it run until it gets beyond the eddies. Then a person holding the glass turns it up just as the first mark or stray line goes out, from which the knots begin to be reckoned. The log is, however, at best a precarious way of computing, and must be corrected by experience. The inventor of it is not known, and no mention is made of it till the year 1607 in an East India voyage published by Portas. The mode before, and even now in some colliers and in native craft in the East Indies, is to throw a log or chip overboard at the foremost channel plate, and to walk aft, keeping up with it until it passes the stern, thus estimating, and closely too by practice, the rate of motion. Other methods have been invented by various people, but Massey's patent log gives the most accurate measurement. The same principle is also applied to the deep-sea sounding lead. Logwood, dyewood, Haematoxylon campetianum. It occurs on both sides of the American coasts near the Isthmus of Darien, and is a great article of trade, varying from £5 to £10 per ton. Recent discoveries of the products of coal have reduced the price. Loch, a statute term comprehending the fishes lob, ling, and cod. Londage, an old term for landing from a boat. London wagon, the tender which carried the impressed men from off the Tower to the receiving ship at the Nore. Longuet, Roman rowboats built to carry a large number of men. Long and short boards, see tack and half tack. Long balls, engaging beyond the reach of carronades. Long boat is carvel built, full, flat, and high, and is usually the largest boat belonging to a ship, furnished with spars and sails, and may be armed and equipped for cruising short distances. Her principal employ, however, is to bring heavy stores on board, and also to go up small rivers to fetch water, wood, etc. At sea it is stowed between the fore and main masts, not used in the navy. See launch. Long bow, a noted weapon formerly supplied to our men of war. Long chocks, great strides. See chocks. Longer, each row of casks in the hold athwart, also the fore and aft space allotted to a hammock, the longers reckoned similarly to last. Long gaskets, those used for sea service, the opposite of harbour gaskets, which see. Longy, a name of the foolish guillemot Uria Troile in the north. Longitude is an arc of the equator, or any parallel of latitude contained between the meridian of a place and that of Greenwich, or any other first meridian. These arcs, being similar, are expressed by the same number of degrees and miles, though the absolute distance on the earth's surface decreases as the latitude increases, for which see departure. East longitude extends 180 degrees to the right when looking north, and west longitude as many to the left of the first meridian. Longitude geocentric. The angular distance of a body from the first point of Aries, measured upon the ecliptic as viewed from the earth. Longitude heliocentric. The angular distance of a body from the first point of Aries, measured upon the ecliptic as viewed from the sun. Longitude by account. The distance east and west as computed from the ship's course and distance run, carried forward from the last astronomical determination. Longitude by chronometer is estimated by the difference between the time at the place and the time indicated by chronometer. Longitude by lunar observation. The longitude calculated by observing the moon's angular distance from the sun or a fixed star. It is the only check on chronometers, and very valuable in long voyages, though now much neglected since the establishment of compulsory examination in the merchant service, which does not require lunars. Longitude of a celestial body. An arc of the ecliptic contained between the first point of Aries and a circle of longitude passing through the center of the body. Longitudinal section. In shipbuilding, a line which cuts the draft of a vessel lengthwise. Long-jawed. The state of rope when its strands are straightened by being much strained and untwisted, and from its pliability will coil both ways. Long leave. Permission to visit friends at a distance. Long-legged. Said of a vessel drawing much water. Long-leggers, lean schooners, longer than ordinary proportion to breadth. Swift. Long oyster. A name of a sea crayfish. Long service. A cable properly served to prevent chafing under particular use. Long-shore. A word used rather contemptuously for a longshore. Land usage. Longshore fellows, landsmen, pretenders. Longshore owners. Those merchants who become notorious for sending their ships to sea scantily provided with stores and provisions. Long shot. A distant range. It is also used to express a long way, a far-fetched explanation, something incredible. Long stern timbers. See stern timbers. Long stroke. The order to a boat's crew to stretch out and hang on her. Long tackles. Those overhauled down for hoisting up topsails to be bent. Long tackle blocks have two sheaves of different sizes placed one above the other as in fiddle blocks. Long tails. A sobriquet for the Chinese. Long timbers, or long top timbers, synonymous with double futtocks. Timbers in the cant bodies reaching from the dead wood to the head of the second futtock and forming a floor. Long togs, landsmen's clothes. Long tom, or long tom Turks, pieces of lengthy ordnance for chasers, etc. Long voyage, one in which the Atlantic Ocean is crossed. Long-winded whistlers, chase guns. End of section 15. Read by Czandra. Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 16 of the Sailor's Word Book, H to M, by W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. LOO to LY. Lew or low, a little round hill or heap of stones. Under the lew is shelter from the wind to leeward. Loof, the after part of a ship's bow before the chess tree, or that where the planks begin to be incurvated as they approach the stem. Hence the guns which lie here are called loof pieces. Loof, usually pronounced and spelled luff, which see. To look. The bearing or direction, as she looks up, is approaching her course. A plank looks fore and aft means is placed in that direction. Look out. Watchful attention. There's always a lookout kept from the forecastle, foretopsail yard, or above, to watch for any dangerous object lying near a ship's track, for any strange sail heaving in sight, etc. The officer of the watch accordingly calls frequently from the quarter-deck to the mastheadman appointed for this service. Look out afore there. Look out for squalls. Beware. Cautionary. Loom. The handle of an oar. Also, the track of a fish. To loom. An indistinct enlarged appearance of any distant object in light fogs, as the coast, ships, etc. That land looms high. That ship looms large. The effect of refraction. Loom gale. An easy gale of wind in which a ship can carry her whole topsails a trip. Loon or lund. The great northern diver, Colymbus glacialis, a bird about the size of a goose which frequents the northern seas, where as straight as a loon's leg is a common comparison. Loop. A bight or bend, the winding of a river. Loopholes. Small openings made in the walls of a castle or a fortification for musketry to fire through. Also certain apertures formed in the bulkheads, hatches, and other parts of a merchant ship, through which small arms might be fired on an enemy who boarded her, and for close fight. They were formerly called meurtrières, and were introduced in British slave vessels. Loops of a gun carriage. The iron eye bolts to which the tackles are hooked. To loose. To unfurl or cast loose any sail in order to its being set or dried after rain. To loose a rope. To cast it off or let it go. Loose fall. The losing of a whale after an apparently good opportunity for striking it. Loose ice. A number of pieces near each other, but through which the ship can make her way. Loosers. Men appointed to loose the sails. Loosing for sea. Weighing the anchor. Loot. Plunder or pillage, a term adopted from China. Louvered battens. The battens that enclose the upper part of the well. See louverways. Louverways. Battens or boards, placed at a certain angle so as to admit air, but not wet, a kind of Venetian blind. Lop and top. The top and branches of a felled tree. Lopsided. Uneven, one side larger than the other. Lorcha. A swift Chinese sailing vessel carrying guns. Lord of Misrule. See Master of Misrule. Lords Commissioners. See Commissioners. Lord Warden of the Cinque Ports. A magistrate who has the jurisdiction of the ports or havens so called, generally held by one high in office or an old minister. Lorica. A defensive coat armor made of leather. When iron plates were applied it became a jack. Lorn. A northern name for the crested cormorant, Phalacrocorax cristatus. Laurel. An old term for a lubberly fellow. To lose way. When a ship slackens her progress in the water. Losing the number of the mess. Dead, drowned, or killed. See number. Losing ground. Dropping to leeward while working the driftage. Loss. Total loss is the insurance recovered under peril, according to the invoice price of the goods when embarked, together with the premium of insurance. Partial loss upon either ship or goods is that proportion of the prime cost which is equal to the diminution in value occasioned by the damage. See insurance. Lausanne. A Manx or Erse term for the luminosity of the sea. Lost. The state of being foundered or cast away, instead of a ship when she is either sunk or been beat to pieces by the violence of the sea. Lost day. The day which is lost in circumnavigating the globe to the westward by making each day a little more than 24 hours long. See gained day. Lost her way. When the buoy is streamed and all is ready for dropping the anchor. Lost! Lost! When a whale flukes, dives, or takes tail up to running, and the boats have no chance in chasing. Lost or not lost. A phrase originally inserted in English policies of insurance in cases where a loss was already apprehended. It is now continued by usage and is held not to make the contract a wager, nor more hazardous. Lot. The abbreviation of allotment, or allowance to wife or mother. See allotment. Lotman, an old term for pirate. Loch. See loch. Lound, calm, out of wind. Low, an old term for a small hill or eminence. Low and aloft, sail from deck to truck, every stitch on her. Low, a flame, blaze, the torch used in the north by fish poachers. To lower, the atmosphere to become cloudy, also to ease down gradually, expressed of some weighty body suspended by tackles or ropes, which being slackened, suffer the said body to descend as slowly or expeditiously as occasion requires. Lower breadth sweep, the second on the builder's draft, representing the lower height of breadth, on which line is set off the main half breadth of the ship at its corresponding timber. Lower counter, the counter between the upper counter and the rail under the lights. Lower deckers, the heaviest armament, usually on the lower deck. Lower finishing, see finishings. Lower handsomely, lower cheerly, are opposed to each other, the former being the order to lower gradually, and the latter to lower expeditiously. Lower height, see main breadth. Lower hold, the space for cargo in a merchant vessel fitted with 'tween decks. Lower hold beams, the lowest range of beams in a merchantman. Lower hope, a well-known reach in the Thames where ships wait for the turn of the tide. Lower lifts, the lifts of the fore, main, and cross-jack yards. Lower masts, see mast. Lower transit, the opposite to the upper transit of a circumpolar star, the passage sub polo. Low latitudes, those regions far removed from the poles of the earth towards the equator, 10 degrees south or north of it. Low sails, the courses and close-reefed topsails. Low water, the lowest point to which the tide ebbs, see tide, also used figuratively for being in distress, without money. Loxodromic, the line of a ship's way when sailing oblique to the meridian. Loxodronius, the traverse table. Lozenge, the diamond-cut figure, see rhombus. Lubber or lubbart, an awkward, unseamanlike fellow, from a northern word implying a clownish dolt. A boatswain defined them as fellows fitted with teeth longer than their hair, alluding to their appetites. Lubberland, a kind of El Dorado in sea story, or country of pleasure without work, all sharing alike. Lubber's hole, the vacant space between the head of a lower mast and the edge of the top, so termed from timid climbers preferring that as an easier way for getting into the top than trusting themselves to the futtock shrouds. The term has been used for any cowardly evasion of duty. Lubber's point, a black vertical line or mark in the compass bowl in the direction of the ship's head, by which the angle between the magnetic meridian and the ship's line of course is shown. Lubricator, the oil or similar material applied to the bearings of machinery to obviate friction. Also, special preparations of the same included in cartridges for rifled firearms to prevent the fouling from the burnt powder adhering to the interior of the bore. Luce, the old word for a full-grown pike or jack, immortalized by Shakespeare. Lucida, the bright star or alpha of each constellation. Looken, an unsplit haddock, half dry. Lucky Mine's lines, the long stems of the sea plant, Corda phyllum. Lucky Proach, a northern term for father lasher, Cotus scorpius. Luff or luff, the order to the helmsman, so as to bring the ship's head up more to windward, sometimes called springing a luff, also the air or wind, also an old familiar term for lieutenant, also the fullest or roundest part of a ship's bows, also the weather leach of a sail. Luff and lie, very old sea term for hugging the wind closely. Luff and touch her, try how near the wind she will come, see touching. To luff into a harbour, to sail into it, shooting head to wind gradually. A ship is accordingly said to spring her luff when she yields to the effort of the helm by sailing nearer to the wind or coming to, and does not shake the wind out of her sails until by shortening all she reaches her anchorage. Luff round or luff a lee, the extreme of the movement by which it is intended to throw the ship's head up suddenly into the wind in order to go about, or to lessen her way to avoid danger. Luff tackle, a purchase composed of a double and single block, the standing end of the rope being fast to the single block and the fall coming from the double. This name is given to any large tackle not destined for any particular place, but to be variously used as occasion may require. It is larger than the jigger tackle, but smaller than the fore and main, yard tackles, or the stay tackles. See luff upon luff. Luff upon luff. One luff tackle applied to the fall of another to afford an increase of purchase. Lug. The Arenicola piscatorum, a sandworm much used for bait. Also, of old, the term for a perch or rod used in land measuring, containing 16½ feet, and which may have originated the word log. Lugar, Spanish, a name for watering places on the Spanish coast. Lug boat. The fine deal boats which brave the severest weather. They are rigged as luggers and dip the yards in tacking. They really constitute a large description of lifeboat. Lugger, a small vessel with quadrilateral or four-cornered cut sails, set fore and aft, and may have 2 or 3 masts. French coasters usually rig thus and are called chasse-marée, but with us it is confined to fishing craft and ship's boats. Some carry topsails. During the War of 1810 to 1814, French luggers, as well as Guernsey privateers, were as large as 300 tons and carried 18 guns. One captured inside the Needles in 1814 carried a mizzen topsail. The Long Bet of Plymouth, a well-known smuggler, long defied the Channel gropers, but it was taken in 1816. Lugs. The ears of a bombshell to which the hooks are applied in lifting it. Lug sail. A sail used in boats and small vessels. It is in form like a gaff sail, but depends entirely on the rope of the luff for its stability. The yard is 2/3 of the breadth at foot, and is slung at 1/4 from the luff. On the mast is an iron hoop or traveller to which it is hoisted. The tack may be to windward, or at the heel of the mast amidships. It is powerful, but has the inconvenience of requiring to be lowered and shifted on the mast at every tack, unless the tack be secured amidships. Much used in the barca longa, navigated by the Spaniards. Lull. The brief interval of moderate weather between the gusts of wind in a gale, also an abatement in the violence of surf. Lull bag. A wide canvas hose in whalers for conducting blubber into the casks as it is made off. Lumber. Logs as they arrive at the mills. Also timber of any size, sawed or split for use. Also things stowed without order. Lumberer. One who cuts timber, generally in gangs, in the forests of North America during the winter, and on the melting of the snow navigates it, first by stream driving the separate logs down the spring torrents, then in bays or small rafts down the wider streams, and finally in rafts of thousands of square yards of surface down the navigable rivers to the mills or to the port of shipment. Lumière cendrée, a term adopted from the French to signify the ash-coloured faint illumination of the dark part of the moon's surface about the time of new moon, caused by sunlight reflected from the earth. Lump. A stout, heavy lighter, used in our dockyards for carrying anchors, chains, or heavy stores to or from vessels. Also the trivial name of the bagotee, an ugly fish, likewise called the sea owl, Cyclopterus lumpus. Also, undertaking any work by the lump or hole. By the lump, a sudden fall out of the slings or out of a top altogether. Lumpers. So named from labouring at lump or task work. Labourers employed to load and unload a merchant ship when in harbour. In the north the term is applied to those who furnish ballast to ships. Lump sum. A full payment of arrears, and not by periodical instalments of money. Lunar. The brief epithet for the method of finding the longitude by the moon and sun or moon and stars. See working a lunar. Lunar day. The interval between a departure and return of the moon to the meridian. Lunar distances. An important element in finding the longitude at sea, by what is termed nautical astronomy. It is effected by measuring the apparent distance of the moon from the sun, planet, or certain bright stars, and comparing it with that given in the nautical almanac or every third hour of Greenwich time. Lunar inequality. See variations of the moon. Lunar observations. The method of observing the apparent distances between given celestial objects and then clearing the angles from the effects of parallax and refraction. Lunar tables. The tabulated logarithmic aid for correcting the apparent distance and facilitating the reduction of the observations. Lunation. The period in which the moon goes through every variety of phase, that is, one synodical revolution. Lunette. In fortification, a work composed of two faces meeting in a salient angle, from the inner extremities of which two short flanks run towards the rear, leaving an open gorge. It is generally applied only in connection with other works. Prize masters will recollect that lunette is also the French name for a spyglass or telescope. Lunge, a corruption of allonge, a pass or thrust with a sword, a shove with a boarding pike. Lunisolar, a chronological term, it is the moon's cycle multiplied into that of the sun. Lunisolar precession, see precession. Lunt, a match cord to fire great guns, a match for a linstock. Luntra, see felucca. Lurca, an old term for a small Mediterranean coaster. Lurch, a heavy roll, weather or lee, as occasioned by a sea suddenly striking or receding from the weather bilge of the vessel. To be left in the lurch is to be left behind in a case where others make their escape. Lush, intoxicating fluids of any kind, also a northern term for splashing in water. Lusoriae, ancient vessels of observation or pleasure. Lust, an archaism of list, see list. Lute stern, synonymous with pink stern. Lutings, the dough stoppages to the seams of the coppers, etc., when distilling sea water. Lying, the situation of a whale when favorable for sticking. The lie usually occurs after feeding. Lying along, see laying along. Lying on his oars, taking a rest, at ease. Lying to, see lie to. Limb, from the Celtic lame, a port, as Lyme and Lymington. Lymphad, the heraldic term for an old-fashioned ship or galley. Lynch law, a word recently imported into our parlance from America, signifying illegal and revengeful execution at the wish of a tumultuous mob. Lyra, one of the ancient northern constellations, also a name of the grey gurnard or crooner, which see. Lyri, the name in the Firth of Forth for Cotus cataphractus, or armed bullhead. Lighter, the old orthography for lighter, which see. Lithe, a name for the pollock, Gadus polacus, also the coalfish in its fourth year. End of section 16. Read by Czandra. Nova Scotia, 2023. Section 17 of The Sailor's Word Book, H to M, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. M.A. to M.A.N. Mash, a large trading vessel of the Nile. Mace, a war club of old. Machiculis, a projecting gallery over gateways or walls insufficiently flanked, being open at the bottom between its supporting corbels. It allows of defending the foot of the wall. Mackerel, the Scomber vulgaris, a well-known sea fish. Mackerel boat, a stout clinch-worked vessel with a large foresail, spritsail, and mizzen. Mackerel sky, see cirrocumulus. Mackerel stewr, a northern name for the tunny, Scomber tinus. Maculae, dark, temporary spots which are very frequently observed upon the sun's disk. They are of various forms, surrounded by a lighter shade or penumbra. Mad, the state of a compass needle, the polarity of which has been injured. Maddy, or maddy, a large species of mussel, abundant among the rocks of the Western Islands of Scotland and Wales. Maid, a professional term for having obtained a commission or being promoted, also in some points synonymous with built. See made masts, etc. Made eye, synonymous with Flemish eye, which see. Made masts, the large masts made in several pieces. A ship's lower mast is a made spar, her topmast is a whole spar. Made block is one having its shell composed of different pieces. Madriers, long and broad planks used for supporting the earth in mining, also an old term for sheathing. Magazine, a place built for the safe keeping of ammunition. Afloat, it is confined to a close room, in the fore or after part or both of a ship's hold, as low down as possible. It is lighted occasionally by means of candles fixed in the light room adjoining it, and no person is allowed to enter it with a lamp or candle. See light room. Magellanic clouds, a popular term for the two nebulae, or great cloudy-looking spots in the southern heavens, which are found to consist of a vast number of nebulae and clusters of stars. Magellan jacket, a name given to a watch coat with a hood worn in high latitudes, first used by Cook's people. Magged, worn, fretted and stretched rope as a magged brace, also reproved. Magnet, see compass. Magnetic amplitude, the angle between the east or west point of a compass and any heavenly body at its rising or setting. Magnetic azimuth, an arc of the horizon intercepted between the azimuth circle of a celestial object and a magnetic meridian. Magnetic compensator, an iron plate fixed near the compass to neutralize the effect of local attraction upon the needle. Magnetic needle, applied to theodolites, ship's compasses, etc. A balanced needle highly magnetized, which points to the magnetic pole when not influenced by the local attraction of neighboring iron. The magnetism may be discharged by blows or a fall, hence after an action at sea the needles are often found to be useless until remagnetized. Magnetic storm, an extraordinary magnetic action indicated by delicate magnetometers in a magnetic observatory, not perceptible on ordinary magnets. Magnetic telegraph, an instrument for communicating messages by means of magnetism. Magnitude of an eclipse, the proportion which the eclipsed part of the surface of the sun or moon bears to the diameter. It is sometimes expressed in digits, but more frequently as a decimal, the diameter being taken as unity. Magnitudes of stars, the relative degrees of apparent size in which the fixed stars are arranged and classed according to the intensity of their light. The first 6 classes, designated by Greek letters, include all those which are distinctly visible to the naked eye. Mahon, Mahona, or Maon, a former Turkish flat-bottomed vessel of burden mentioned among the ships of Soliman Pasha in the siege of Diu. Maid, a coast name of the Skate. Maiden, a fortress which has never been taken. Mail, a coat of armor, also a number of rings interwoven netwise and used for rubbing off the loose hemp from white cordage after it is made. Mail shell, a name for the chiton. Main, a continent or mainland, also figuratively, the ocean. Main body, the body of troops that marches between the advance guard and the rear guard of an army. Main boom, the spar which stretches the foot of the boom mainsail in a fore and aft rigged vessel. Main brace, a purchase attached to the main yard for trimming it to the wind. Main breadth, the broadest part of a ship at any particular timber or frame, distinguished by upper and lower heights of breadth lines. Main capstan, the after one as distinguished from the jeer capstan. Main course, the mainsail. Main guard, the principal guard of a garrison town, usually posted in the place of arms or the marketplace. Main hold, that part of a ship's hold which lies near the main hatch. Main ice, a body of impenetrable ice apparently detached from the land but immovable, between which and the land are lanes of water. Main jeers, jeers for swaying up the main yard. Main keel, the principal keel as distinguished from the false keel and the keelson. Main piece, the strong horizontal beam of the windlass, supported at the ends by iron spindles in the windlass bitts. Main piece of the rudder stalk or piece which is connected by the rudder bands to the stern post. Main post, the stern post as distinguished from the false post and inner post. Main royal mast, that above the main top-gallant mast. Mainsail. This in a square-rigged vessel is distinguished by the so-termed square mainsail. In a fore and aft-rigged vessel it obtains the name of boom mainsail. Brigs carry both. Mainsail haul. The order given to haul the after-yards round when the ship is nearly head to wind in tacking. Main shaft. The principal shaft in machinery. Main sheet horse. A kind of iron dog fixed at the middle of a wooden beam, stretching across a craft's stern from one quarter stanchion to the other. On it the main sheet block travels. Mainspring, the source of continuous motion in a timekeeper, also that part of a musket lock which is sunk into the stock. Main staysail, a storm sail set between the fore and main masts. Main tack block, a block forming part of the purchase used for hauling the main tack down to. Main tackle, a large and strong tackle hooked occasionally upon the main pendant and used for various purposes, particularly in securing the mast by setting up the rigging, stays, etc. Main tackle pendant, a stout piece of rope with a hook in one end and a thimble in the other, sometimes used for hauling the main tackle down. Maintop bowline, the bowline of the main topsail. It is used to haul the weather leach forward when on a wind, which makes the sail stand better. Main topsail haul, the order used instead of mainsail haul when the main sail is not set. Main transom, a term often applied to the wing transom, which see. Main wales, the lower wales which are generally placed on the lower breadth, and so that the main deck knee bolts may come into them. Mainyard men, those in the doctor's list. Meister, see master. Maize, Indian corn, an article of extensive commerce in many countries. In Italy it is called turkey grain and grano d'India. In America simply corn, all other grains retaining their distinctive names. Major, the next rank below that of lieutenant colonel, the junior field officer. Major axis, in the orbit of a planet, means the line joining its aphelion and perihelion. Major general, the next in rank below the lieutenant general. Major of brigade, see brigade major. To make is variously applied in sea language. Make a good board, see board. Make a lane there, the order of the boatswain for the crew to separate at muster, to facilitate the approach of anyone whose name is called, see lane. To make bad weather, a ship rolling, pitching, or leaking violently in a gale. Make fast, a word generally used for tying or securing ropes, to fasten. To make free with the land, to approach the shore closely. Make headway, a ship makes headway when she advances through the water. Make it so, the order of a commander to confirm the time, sunrise, noon, or sunset, reported to him by the officer of the watch. To make leeway, to drift to the leeward of the course. Make ready, be prepared. Makes, this expresses coming on, as the tide makes, etc. To make sail, to increase the quantity of sail already set, either by letting out reefs or by setting additional sails. To make sternway, to retreat or move stern foremost. To make the land, to see it from a distance after a voyage. To make water, usually signifies the act of a ship leaking, unless the epithet foul be added, see foul water. Making iron, one of the caulker's tools, it has a groove in it, and is used after the caulking iron to finish off the seam, see meeking. Making off, cutting the flensed blubber of a whale into pieces, fitted to pass in at the bilge holds of the butts which receive it. Mala fides, in Admiralty law not to be presumed, even under concealment of letters, or deviation from truth in formal papers. Malduck, one of the names given to the fulmar, Procellaria glacialis. Malkin, a joint-staff sponge for cleaning out a piece of ordnance. Malingerer, French malingre, one who counterfeits illness for the purpose of avoiding duty. Mallard, the male of the wild duck, Anas boschas. Malamak or mollymook, a seabird, the Procellaria glacialis, also called fulmar, which see. Malamarocking, the visiting and carousing of seamen in the Greenland ships. Mallet, a wooden hammer of which there are several sorts. A caulking mallet is employed to drive the oakum into the seams of a ship. The head of this mallet is long, cylindrical, and hooped with iron. Serving mallet, a cylindrical piece of wood with a groove on one side and handle on the other. It's used in serving the rigging, binding the spun yarn more firmly about it than could be done by hand. Mallow, a northern name for the sea plant, Zostera marina. Malta, mineral pitch. Man, a ship is frequently spoken of as man-of-war, merchantman, Guineaman, East or West Indiaman, Greenlandman, etc. To man, to provide a competent number of hands for working and fighting a ship. To place people for duty as man the barge, man the capstan, man the yards, etc. Isle of Man, battery, a name given to the 3 guns mounted on ships' turrets. Manacle, a handcuff. To manarval, to pilfer small stores. Manatee or sea cow, Manatus americanus, a herbivorous aquatic animal of the order Sirenia, found in the West Indies and South American rivers. Another species, Manatus senegalensis, inhabits the west coast of Africa. Man-bound, detained in port in consequence of being short of complement. Man-broker, synonymous with crimp, which see. Manby's mortar, an efficient apparatus for throwing a shell with a line and chain attached to it over a stranded vessel, and thereby opening a communication between the wreck and the shore. Manche of Mangalore, a flat-bottomed boat of burden about 25 to 35 feet long, 6 or 7 feet broad, and 4 or 5 feet deep, for landing the cargoes of the patamars, which are discharged and loaded at the mouth of the river. These boats are sewed together like the Masula boats of Madras. The manche of Calicut is very similar to the foregoing, with the exception of a raking stem for the purpose of taking the beach. Manchineel, Hippomane manchinella, a tree which grows to a vast size on the coasts of the Caribbee Isles and the neighboring continent. The fruit and sap are highly poisonous, but sleeping beneath the branches does not cause death, as was erroneously supposed. Mandarin, a Portuguese word derived from mandare, to command. It is unknown to the Chinese and Tonkinese, who style their dignitaries Quan. Mandilion, a loose boat cloak of former times. Mandrel, a wooden cylinder for forming paper cartridges. Manger, a small berthing in the bows, extending athwart the deck of a ship of war immediately within the hawse-holes, and separated on the after part from the rest of the deck by the manger board, a strong coaming rather higher than the hawse-holes, serving to prevent the ingress of the sea when the cables are bent. This water is returned to the sea through the manger scuppers, which are made large for that purpose. Mangonel, an ancient military engine in the form of a gigantic crossbow, discharging large darts and stones, used in battering fortified places, a kind of ballista. To manganize, to traffic in slaves. To manhandle, to move by force of men without levers or tackles. Manhole, the aperture secured by a door in the upper part of a steam boiler, which allows a person to enter for repairing it or removing the deposit or crust of salt. Man-hunting, the impress service. Manifest, an official inventory of the cargo of a merchant ship, specifying the name and tonnage of the vessel, the description of goods, the names of shippers and consignees, and the marks of each package. Manila rope, a valuable cordage made in the Philippines, which, not being subject to rot, does not require to be tarred. Maniple, a small armed party, a term derived from the division of a Roman cohort. Maneuver, a dexterous management of anything connected with the ship. Man of war, any vessel in the Royal Navy. Man of war bird or frigate bird, Fregata aquila, a sea-bird of the family Pelecanidae, found in the tropics, remarkable for the length of its wings and rapidity of its flight. Man of war fashion, a state of order, tidiness, and good discipline. Man of war's man, a seaman belonging to the Royal Navy. Manometer, a steam gauge. Man overboard, a cry which excites greater activity in a ship than any other, from the anxious desire to render assistance. Man ship is to range the people on the yards and rigging in readiness to give 3 cheers as a salute on meeting, parting company, or other occasions, a good old custom now slackening. In war, as instanced by the Nymph and Cleopatra, the meeting of enemies was truly chivalrous, though there was a case where the response was so moderated as to be laughed at as a cheer with the chill on. Mansions of the moon, see lunar mansions. Mantillus, a kind of shield, anciently fixed upon the tops of ships as a cover for archers. Mantlets, large movable musket-proof blinds used by besiegers at the head of a sap, now mostly fitted to embrasures to protect the gunners from sharpshooters, their best when made of plaited rope. Manual exercise, the regulated series of motions for handling and carrying the musket, except what is connected with firing it. Manubalist, a stout crossbow. Manxman, a seaman or native of the Isle of Man. Manzera, a vessel used in the Adriatic for carrying cattle. End of section 17, read by Czandra, near Montreal, 2023. The Sailor's Word Book, H to M, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A digest of sea terms and phrases. MAO to MAZ. Maun, sea mahone. Mar, Latin mare, the sea, a prefix as Margate, the seaway, etc. Marabut, the sail which galleys hoisted in bad weather, also small edifices on Barbary headlands, occupied by a priest. Marches, borders or confines of a country, as the marches of Ancona, etc. Marching order, a soldier fully equipped with arms, ammunition, and a portion of his kit carries from 30 to 35 pounds. In service marching order, by the addition of provisions and some campaigning necessaries, he carries nearly 50 pounds. But heavy marching order, which was yet heavier, is now happily abolished. Marco Banco, an imaginary coin of Hamburg commerce, equal to 1 shilling 5 3/4 pence sterling. Mare's tails, a peculiar modification of the cirrus, indicating wind. Margin line, a line or edge parallel to the upper side of the wing transom and just below it, where the butts of the after bottom planks terminate. Marinarius, an old statute term for a mariner or seaman. To marinate, to salt fish and afterwards preserve it in oil or vinegar. Marine, belonging to the sea. It is a general name for the royal or mercantile navy of any state, also the whole economy of nautical affairs. Marine barometer, a barometer the tube of which is contracted in one part to prevent the sudden oscillations of the mercury by the ship's motion. Marine boards, establishments at our different ports for carrying into effect provisions of the Merchant Shipping Act. Marine buildings, those constructed for making or preserving ships, as docks, arsenals, storehouses, etc. Marine clothing room, a compartment of the after platform to receive the clothing and stores of the Royal Marines. Marine engines, those steam engines which are used to propel ships, whether on the ocean or in rivers, in contradistinction to locomotives on shore. Marine glue or Jeffrey's glue, a well-known adhesive composition of great importance in ship carpentry and in various nautical uses. The substance is said to consist of caoutchouc, gum, and mineral oil. Marine insurance, a contract by which an individual or a company agree to indemnify the losses or damages happening to a ship or cargo during a voyage. For this agreement, the ship owner pays a sum in advance called a premium, which falls to the insurer in case the ship arrives safe in a specified harbor. If the ship or cargo, however, be lost by default of the person insured, the insurer shall not be accountable. Among the Romans, the state made good losses by shipwreck, which occasioned many frauds. It is mentioned in the laws of Oleron, but was regulated under its present bearings in England in 1601. Marine lagoon, a lake or inlet formed by the encroachments of the sea and the deposits of fluviatile action. Marine officer, an officer of the Royal Marines, jocularly and witlessly applied to an empty bottle as being useless, but better rendered as having done its duty and ready to do it again. Mariner, one who obtains his living on the sea in whatever rank, but with our old voyagers, mariners were able seamen, and sailors only ordinary seamen. Thus Middleton's ship sailed from Bantam in 1605, leaving 18 men behind, of whom 5 were mariners and 13 sailors. Marine railway, a term which has been applied to a slip for hauling vessels on to repair. Mariner's compass, sea compass. Mariner's needle, the magnetized bar of a mariner's compass. Marines, the Royal, a body of officers and soldiers raised to serve on board men of war, and trained to fight either at sea or on shore. Their chosen body of artillery was esteemed one of the best under the crown. Sea artillery. Tell that to the Marines was a common rejoinder to any improbable assertion, when those fine fellows had not acquired their present high estimation. Marine stores, a general term for the ironwork, cordage, sails, provisions, and other outfit with which a vessel is supplied. Maritima Angliae, the profit and emolument formerly rising to the king from the sea, but which was afterwards granted to the Lord High Admiral. Maritime, pertaining to sea affairs, all but synonymous with marine, which sea. Maritime country, a country which has its shores washed by the sea. Maritime interest, sea bottomry. Maritime law, that branch of international law, or the law of nations, which consists of general principles, chiefly derived from ancient codes of law and admitted by civilized nations, as to commercial intercourse with enemies and neutrals. Maritime lien, a privileged claim in respect of service done to or injury caused by a ship, to be carried into effect by legal process. Maritime positions, the intersection of the geographical coordinates of the latitudes and longitudes of places on the globe. Maritime powers, those states which possess harbors, etc., on the coasts, and a powerful navy to defend them. Mark, a certain regulated length for Spanish sword blades, under penalty of fine, and the weapon to seizure. Also any object serving for the guidance of ships, as sea marks, landmarks, leading marks, etc. Also a piece of twine on a running rope as a brace, etc., to show when, by being near the belaying pin or the bitts, it has been sufficiently hauled in. Mark of the forebrace down, sir. Answer, belay-o. Markab, the Lucida or chief star in the ancient constellation Pegasus. Marks and deeps. Marks are the measured notifications on the hand lead line, with white, blue, and red bunting, leather, and knots. Deeps are the estimated fathoms between these marks. They are thus noted: Mark 2, leather; Mark 3, blue; deep 4, Mark 5, white; deep 6, Mark 7, red; deep 8, deep 9, Mark 10, leather; deep 11, deep 12, Mark 13, blue; deep 14, Mark 15, white; deep 16, Mark 17, red; deep 18, deep 19, Mark 20, 2 knots. To marl, to souse fish in vinegar to be eaten cold. See souse. To marl, To wind marline, spun yarn, twine, etc., about a rope, so that every turn is secured by a kind of knot and remains fixed, in case the rest should be cut through by friction. It is commonly used to fasten slips of canvas, called parceling, upon the surface of a rope to prevent its being galled, or to attach the foot of a sail to its bolt rope, etc., with marling hitches instead of sewing it. Marling. See line. Marline holes. Holes made for marling, or lacing the foot rope and clews in courses and topsails. Marline spike. An iron pin tapering to a point, and principally used to separate the strands of a rope in order to introduce the ends of some other through the intervals in the act of knotting or splicing. It is also used as a lever in marling, fixing seizings, etc. See fid. Marline spike hitch. A peculiar hitch in marling, made by laying the marline spike upon the seizing stuff, and then bringing the end of that seizing over the standing part, so as to form a jamming bight. Marmot. A pot fitted with a hook for hanging it to the bars of the galley range. Maroon. A name for a bright light of that color used for signals, and also for an explosive ball of prepared pasteboard. Marooning. A custom among former pirates of putting an offender on shore on some desolate cape or island with a gun, a few shot, a flask of powder, and a bottle of water. Mark. See letters of marque. Marquee. An officer's oblong tent has 2 poles and curtains all round. It is often assigned to various staff purposes. Marrot. A name for the guillemot. To marry. The ropes, braces, or falls. To hold both together, and by pressure haul in both equally. Also so to join the ends of 2 ropes that they will pass through a block. Mars. One of the ancient superior planets, the next to the Earth in order of distance from the Sun. Marsh. Anglo-Saxon, marsh, a fen. Low land often under water and producing aquatic vegetation. Those levels near the seacoast are usually saturated with salt water. Marsiliana. A Venetian ship of burden, square-sterned. Mart. A commercial market, also a colloquialism for mark, as a letter of mart, or mark. Martello Tower, so named from a tower in the Bay of Martella, in Corsica, which in 1794 maintained a very determined resistance against the English. A Martello Tower at the entrance of the Bay of Gaeta beat off HMS Pompey of 80 guns. A martello is built circular, and thus difficult to hit, with walls of vast thickness, pierced by loopholes, and the bomb-proof roof is armed with 1 heavy traversing gun. They are 30 to 40 feet high, surrounded by a dry fosse, and the entrance is by a ladder at a door several feet from the ground. Martial law. The law of war, obtaining between hostile forces or proclaimed in rebellious districts. It rests mainly on necessity, custom in like cases, and the will of the commander of the forces, thus differing from military law, which see. Martial law is proclaimed when the civil law is found to be insufficient to preserve the peace. In the case of insurrection, mutiny, etc., the will and judgment of the officer in command becomes law. Marten. A cat-sized creature, with a valuable fur imported from Hudson's Bay in Canada in prodigious numbers. My eye and Betty Martin is a common expression implying disbelief, a corruption of the Romish mihi, Beata Martine. Martinet. A rigid disciplinarian, but one who in matters of inferior moment harasses all under him. Martingale. A rope extending downwards from the jib-boom end to a kind of short gaff-shaped spar, fixed perpendicularly under the cap of the bowsprit. Its use is to guy the jib-boom down in the same manner as the bobstays retain the bowsprit. The spar is usually termed the dolphin striker, from its handy position whence to strike fish. Mart nets. The leech lines of a sail. They were said to be topped when the leech was hauled by them close to the yard. Marin, Anglo-Norman, the sea-coast. Marinal, an ancient term for mariner. Mascaret, A peculiar movement of the sea near Bordeaux in summer at low water. Mask. A crive or crib for catching fish. A battery is said to be masked when its external appearance misleads the enemy. Mast. Anglo-Saxon, meist, also meant chief or greatest. A long cylindrical piece of timber elevated perpendicularly upon the keel of a ship, to which are attached the yards, the rigging, and the sails. It is either formed of one piece and called a pole mast, or composed of several pieces joined together and termed a maid mast. A lower mast is fixed in the ship by shears, which see, and the foot or keel of it rests in a block of timber called the step, which is fixed upon the keelson. Expending a mast or carrying it away is said when it is broken by foul weather. Foremast, that which stands near the stem and is next in size to the mainmast. Jurymast, see jurymast. Mainmast, the largest mast in a ship. Mizzenmast, the smallest mast, standing between the mainmast and the stern. Overmasted or taut-masted, the state of a ship whose masts are too tall or too heavy. Rough mast or rough tree, a spar fit for making a mast. See bowsprit and jib boom. Springing a mast, when it is cracked horizontally in any place. Topmast. A topmast is raised at the head or top of the lower mast through a cap and supported by the trestle trees. Topgallant mast. A mast smaller than the preceding, raised and secured to its head in the same manner. Royal mast. A yet smaller mast, elevated through irons at the head of the topgallant mast, but more generally the two are formed of one spar. Undermasted or low-masted ships, vessels whose masts are small and short for their size. To mast a ship, the act of placing a ship's masts. Mast carlings, those large carlings which are placed at the sides of the masts from beam to frame the partners and give support. Mast coat, a conical canvas fitted over the wedges round the mast to prevent water oozing down from the decks. Master, the epithet for the captain or commander of a merchant vessel. When England first became a maritime power, ships with sailors and a master to navigate were furnished by the Cinque-Ports, etc., and the fighting part of the men was composed of soldiers sent on board, commanded by generals, etc. Among the early voyagers there was a distinction between master and meister, the latter being the office as, quote, "We spoke the dragon, whereof Master Ivy was meister," end quote, in Welsh's Voyage to Benin, Anno Domini 1590. In most applications, master denotes chief, as master boat builder, master caulker, master sailmaker, etc. Master of a ship of war. An officer appointed by the commissioners of the navy to attend to the navigating a ship under the direction of the captain, the working of a ship into her station in the order of battle, and in other circumstances of danger, but he reports to the first lieutenant, who carries out any necessary evolution. It is likewise his duty, in concert with lieutenants on surveys, to examine and report on the provisions. He is, moreover, charged with their stowage. For the performance of these services he is allowed several assistants who are termed second masters, master's assistants, etc. This officer's station has been termed the meridional altitude of the lower order of midshipmen, but it is requisite that he be both a good officer and a seaman. He ranks after lieutenants according to date, but is subordinate in command to all lieutenants. Master and Commander. A title which in 1814 was simplified to Commander, the next degree above Lieutenant. He ranks with, but after, a Lieutenant Colonel. Master-at-Arms. In former times was an officer appointed to command the police duty of a ship, to teach the crew the exercise of small arms, to confine by order of superiors any prisoners, and to superintend their confinement. Also to take care that fires and lights were put out at the proper hour, and no spirituous liquors brought on board. He was assisted by ship's corporals, who also attended the gangway with the sentinels. Until 1816 the junior lieutenant was nominally lieutenant-at-arms, and drilled the seamen, assisted by the sergeant of marines. Master-attendant. An officer in the Royal Dockyards appointed to assist in the fitting or dismantling, removing or securing vessels of war, etc., at the port where he resides, to inspect the moorings in the harbour, to visit all the ships in ordinary, and to attend at the general musters in the dockyard, taking care that all the individuals registered in the Navy Book are present at their duty. Master Mariner. Shipmaster or captain of a merchant vessel. Master of misrule. An officer of an hour or two when the hands were piped to mischief. The lord or abbot of misrule on shore has immemorially been a person selected to superintend the diversions of Christmas. In these larks, however, malicious mischief was unknown. Master of the fleet. A master on board the commander-in-chief's ship, who has a general superintendence of the stores issued to the fleet, and reports to the flag captain any deviations from rule which he may observe. Master shipwright. The chief superintendent in the building and repairing of ships in the Royal Dockyards. Masthead. The upper part of a mast above the rigging. Mastheading. A well-known marine punishment, said to give midshipmen the best time for reading. A court-martial, as a substitute, punishes the parents as well as the thoughtless youth. Masthead men. The men stationed aloft to keep a lookout. Masthead pendants. See pendant. Mast high. A figurative expression of height. Mast holes. The apertures in the deck partners for stepping the masts. Mast hoops. The iron hoops on made or built masts. Mast house. In dockyards where masts are made. Mastic. An excellent cement, latterly introduced into shipbuilding instead of putty and other appliances to protect the heads of bolts. Mast rope. Anglo-Saxon. Maestripe, that which is used for sending masts up or down. Masula or Masula boats. Madras boats of which the planks are sewed together with coir yarn, crossing the stitches over a wadding of coir or straw, which presses on the joints and prevents much leakage. The vessel is thus rendered pliable, and yields to the shock on taking the ground in the surf, which at times runs from 10 to 16 feet high. They are rowed by 12 men in double banks, with oars formed by an oval piece of board lashed to the end of a rough piece of wood. They are guided by one man with a long steer oar, who stamps and yells with excitement as he urges the men to pull when a rolling surf is coming up astern. These boats are from 30 to 35 feet in length, 10 to 11 feet in breadth, and 7 to 8 feet in depth. Mat. To prevent chafing, a thick mat is woven from strands of old rope, spun yarn, or foxes, containing each a greater or lesser number of rope yarns in proportion to the intended mat to be made. The largest and strongest kinds are called paunch mats. The thrum mat is precisely similar to the present coconut fibre door mats. Where it is possible, rounding is now used instead of mats, it being neater and holding less water. Match. A wager of emulation by rowing, sailing, manoeuvring, etc. See quick match. Slow match, used by artillerymen, is a very loose rope steeped in a solution of nitre, and burns at the rate of about 1 inch an hour, and is either used alone or for lighting the port fires, by which guns are yet fired for salutes on shore. Matchlock. A musket fired with a match fixed on the cock opening the pan, long out of use except in China and some parts of India. Match tubs. Conical tubs about 18 inches in height, which have a sunken head perforated with holes, to admit the slow match to hang with the lighted end downwards. Mate generally implies adjunct or assistant. Mate of a merchant ship. The officer who commands in the absence of the master, and shares the duty with him at sea. See chief mate or officer. There are first, second, third, and fourth mates. Mate of a watch. The senior or past midshipman is responsible to the officer of the watch. He heaves the log, inserts on the logboard all incidents occurring during his watch, musters the men of the watch, and reports to the officer in charge, who, when he is relieved, writes his initials on the logboard. Mate of the lower deck. An officer of considerable importance in former times in ships of the line, He was responsible for the state and condition of the lower deck and the residents there. Mate of the main deck, the officer appointed to superintend all the duties to be executed upon the main deck during the day. Material men, the persons who furnish all tackles and stores, etc., to repair or fit out ships. The High Court of Admiralty allows material men to sue against remaining proceeds in the registry, notwithstanding past prohibitions. Matériel, a French word that has been naturalized in speaking of naval or military stores. Mathematics, the science which treats of every kind of quantity that can be numbered or measured. Maties or maties, dockyard artificers, shipwrights, carpenters, etc. Mateau, a shell formerly of some commercial value on the west coast of Africa. Matras, the square head of an arrow called quarrel. In chemistry it is the Florence oil flask used for evaporation. From its thinness it will stand great gradual heat. Matros, formerly an assistant gunner in the artillery. Matthew Walker, a knot so termed from the originator. It is formed by a half hitch on each strand in the direction of the lay, so that the rope can be continued after the knot is formed, which shows as a transverse collar of 3 strands. It is the knot used on the end of the lanyards of rigging where dead-eye are employed. Maud, a salmon net fixed in a square form by 4 stakes. Maul, a heavy iron hammer used for driving tree nails or bolts. It has one end faced and the opposite pointed, whence it is often called a pin maul. Top maul is distinguished by having an iron handle with an eye at the end, by which it is tied fast to the masthead. It is kept aloft for driving the iron fid in or out of the top mast. Monde, an Indian weight which varies in amount depending on the part of the country. Also a basket used by fishermen, a measure of small fish. Mongie, the native boatman of the river Hooghly. Mavis skate, the sharp-nosed ray, see friar skate. Maw, or sea maw, the common gull, Larus canus. May, see vendaval. Mayhem, or mahim, the law term for maim. Maize, in the herring trade, 500 fishes. Mazolette, an Indian bark boat caulked with moss. End of section 18. Read by Czandra, near Montreal, 2023. Section 19 of the Sailor's Word Book, H to M. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Digest of Sea Terms and Phrases by W. H. Smyth, M.E. to M.I. Meeker, a West Country term for a minnow. Making iron, the tool used by caulkers to run old oakum out of the seams before inserting new. Mealed, mixed or compounded. Mealed powder, gunpowder pulverized by treating with spirits of wine. Meals or meols, immense sandbanks thrown up by the sea on the coasts of Norfolk, Lancashire, etc. Mean, as a general term, implies the medium, but a mean of bad observations can never make a good one. Mean anomaly, see anomaly. Mean distance, the average distance of a planet from the sun. It is equal to half the longer axis of the ellipse, and hence is frequently termed the semi-axis major. Mean equinox, the position of the equinox independent of the effects of nutation. Mean motion, the rate at which a body moving in an elliptic orbit would proceed at an equal velocity throughout. Mean noon, the noon of a mean day, supposing the year to be divided into days of equal length. It differs from apparent noon by the amount of the equation of time for that date. Mean obliquity, the obliquity of the ecliptic, unaffected with nutation. Mean place of a star, its position at a given time, independent of aberration and nutation. Mean sun, see time. Mean time, See time. Measure. A comprehensive term including length, surface, time, weight, solidity, capacity, and force of gravity. Measuring line. The old term for the first meridian reckoned off from a ship's longitude, also the 5-fathom line used by the boatswain. Mechanics. The science which explains the properties of moving bodies and of the machines from which they receive their impetus. The mechanical powers consist of 6 primary instruments: the lever, the balance, the pulley, the wheel, the screw, and the wedge, to which is sometimes added the inclined plane, and of some or all of these every compound machine consists. Mech. A notched staff in a whaleboat on which the harpoon rests. Medical board. A number of medical officers convened to examine sick and wounded officers and men for invaliding or discharge. Medicine chest. A large chest containing the medicinal necessaries that may be required for 100 men during the cruise. Several chests are thus fitted and supplied in proportion to the ship's crew, ready for detached service. Medicines. Merchantmen are legally bound to carry medicines in proportion to their crew, with instructions for their use if there be no surgeon on board. Medico, a familiar appellation for the ship's surgeon. Mediterranean or inland sea, a term applied to a sea surrounded on all sides, except its immediate entrance by land, as the Mediterranean, so styled par excellence, also the Baltic, the Red Sea, etc. Mediterranean pass, a document formerly granted by the Lords of the Admiralty to registered vessels, which was valuable when the Barbary powers were unchecked. Sea pass. Medium. See resisting medium. Mermaid, a name given by our northern fishermen to the Lophius piscatorius, or frogfish, without reference to the mermaid, which see. Meerswine, the porpoise, from the German Meerschwein. Meet her, the order to adjust the helm so as to check any further movement of the ship's head in a given direction. Meganese. Greek, a large portion of land, inferior in extent to a continent, but which, though insular, is too large to be termed an island, as New Holland. Memorial, an official petition on account of services performed. Men, the ship's company in general. To mend sails, to loose and skin them afresh on the yards. Mend the service, put on more service to the cable, or any part of the rigging chafed. Mercantile marine, see marine. Mercantile marine fund, a public fund accumulated by fees payable to the Board of Trade on account of the merchant shipping. Mercator's chart, or projection, introduced by Gerard Mercator, circa 1556. It is a projection of the surface of the earth in the plane, with all the meridians made parallel with each other, consequently the degrees of longitude all equal, the degrees of latitude increasing in a corresponding ratio towards the poles. This is the chart most commonly used in navigation, and its use appears to have obtained quickly, for in 1576 among the items of Martin Frobisher's outfit we find, "For a great map universal of Mercator, in print, £1 6s. 8d." Mercator's sailing, performed loxodromically by means of Mercator's charts. Merchantman, a trading vessel employed in importing and exporting goods to and from any quarter of the globe. Merchant service, the mercantile marine. Merchant venturers, a company of merchants who traded with Russia, Turkey, and other distant parts. In the Affectionate Shepherd, 1594, we find, "Well is he termed a merchant venturer, since he doth venture lands and goods and all. When he doth travel for his traffic far, little he knows what fortune may befall." Mercurial gauge, a curved tube partly filled with mercury to show the pressure of steam in an engine. Mercury, one of the ancient inferior planets and the nearest to the sun as far as we yet know. See transit of. Also a name for quicksilver, the fluid metal so useful in the construction of the marine barometer, thermometer, and artificial horizon. Mare, an Anglo-Saxon word still in use, sometimes meaning a lake and generally the sea itself. Meridian of the Earth is an imaginary great circle passing through the zenith and the poles and cutting the equator at right angles. When the sun is on the meridian of any place, it is midday there, and at all places situated under the same meridian. First meridian is that from which the longitude is reckoned. Magnetic meridian is not a great circle, but a wavy line uniting those poles. In common acceptation, a meridian is any line supposed to be drawn from the north to the south pole. Therefore, a place being under the same meridian as another place is either due north or south of it. Plane of the meridian is the plane of this great circle, and its intersection with the sensible horizon is called the meridian line. The meridian transit of a heavenly body is the act of passing over the said plane, when it is either due south or north of the spectator. Antemeridium, or A.M., before noon. Post-meridium, or P.M., after noon. Meridian error, the deviation of a transit instrument from the plane of the meridian at the horizon. It is also termed the azimuthal error. Merlon, that part of the parapet of a battery between two adjacent embrasures, 15 or 20 feet long in general. Mermaid, a fabulous sea creature of which the upper half was said to resemble a woman, the lower half a fish. Mermaid's glove, the name of a peculiar sponge, Spongia palmata, abundant at Bermuda. Mermaid's purse, the oblong, horny cases with long filiform appendages developed from each of the four corners, found on the sea shore, being the outer covering of the eggs of several species of rays and sharks. Also, the hollow root of the seaweed, Fucus polyscides. Merry dancers, the glancings and coruscations of the aurora borealis, or northern lights. Merry men of May, dangerous currents formed by the ebb tides. Mason, a very old form of spelling mizen. Mess, any company of the officers or crew of a ship who eat, drink, and associate together. See number. Also the state of a ship in a sudden squall, when everything is let go and flying and nothing hauled in. Mess deck, the place where a ship's crew mess. Messenger, a large cable-laid rope used to unmoor or heave up the anchor of a ship by the aid of the capstan. This is done by binding a part of the messenger to the cable by which the ship rides in several places with pliant nippers, and by winding another part of it about the capstan. The messenger has an eye splice at each end, through which several turns of a strong lashing are passed, forming an endless rope, so that by putting on fresh nippers forward and taking them off as they're hove aft, the capstan may be kept constantly going, and the cable is walked in without stopping. See viol. A superior plan is now adopted, in which the messenger, consisting of a pitched chain which has a double and single link alternately, works in iron spurs fastened above the lower rim of the capstan. This avoids the trouble of shifting or fleeting the messenger while heaving in. Again, the cable itself is commonly brought to the capstan. Light forward the messenger is the order to pull the slack of it towards the hawse holes on the slack or opposite side, so as to be ready to fasten upon the cable which is being hove in, as it comes off the manger roller at the bows. Messengers, boys appointed to carry orders from the quarter-deck. In some ships they wore winged caps of the Mercury type. Mess kid, a wooden tub for holding cooked victuals or cocoa. Messmate, a companion of the same mess table, hence comrades in many ways, whence the saw, "Messmate before a shipmate, shipmate before a stranger, stranger before a dog." Mess traps, the kids, crockery, bowls, spoons, and other articles of mess service. Meta center, that point in a ship where a vertical line drawn from the center of cavity cuts a line perpendicular to the keel, passing through the center of gravity. As this depends upon the situation of the center of cavity, the metacenter is often called the shifting center. Safety requires this point to be above the center of gravity. Metal, a word comprehending the great guns or ordnance generally of a ship or battery. Meetings, the measurement and estimate of timber. Meteor, see compassant, waterspout, etc. Meteorites, meteoric stones which fall from the atmosphere, composed of earthy and metallic substances, in which nickel, iron, etc. enter largely. Meteorologic telegraphy, the sending of telegrams to various stations at home and abroad, with the object of improving the science of meteorology and issuing storm warnings, etc. Metonic cycle, a cycle of 19 years, which contains 235 lunations, and results in a correspondence of the solar and lunar years. The discovery of this astronomical period may be safely assigned to Meton in 432 before Christ. Mew, Anglo-Saxon mew, a name for the seagull. Miasma, impure effluvium in the air, proceeding from marshes or moist ground acted upon by solar heat, by which malaria fevers, particularly intermittents, are produced. Micrometer, an instrument used to measure small angles, diameters, and distances of heavenly bodies. Mid, the intermediate or middle part of anything, also per contractionem, a midshipman. Mid-channel implies halfway across any river, channel, etc. Middle band, one of the bands of a sail, to give additional strength. Middle latitude sailing, a method of converting departure in difference of longitude and vice versa, by using the middle latitude instead of the meridional parts, as in Mercator sailing. Middle timber, that timber in the stern which is placed amidships. Middle topsail, a deep-roached sail, set in some schooners and sloops on the heel of their topmasts, between the top and the cap. A modification of this, under the name of a lower topsail, is now very common in double topsail yardage ships, Cunningham's topsails. Middle whales, the 3 or 4 thick strakes worked along each side between the lower and middle deck ports in 3-deckers. Middle watch, the portion of the crew on deck duty, from midnight to 4 a.m. Middle watcher, the slight meal snatched by officers of the middle watch about 5 bells or 2:30 a.m. Middling a sail, arranging it for bending to the yard. Middy, an abbreviation for the younger midshipman, synonymous with mid. Midrib, a narrow canal or culvert. Midshipman, a naval cadet appointed by the Admiralty, with the exception of one in each ship appointed by the captain. No person can be appointed midshipman until he has served 1 year and passed his examinations, nor a lieutenant without having previously served 6 years in the Royal Navy as midshipman, and having further passed 2 severe examinations, one in seamanship and one in gunnery. A midshipman is then the station in which a young volunteer is trained in the several exercises necessary to attain a knowledge of steam, machinery, discipline, the general movements and operations of a ship, and qualify him to command. Midshipman's nuts, broken pieces of biscuit as dessert. Midshipman's roll, a slovenly method of rolling up a hammock transversely and lashing it endways by one clew. Midships, the middle part of the vessel, either with regard to her length or breadth. See amidships. Mildernix, a strong canvas of which courses were formerly made. It appears in old statutes. Mile, the statute mile is 5,280 feet, but that used at sea, termed the mean nautical mile, consists of 6,075.6 feet, or 60 to a degree. Military execution, the levying contributions from a country by military occupation and force. Military law, that under which soldiers and sailors are governed, founded on the acts of Parliament passed to that end. Militia, a military force raised by ballot. Milky Way, see Via Lactea. Mill, a boxing match, whether standing up or nailed to a chest. Miller's sight, General Miller's simple dispart, a sliding pillar bearing a scale graduated to tangents of degrees for setting the gun by. Milled lead, sheet lead. to drown the miller, to put an overdose of water to grog. Miller's thumb, a freshwater fish, the Cotus cataphractus. Milt, the soft roe or spermatic part of the male fish. Mine, a passage made underground with a chamber at the end under the place intended to be blown up. It is entered by the shaft, which leads through the gallery to the chamber. Mineral oil, see petroleum. Miney rifle. This has acquired a great name, though not yet in general use. Minion, an old 4-pounder gun about 7 feet long. Its point-blank range was 120 paces with a random one of 1,500. Born in 1578 mentions the minion as requiring shot 3 inches in diameter. Minister. A minister, though termed plenipotentiary, has no power to grant protection to vessels or cargoes otherwise subject to the operations and laws of hostilities. Minis, an old British word for a rock or piece of rising ground. Minnow, a small freshwater fish, the Leuciscus phoxinus. The term was used in contempt by Shakespeare and the elders. Minor axis, in a planetary orbit, signifies the line perpendicular to the major axis and passing through the center of the ellipse. Minor planets, see asteroids. Minute mile, the 60th part of a degree of longitude or latitude. In the latter case, it is the 60th part of a degree of a great circle. In the former, it decreases in length as the latitude increases. Minute and half-minute glasses, see glass. Minute guns, fired at intervals of a minute each during the progress of important funerals. Minutes, short notices taken in writing of any important proceedings. Mira, a remarkable variable star in Cetus. Mirage, one of the bright stars in Andromeda. Mirage or loom, a word which has crept into use since the French expedition to Egypt, to express the extraordinary refraction which light undergoes when strata of air of different densities extend above each other. The mirage, reflecting objects at a great height, inverts and doubles the image. Mire bumper and mire drum, North Country names of the bittern. Merkels, the radical leaves of the Fucus esculentus, a seaweed eaten on our northern coasts. Mirror, the speculum of a quadrant, any silvered or polished reflecting surface. Mischief, see master of misrule. Misrepresentation to the underwriters of any fact or circumstance material to the risk of insuring, whether by the insured or his agent, and whether fraudulent or innocent, renders the contract null and void. See representation. Missiles, projectiles of every kind propelled by force. Missing, if a vessel is not heard of within 6 months after her departure, or after the last intelligence of her from any port in Europe, and within 12 months from other parts of the world, she is deemed to be lost. Presumptive proof will suffice if none of her crew appear. Missing stays, to fail in going about from one tack to another, when after a ship gets her head to the wind, she comes to a stand and begins to fall off on the same tack. Mist, Anglo-Saxon, a thin vapor between a fog and a haze, and is generally wet. Mystico, equivalent to our hermaphrodite, being a small Mediterranean vessel between a xebec and a felucca. See xebec. Mistral, a cold northwest wind experienced on the Mediterranean shores of France, corrupted from mistrale. Mitts, a protection for the hand, covering the thumb in one space and fingers in another, so that men wearing them can still handle ropes. Mixed mathematics, pure mathematics when applied to practical subjects, as astronomy, optics, hydrography, gunnery, engineering, and the like. Mizar, the star Zeta in Ursa Major, the middle one in the tail. Mizzen, the spanker or driver is often so named. Mizzenmast, the aftermost mast in a ship. See shrouds, stay, yard, etc. observing only that the epithet of fore, main, or mizzen is added to each term to distinguish them from each other. See Bonaventure. Mizzen masthead. Rear admirals carry their flag at their mizzen. Mizzen staysail. A fore and aft sail of various shapes set on the mizzen stay. End of section 19. Read by Czandra, near Montreal, 2023. Section 20 of A Sailor's Wordbook, H to M, by Admiral W. H. Smyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. A digest of sea terms and phrases. M-O to M-Y. Moat. Synonymous with ditch, which sea. Mobilization. The organizing a body of men for active service. Also a term in naval tactics applied to the movement of fleets. Moccasin. A slipper made of green hide and worn in cases of necessity, a term derived from the North American Indians. Moderate breeze. When all the flying kites may be pleasantly carried. Moderate gale, in which a ship carries double reefs in her topsails. Mohure. A golden coin in the East Indies, value 30 shillings to 32 shillings. Moidor. A Portuguese gold coin, the sterling value of which is £1 7 shillings. Moineau. A little flat bastion, formerly raised before a curtain, otherwise too long. Moist daughters. Spencer's term for the Hyades, a group of 7 stars in the head of the bow. Mokes. The meshes of a fishing net. Mole. A long pier of massy masonry covering the entrance of a harbour, also applied to the harbours formed by them, as those of Genoa, Marseille, Naples, etc. Mollymock. A bird which follows in the wake of a ship rounding the cape. It is a small kind of albatross. Momentum is the product of a weight multiplied by its velocity, that is, in marine dynamics, by its distance from a point determined as the center of momentum, or from a line called the axis of the momentum. Moneres, or monocrata, galleys with only 1 rank of oars. Money-bound, a phrase expressive of such passengers as are detained on board till a remittance arrives for paying the passage made. Monger, a trader. See monkey. Monition, legal notice or warning. Monitor, a very shallow, semi-submerged, heavily armored steamer, carrying on her open deck either 1 or 2 plated revolving turrets, each containing either 1 or 2 enormous guns. Originally designed by Ericsson in the United States during the recent war, to combine the maximum of gun power with the minimum of exposure, they have been very formidable in sheltered and intricate waters, but it remains yet to be shown that they would be effective on the open sea. Monkey, a machine composed of a long pig of iron, traversing in a groove, which is raised by a pulley and let fall suddenly on the head of large bolts for driving them. A larger kind is used in pile driving, also a kind of wooden kid for grog. Also in Queen Elizabeth's reign, a small trading vessel. Also passion, as a man's monkey is up. Also a machine with which the Hercules facilitates the welding of anchors. Monkey block, a small single block strapped with a swivel. Also those nailed on the topsail yards of some merchantmen to lead the buntlines through. Monkey boat, a half-decked boat above bridge on the Thames. Monkey jacket, a warm jacket for night watches, etc. Monkey pump, straws or quills for sucking the liquid from a cask through a gimlet hole made for the purpose, a practice as old as the time of Xenophon, who describes this mode of drinking from the prized jars of Armenia. Monkey spars, reduced masts and yards for a vessel devoted to the instruction and exercise of boys. Monkey tail, a lever for training a carronade. Monkfish, the Squatina angelus, see devilfish. Monk's seam, that made after sewing the edges of sails together, one over the other, by stitching through the center of the seam. Also the fash left at the junction of the molds when a ball is cast. Monmouth cap, a flat worsted cap formerly worn by soldiers and sailors. In the old play Eastward Ho! It is said, quote, "Hurl away a dozen of the Monmouth caps or so in sea ceremony to your bon voyage." End of quote. Monoxylon, Greek, boats in the Ionian Isles propelled with one oar. Monsoon, from the Persian monsum, season. The periodical winds in certain latitudes of India and the Indian Ocean. They continue 5 or 6 months from one direction, and then alter their course, and blow after the tempestuous tumult of their shifting has subsided, during an equal space of time from an opposite point of the compass, with the same uniformity. They are caused by the unequal heating of land and water, and occur in the tropics, where the trade would constantly blow if it were not for the presence of land. Sea winds. The southwest monsoon is called by the Arabs Khamsin, denoting 50, as they suppose it to precede the overflowing of the Nile by 50 days. See Khamsin. Monte Pagnotte, in former days an eminence out of cannon shot of operations, where spectators were not exposed to danger. Montero, a military cap and hood formerly worn in camp. Monthly allowance, a sum paid monthly to warrant and petty officers not allowed to draw bills, and to seamen, marines, and boys serving on board. Wages are now paid regularly. Monthly notes. See allotment. Moon, our satellite. She performs her revolution in 27 days, 7 hours, 43 minutes. See full moon and new moon. A hazy or pale color of the moon, revealing the state of our atmosphere, is supposed to forebode rain, and a red or copper color to forebode wind. Moon blink, a temporary evening blindness occasioned by sleeping in the moonshine in tropical climates. It is technically designated nyctalopia. Moon culminators, certain stars near the same parallel of declination as the moon, and not differing greatly from her in right ascension, given in the ephemeris as proper objects for comparison with her, to determine the longitudes of places. Moony, not quite intoxicated, but unfitted for duty. Moon in distance, when the angle between her and the sun or a star admits of measurement for lunar observation. Moonish, variable as with Shakespeare's Rosalind. Moonrakers, sails above the sky sails. They are usually designated moon sails. Moon-sheared, a ship the upper works of which rise very high, fore and aft. Moonshine, illicit Hollands, Schiedam, and indeed smuggling in general, excused as a matter of moonshine, a mere nothing. Moonstruck, an influence imputed to the moon in the tropics, by which fish, particularly of the Scomber class, though recently taken, become intenuated and even spoiled, while some attribute poisonous qualities to them in this state. Human beings are also said to be injured by sleeping in the moon's rays. Moor, an upland swamp, boggy with fresh water, also an open common. To moor, to secure a ship with anchors, or to confine her in a particular station by 2 chains or cables, either fastened to the mooring chains or to the bottom. A ship is moored when she rides by 2 anchors. To moor a cable each way is dropping 1 anchor, veering out 2 cables' lengths, and letting go another anchor from the opposite bow. The first is then hove in to 1 cable, or less, according to circumstances, while the latter is veered out as much, whereby the ship rides between the 2 anchors, equally distant from both. This is usually practised in a tideway, in such manner that the ship rides by one during the flood and by the other during the ebb. To moor across, to lay out one of the anchors across stream. To moor along, to anchor in a river with a hawser on shore to steady her. Moor gallop, a west country term for a sudden squall coming across the moors. Mooring bridle, the fasts attached to moorings, one taken into each hawse-hole or bridle port. Mooring chocks, large pieces of hard wood with a hole in the centre, shod with iron collars, and fastened between 2 stanchions in large ships, for the moorings to pass through. Mooring posts or pawls. Strong upright posts fixed into the ground for securing vessels to the landing place by hawsers or chains. Also strong pieces of oak inserted into the deck of a large ship for fastening the moorings to when alongside a quay. Mooring rings. Iron swivel rings fixed on piers or buoys, etc., for securing vessels to. Moorings. Indicated by buoys to which ships are fastened, they are attached by bridles to heavy anchors and cables laid down in the most convenient parts of rivers and harbours. They are termed swinging or all fours, depending on whether the ship is secured by the bow only or by bow and stern. By their means many more ships are secured in a certain space than would be possible if they used their own anchors. To moor quarter shot. To moor quartering between the two ways of across and along. To moor the boat. To fasten her with two ropes, so that one shall counteract the other and keep her in a steady position. To moor with a spring on the cable. See spring. Mooter. A spike, bolt, tree nail. Mooting. In shipbuilding, making a tree nail exactly cylindrical to a given size or diameter, called the moot. Mop. A young whiting. Moppet. An early name for the sponge of a cannon. Moppuses. A cant term for money in general. Morass. Nearly the same thing as a marsh or swamp. In tropical regions they are often overflowed with salt water, yet covered with mangrove and many aquatic plants. Morglay. A great sword, alluded to formerly. Morion. An ancient steel casque or helmet without beaver or visor. According to Chaucer, it was of more uses than one. Quote, "Their beef they often in their morion stewed." Morning gun. The gun fired from the admiral's or senior officer's ship to announce daybreak, which is answered by the muskets of the sentries in the other ships. Morning star. An offensive weapon of the medieval times, consisting of a staff to which was attached an iron ball covered with spikes. Also the planet which is near the meridian at day dawn. Morning watch. Those of the crew on watch from 9 to 8 a.m. Morà. An ancient game still played in Italy with extraordinary zest by two persons raising the right hand and suddenly and contemporaneously throwing it down with only some of the fingers extended, when the aim is to guess what they unitedly amount to. Also a term for a headland or promontory on the coasts of Chile and Peru. Also a round tower or fort, as at Havana, from the Spanish moro, round. Morris pike. A formidable Moorish weapon, the precursor of the boarding pike. Morse. See walrus. Morsing powder. An old term for priming powder. Mortar. A short piece of ordnance used for throwing shells, so that they may fall nearly vertical. They thus acquire force for breaking through roofs, decks, etc. It is fired at a fixed angle of elevation, generally at 45 degrees, the charge of powder varying according to the range required. Mortar bed and bed beams. See bomb beds, etc. Mortar vessel. See bomb vessel. Mortgage. A registered ship or share therein, which has been made a security for a money loan or other valuable consideration, is termed a mortgage in the Merchant Shipping Act. Mortise. A mortised block is one made out of a single block of wood, chiseled for one or more sheaves, in distinction from a made block. The chisel used for mortising is peculiar to that purpose. Morwach. A peculiar seal which has frequently been mistaken on our northern shores for a mermaid. Moses. A flat-bottomed boat used in the West Indies for bringing off hogsheads of sugar. It is termed single or double according to its size. Moses' Law. The term among pirates for inflicting 39 lashes on the bare back, 40 save 1. Mosquito. A term applied to a gnat-like species of stinging insects, found chiefly in low marshy places and the neighbourhoods of rivers. Mosquito fleet. An assemblage of small craft. Mosquito net. A light curtain spread over a cot or bed in warm climates to protect the sleeper from mosquitoes. Moss bonker. The name given by American fishermen to the hard head, which see. Mother Carey's chicken. The stormy petrel, Procularia pelagica. Mother carries goose, the name given by Captain Cook's people to an oceanic brown bird, Procellaria gigantea, which Pernetti calls quebranta huesos, bone breaker. Mother of pearl, the iridescent nacreous inner layer of several species of shells, especially the pearl oyster, Meleagrina margaritifera. Mothery, probably from the Dutch meder, mud, thick and mouldy, generally applied to decomposing liquors. Motion, change of place. It is termed direct in the sky when it is in the direction of the earth's annual revolution, retrograde when it proceeds contrary to these conditions. By sidereal is meant the motion of a body with respect to the fixed stars. Tropical motion is the movement of a body in respect to the equinox or tropic, which has itself a slow motion among the stars as shown under precession. See proper motion. Motion in mechanics is either simple or compound, as one or more powers are used. The momentum of a moving body or quantity of motion arises from its velocity multiplied into the quantity of matter it contains. Center of motion, that point of a body which remains at rest whilst all the other parts are in motion about it, as the mathematical center of a revolving sphere. Motor, the prime mover in machinery. Molded, the size of the timber, the way the mold is laid, cut to the mold. Molded breadth, the measure of beam from outside to outside of the timbers without the thickness of the plank. Molding dimension, in shipbuilding, implies the depth or thickness of any piece of timber. Molding edge, the edge of a timber to which in shaping it the mold is applied. Moldings of a gun, the several rings and ornaments. Mold loft, a long building on the floor of which the intended vessel is laid off from the several drafts in full dimensions. Molds, in naval architecture, are thin, flexible pieces of board used on the mold loft floors as patterns. Mount or mountain, an Anglo-Saxon term still in use, usually held to mean eminences above 1,000 feet in height. In a fort it means the cavalier, which see. To mount, when said of a ship of war, implies the number of guns she carries. To mount in a military sense is also to furnish with horses. To mount a gun, to place it on its carriage. Mount arrivo, Spanish, montar arriba, mount aloft, jump up quickly. Mountebank, the Gammarus arcticus or Arctic shrimp. Mourning, a ship is in mourning with her ensign and pennant half-mast, her yards topped awry, or a peak, or alternately topped an end. If the sides are painted blue instead of white, it denotes deep mourning. This latter, however, is only done on the ship where the admiral or captain was born, and in the case of merchant ships on the death of the owner. Mouse, a kind of ball or knob, wrought on the collars of stays by means of spun yarn, hire parceling, etc. The mouse prevents the running eye from slipping. See puddening. Also a match used in firing a mine. Also a mark made upon braces and other ropes to show their squaring or tallying home. To mouse a hook, to put a turn or two of rope yarn about the point of a tackle hook and its neck to prevent its unhooking. To raise a mouse, to strike a blow which produces a lump. Mouth, the Anglo-Saxon muda, the embouchure opening of a port or outlet of a river, as Yarmouth, Tynemouth, Exmouth, etc. To move off, to defile. Mover, synonymous with motor. Moving sands, synonymous with quicksands. Mole, the Old English name for mullet. Moyan, a species of early artillery. To moil, to defile, an old term. Muck, see amok, mud drags. Implements and machines for clearing rivers and docks. Mud, or ballast dredger, a vessel of 300 tons or more, fitted with steam engine beams and metal buckets. By this powerful machine, for cutting or scraping, loose gravel, banks, etc., are removed from the entrances to docks and rivers. Mudfish, the lepidosiren, a very remarkable fish of the Gambia and other African rivers. Mudhole, an orifice with steam-tight doors in a marine engine, through which the deposit is removed from the boilers. Mugian, or Bermudian. A boat special to the Bermuda Islands, usually decked with the exception of a hatch, from 2 to 20 tons burden. It is short, of good beam, and great draught of water abaft, the stem and keel forming a curved line. It carries an immense quantity of iron, or even lead, ballast. Besides a long main and short jib boom, it has a long, tapering, raking mast stepped just over the forefoot, generally unsupported by shrouds or stays. On it a jib-headed mainsail is hoisted to a height of twice and sometimes 3 times the length of the keel. This sail is triangular, stretched at its foot by a long boom. The only other sail is a small foresail or jib. They claim to be the fastest craft in the world for working to windward in smooth water, it being recorded of one that she made 5 miles dead to windward in the hour during a race, and though they may be laid over until they fill with water, they will not capsize. Mudlands. The extensive marshes left dry by the retiring tide in estuaries and river mouths. Mudlarks. People who grovel about bays and harbours at low water for anything they can find. Mudlighter. Large heavy punts which receive the mud or other matter from a dredging vessel. It is the Marie Salope of the French. See hopper punt. Mud pattens. Broad clogs used for crossing mudlands in the south of England by those who take seafowl. Mud shores are not unfrequent on an open coast. The most remarkable instance perhaps is that of the Guiana, the mud brought down by the river being thrown up by the current and silted, with belts of mangroves in patches. Muffled drum. The sound is thus damped at funerals, passing the spare cord, which is made of drummer's plate, to carry the drum over the shoulder, twice through the snares or cords which cross the lower diameter of the drum. To muffle the oars. To put some matting or canvas round the loom when rowing, to prevent its making a noise against the tholes or in the rowlocks. For this service thole pins are best. In wartime, rowing guard near the ships or batteries of the enemy, or cutting out many a pea-jacket has been sacrificed for this purpose. Whale boats have their oars muffled to prevent frightening the whales. Mufti, plain clothes. The civilian dress of a naval or military officer when off duty. This, though not quite commendable, is better than the half and half system, for a good officer should be either in uniform or out of it. Muggy. Half intoxicated, a sheet in the wind, also used to express damp, oppressive weather. Mulct. A fine in money for some fault or misdemeanor. Also, fines formerly laid on ships by a trading company to raise money for the maintenance of consuls, etc. Mulet. A Portuguese craft with 3 lateen sails. Mull. Derived from the Gaelic Mullach, a promontory or island, as Mull of Galloway, Mull of Cantyre, Isle of Mull. Also, when things are mismanaged, we've made a mull of it. Mullet. A well-known fish, of which there are several species. The grey mullet, Mogul capito, and the red mullet, Mullus surmulatus, are the most common on the British coast. Mulls. The nickname of the English in Madras, from mulligatawny having been a standard dish amongst them. Mulrain, a name in the Firth of Forth for the frogfish, Lophius piscatorius. Multiple stars. When several stars appear in close proximity to each other, they are spoken of collectively as a multiple star. Mumbo jumbo. A strange minister of so-called justice on the Gold Coast, who is usually dressed up for the purpose of frightening women and children. He is the arbiter of domestic strife. Munduk. A sailor employed at the pearl fishery to haul up the diver and oysters. Mundungus. From the Spanish mondongo, refuse, offal, bad, rank, and dirty tobacco. Munfish. Rotten fish used in Cornwall for manure. Munition bread. Contract or commissariat bread, Brown George. Munitions. Provisions, naval and military stores. Munition ships. Those which carry the naval stores for a fleet, as distinguished from the victuallers. Munjack. A kind of pitch used in the Bay of Honduras for vessels' bottoms. Munions or muntins. The divisional pieces of the stern lights, the pieces that separate the lights in the galleries. Murena, an eel-like fish very highly esteemed by the ancient Romans. Murderer, the name formerly used for large blunderbusses, as well as for those small pieces of ordnance which were loaded by shifting metal chambers placed in the breech. Murloch, the young pickled dogfish. Murr, the Cornish name for the razorbill alcatorda. Murroch, a term for shellfish in general on the west coast of Scotland. Musket, the regulation firearm for infantry and small-arm men, that of the English service, when a smooth bore threw its bullet of about an ounce 250 yards with good effect. Now rifling has trebled its range, whilst breech loading has done at least as much by its rapidity of fire. Musket arrows, used in our early fleets and for conveying notices in 1815. Musketeers, an early name for those soldiers who were armed with muskets. Musketoon, a short kind of blunderbuss with a large bore, to carry several musket or pistol bullets. It was much used on boat service. They were mounted on swivel crutches and termed top pieces, quarter pieces in barges and pinnaces, where timbers were especially fitted for them. Musket-proof, any bulkhead, parapet, or substance which effectually resists the force of a musket ball. Musket shot was the computed distance of 400 yards, now undergoing change. Muslin or dimity, the flying kites of a ship. Give her the muslin, or spare not the dimity, frequently used in tropical chase of slavers. To muster, to assemble in order that the state and condition of the men may be seen, and also at times to inspect their arms and clothing. Muster book, a copy of a ship of war's open list drawn up for the use of the clerk of the check in calling over the crew. A copy of the muster book is to be transmitted every 2 months to the Admiralty. Muster paper, a description of paper supplied from the dockyards, ruled and headed for making ship's books. Muster roll, a document kept by the master of every British vessel, specifying the name, age, quality, and country of every person of the ship's company. Even neutrals are compelled to produce such a paper in time of war. Muster the watch, a duty performed nightly at 8 p.m. and repeated when the watch is relieved up to 4 a.m. Muchkin, a pint measure. Mutilation, the crime of self-maiming to avoid serving. Mutinous, showing symptoms of sedition. Mutiny, revolt or determined disobedience of regular authority by soldiers or sailors, and punishable with death. Shakespeare makes Hamlet sleep, quote, worse than the mutines in the bilboes, end quote. Mutiny Act. On this document the Articles of War are founded. Mutton snapper, a large fish of the Mesoprean genus, frequenting tropical seas and prized in the Jamaican markets. See snapper. Muzzle of a piece of ordnance, the forward extremity of the cylinder and the metal which surrounds it, extending back to the neck where it meets the chase, marked by a moulded ring in old guns. Muzzle lashings, the ropes which confine the muzzles of lower deck guns to the housing bolts. Muzzle ring, that which encompassed and strengthened the muzzle or mouth of a cannon, now disused. Muzzle to the right, or muzzle to the left, the order given to trim the gun to the object. Muzzy, half drunk. Milkeer, the Old English name for the milt of a fish. Mayapara, an ancient corsair's vessel. Myrmidon, from Myrmidon, a sea captain. The Myrmidons were a people of Thessaly, and said to have first constructed ships. Misericorde, a thin-bladed dagger with which a grievously wounded warrior was dispatched as an act of mercy. Myth, obelisk, tower, land, or anything for directing the course by sight. End of section 20, read by Czandra, near Montreal. End of The Sailor's Word Book, H to M, by Admiral W. H. Smyth.